When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 901, Pill Concoction Hall of Fame Number 1, Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. Hearing this, Yi Chungjun looked at Emo with a face full of shock. He finally understood why Emo placed first. Yi Chungjun accepted his loss. Although he had also made pills, 3 of them at that, they were nothing compared to the spirit weaving pill. He had at most made some changes to another existing recipe. The spirit weaving pill meant countless wealth and more safety for a cultivator. Due to this, Emo would be number 1 even if he didn't participate in the 3rd round. Countless people looked at Emo with fiery eyes. There wasn't a person around who didn't want to get on Emo's good side now. At the spectator area, the herb pill sex people were completely dumbfounded. They never would have thought that a random pill master they found would help their sect get first place, but then, they also immediately thought of how much pandemonium the spirit weaving pill would create. As long as Emo just gave a little spirit weaving pill to their sect to sell, their sect would rise into the sky. Their other pills would sell well too. Uncle Zao was very excited, but he knew what Muiching would be thinking. He coughed and said, "Sect leader, such a high profile might not be a good thing, I think." Muiching calmed down. He knew what Uncle Zao meant, of course. "I know, but our herb pill sect was on the brink of its end anyway. If we don't create some sensation now, I don't think there will be any more purpose to our existence. Since the opportunity is here, I have to grasp it even if there's a hefty price to pay." Uncle Zao nodded and didn't say anything. He knew Muiching was right. Sometimes, being too timid would only lead a sect slowly towards destruction. Meanwhile, the Immortal Treasure Tower's big manager's face was so bleak right now that it felt like water could come out. He stared coldly at Feng Jiqing and said, "This is the pill master you said is just SOSO? Ranked number 1, and he created a pill like the spirit weaving pill." Feng Jiqing didn't dare to reply anything at all. He was also shocked that Emo was able to create the spirit weaving pill recipe and even make it. Even if Emo hadn't gotten a top 10 spot, just the spirit weaving pill alone could have allowed the Immortal Treasure Tower's fame to extend throughout the entire North Far State. If Emo had represented the Immortal Treasure Tower to participate in the tournament, then they would be the ones benefiting the most, yet he had pushed away such an opportunity. There was no way the manager wouldn't be angry. "Big manager, I don't think there's no opportunity left. Yan Zhang is close to Emo, and Emo is helping the River State Immortal Treasure Tower. I think we should let Yan Zhang talk to Emo after the tournament and let him come back to us." Yan Zhang used 10.000 SQM of land to get Emo's help before. Now we can give him even better things, and there's no way he wouldn't agree. Big manager's face stayed bleak, but he still looked towards Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang knew he had to talk now. He was sneering inside, but he still bowed and said, "Big manager, Emo's character is strong-willed. Although he values relationships, he is very keen on remembering goodwill and bad will. If we had always been nice to him and let him represent us, I think he wouldn't be able to reject our invitation, and he would even let the spirit weaving pill be our unique pill. But since we already rejected him, I think it would be very hard to succeed even if I managed to talk to him." The big manager sneered and said, "No matter what, you must succeed. We cannot let him work with other pill towers. He has to be ours." Then he looked coldly at Yan Jun. Yan Jun knew what the big manager meant and said helplessly, "Xiao Zhang, try harder, aren't you close to that Emo? Try to satisfy whatever needs he might have. If you succeed, the Immortal Treasure Tower won't disappoint you." The big manager added. Yan Zhang was feeling contemptuous, but he didn't dare to show it and could only nod in agreement. The craze finally ended and everyone calmed down. Some powers were already thinking about how to establish relations with Emo and get the sales talks going for the spirit weaving pill. Kong Yi looked at the crowd and continued, "I've already tested the spirit weaving pill, and it really does have an immeasurable potency for spirit sense recovery." Some cultivators yelled, "Pill Master Yi was able to create the spirit weaving pill. I don't think a 3rd round is necessary. Why don't we just give him the number 1 spot in the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame?" "Yeah, we should." Multiple people voiced their agreement. Kong Yi saw this and nodded happily. He was very happy that the people were able to realize how important the spirit weaving pill was. "In that case, I hereby announce that the Hall of Fame will be ranked according to the 2nd round. The 2nd round itself is already very convincing. Furthermore, The herb valley that was scheduled to open in a month will now be opened up early, Kong Yi said. It was not just pill masters who could go to the desert plain herb valley. Kong Yi knew everyone was very anxious and immediately waved his hand. But don't be hasty, everyone. Although it will open early, there will still be 4 days before you can go in. In 3 days, Broken Leaf City will open up the portal to the herb valley. I wish everyone luck. Now I would like to invite City Lord Fong of Broken Leaf City to give out the awards for the Hall of Fame as well as the Herb Valley spots and my jade card for a one-time pill concoction from me. A round of heated applause ensued. Everyone was pretty happy with the results. Yi Chengjun knew that if the tournament went to the 3rd round, he would be number 1 for sure, but since Kong Yi already said this much and he had been first in 3 consecutive times already, he didn't really mind. He felt that Yimo deserved getting in first once for making the spirit weaving pill. Little did he know that if Yimo used his Shinnon Cauldron in Miss Lotus Heartfire, he would be able to concoct even heaven grade level 3 pills. Kong Yi Qianbei Dash as one of the judges, Elder Yu, heard this, he came out in shock. He knew that the Herb Valley would be opening up early, but the 3rd round would only take half a day. It wouldn't affect going to the Herb Valley. But before he could finish, Kong Yi waved his hand and said, "That will be all." Then he looked at Yimo and said, "Yimo, I am always at the Pill Association's HQ. If you have time, you can always come find me." Countless people looked at Yimo in admiration. Clearly Kong Yi treated Yimo very differently. Yimo said respectfully, "Thank you, Kong Yi Qianbei. Wanbei will most certainly come visit Qianbei." He could feel that Kong Yi seemed to have nothing but goodwill towards him. Chapter 902, Fighting to Connect, Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. As the number 1 of the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame, Yimo not only got the number 1 badge and 3 spots to go into the Herb Valley. He also got a jade card that could request Kong Yi Qianbei to concoct a pill for him once. As soon as the award ceremony was over, Yimo was immediately surrounded with all sorts of people. "Brother Yi, I'm Heaven Forge Towers Zhou Tong. I want to invite you dash, Pill Master Yi. I'm North Far Merchant Association's Li Yupu. May I have the honor of inviting you dash, Yi Qianbei." These people surrounded Yimo. All of them wanted to invite Yimo or connect with him. Yimo knew this was more due to the spirit weaving pill than having been chosen as the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame's number 1. "Everyone. Due to the last rounds, I'm very tired. I need to rest, sorry." Yimo saluted with his fist those who stopped him. "Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, I knew you were no ordinary person. You're not someone those dimwits can compare with." Zhuangman squeezed through the crowd and patted Yimo's shoulder hospitably. Then, he glared at Wang Guoping. Wang Guoping sneered and left. Yimo saw this and sneered too. Zhuangman looked coarse, but he had helped him. However, Yimo could tell this guy was using him to strike Wang Guoping. He had not only done that, but he had also made Wang Guoping gain an extra enemy, Yimo himself. Perhaps in Zhuangman's heart, he should be thanking him for helping him. He had really planned this out well. Yimo smiled. Brother Zhuang did not end up poorly either. Number 5th in the Hall of Fame. If I hadn't happened to be lucky, I wouldn't have ranked as highly as Brother Zhuang. As soon as Wang Guoping turned around, he saw Yi Chenju. His eyes spun and he immediately saluted him with his fists. "Brother Chen, you were really unlucky this time. If Kong Yi Qianbei hadn't cancelled the 3rd round, I think you would have still been the first this time." "That's right. If there were to be a 3rd round, it should be that the contestants concocted the best pill they can possibly make. I've never heard of anyone concoct a heaven-level pill with chi fire. Brother Chen is someone who can make heaven-grade pills," another cultivator said. Yimo studied the cultivator. He identified the cultivator as Shichi, God Sword Sex Pill Master. He had gotten 17.4 points and had ranked 3rd. Yimo was confused. He hadn't offended this guy. Why was he targeting him? Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it can't be made. I can only say your horizons are narrow. I've seen heaven-grade pills made with chi fire. Someone retaliated, clearly helping Yimo. Yimo checked out this pill master. It was Ghost Immortal Sex Wonren Fu. He had ranked 6th this time. Yimo realized that these people had their own conflicts, they were just using someone else to attack each other. Yimo sneered, but he didn't answer. Yi Chenju walked up to Yimo nicely and saluted him with his fists. "Pill Master Yi created the Spirit Weaving Pill. Just by that you deserve the 1st place on Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. I admit my defeat. I'm Yichenju. If you have time, then I wish to visit you. Pill Master Yi. Emo had a good impression of Yichenju. He was not young, but his face was genuine and he didn't seem to look down on him at all. Emo immediately saluted him with his fist. Okay, in that case, I'll be waiting for Brother Chen's honored arrival. Everyone, see you later. Then, Emo looked at Wang Guoping and said, sorry, I'm fully in the Hall of Fame now. Then he turned and left. He didn't want to be involved in these conflicts. The crowd couldn't imagine that only Yi Chen-jun had succeeded in inviting Emo. However then, they remembered Yi Chen-ju was a pill king who had ranked second. Hence, they immediately turned to him. Helplessly, he replied a few questions and squeezed out of the crowd. When Emo went outside, he found that Muiching and the others were already gone. They were probably back in the hotel, so he went there straight away. Marshal Brother Yi, you're back. Muiching saw Emo come back and immediately greeted him. Mu-he and Lu Ming looked at Emo with admiration. They came from a small sect, so they rarely even got to see the tournament, much less the number one on the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. Let's go inside and talk. Emo only needed one of the 3 spots into the Herbal Valley. He was planning on giving the remaining 2 to Muiching. As for the jade card for asking Kong Yi to concoct pills, Emo knew that it was pointless to give it to Muiching with his current power. If he needed pills, he might as well make them for him. He was planning on giving the jade card to Yen Zhang to pay back his help. Muiching smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, that might not be possible. There are some people looking around for you. They're waiting for you in the guest room. Emo was dazed. He had just came back, yet these people had gotten there before him. Judging by Muiching's face, none of these people were someone he could offend, so he had to be very careful. He patted Mu Ying's shoulder and said, Brother Mu, go rest first. I will talk with you after I see these people. Before Emo could go into the guest room himself, the hotel manager came to pick up Emo. He was smiling so much. Clearly, many significant people had gone there and made his hotel rise in fame. He quickly bowed to Emo. Pill Master Yi, I'll take you to the guest room. Emo followed the manager there and found that there were 4 people. He knew Yen Zhang, but not the other 2 men and the woman. All 4 of them got up when Emo walked inside. Yen Zhang walked up to Emo and said, Brother Yi, let me introduce. He pointed at the bald man and said, this is Pill Association's Wu Wucai, Manager Wu. Seeing Emo salute him with his fists, the man did the same. Pill Master Yi is young yet capable. You are indeed a dragon amongst men. Yen Zhang then pointed at the green-dressed pretty young woman and the middle-aged man next to her. This is Pill Grind Hall's vice leader Chumayan Shenbei and the other is All Pill Tower's elder Hong Shen. Emo greeted the 2 of them. Hearing the words All Pill Tower, Emo looked at Yen Zhang in shock. Did he not know of their conflicts? Yen Zhang knew what Emo was thinking and immediately said, Manager Hong Shen is only responsible for the All Pill Tower's HQ. He doesn't care about minor things. Seeing Hong Shen look at Yen Zhang in shock, Emo immediately realized that Yen Zhang meant to say that Hong Shen probably didn't even know about their problems. I'm grateful that you could all come here. Please have a seat, Emo said. When everyone sat down, Emo sent off the waiter and smiled. I believe everyone is very busy. It's my honor that you were able to make time to come here. Chapter 903, Free, Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. Emo just wanted to say, hurry up and get this over with. If you want the spirit weaving pill then please go. However, Emo knew he couldn't say it out loud that straightforwardly. Any of the power figures present could easily annihilate him. Although he felt harassed, he still had to answer their requests. Wu Wucai heard this and immediately nodded. Pill Master Yi's future is very promising. Emo was speechless. Wu Wucai then said, actually, I'm representing the Pill Association to discuss something with Pill Master Yi. Please say it, Manager Wu, Emo said. The other people seemed to be held back by Wu Wucai's identity and therefore, they just smiled on the side and didn't talk. Wu Wucai coughed and said, Pill Master Yi created the spirit weaving pill. It's indeed huge good news for us cultivators. Even Kong Yi Qianbei praised it greatly. Emo sneered. They had come for the spirit weaving pill indeed. However, he still smiled at Wu Wucai. I was wondering if Pill Master Yi could give the recipe to the Pill Association. In order to benefit a larger number of cultivators, no matter where on Luoyu continent, if someone created a pill recipe, then the recipe belonged to that person. If someone else wanted to use it, they needed the consent of the creator or it would be considered stealing. It wasn't something that happened frequently, however. Almost 99% of the pill recipes belonged to everyone. It was very rare that a pill recipe belonged to one specific individual, yet, Yimo's spirit weaving pill was different. He had created it during the tournament and everyone knew it belonged to him. Wu Wucai had come personally to get Yimo's consent. After all, a big organization like theirs needed their face. Everyone felt it was a normal request coming from Wu Wucai. The pill recipe had already been made public. Wu Wucai had come, which meant that the pill association would give Yimo some compensation. Still, it just depended on how much Yimo wanted. Yimo was contemptuous. The pill association had just sent a golden core state manager, just to casually take his recipe. Even if he wanted some compensation, it would at most be a few spirit stones. It also showed that he wasn't very important to the pill association. Despite having gotten the first spot on the Hall of Fame, Yimo smiled and saluted with his fist. However, he said, Manager Wu, the recipe I created out of luck isn't for my personal gain. Hence, I won't just be giving this pill recipe to the pill association. Everyone was dazed. Was Yimo dumb? They were just asking to be polite. Did he think that other people couldn't make the pill? Yen Zheng quickly made a sign Yimo. He was really worried for Yimo. No matter how good his pill recipe was, it wasn't smart to offend the pill association for it. Wu Wucai heard this and his expression sunk. If Pill Master Yi gives us the spirit weaving pill, I believe it'll easy for you to become an elder too. Of course, if you're not willing, the pill association won't force you, Yimo sneered. He didn't care about becoming an elder. Xu Meiyan smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere. I believe Manager Wu misheard Pill Master Yi's words. He said he won't just be giving it just to the pill association. I believe he has more to say. Everyone realized it too. Yimo had indeed said that. Yimo saw everyone look at him in confusion, so he got up and saluted with his fist. As a cultivator, it's my honor that I can help everyone. Although I created the spirit weaving pill, I might not even be able to concoct another batch. Just as Manager Wu said, the spirit weaving pill is good news for the wide community of cultivators. Hence, I've decided to give the recipe to everyone. Anyone can make it. Yimo then looked at Wu Wucai. Manager Wu, since everyone can use it, the pill association can use it too. Yimo's words shook everyone. Wu Wucai was representing the pill association to give Yimo some compensation. However, he hadn't expected that Yimo wouldn't want it and he just give it away to everyone for free. Xu Meiyan and Hong Xian immediately rejoiced. If Yimo hadn't given them the right to do so, then they could have only made it in secret. Yet now, they could openly concoct it to earn money. Wu Wucai was dazed. In that case, the pill association wouldn't get any advantages. Everyone could sell it, so the pill association wouldn't be able to use it to earn profit. Realizing this, Wu Wucai quickly said, Pill Master Yi, the recipe is the result of your hard work. How can you give it to everyone so casually? Yimo looked at Wu Wucai cluelessly and said after a while, Manager Wu just said that the appearance of the spirit weaving pill is good news for the entire community of cultivators. The pill association's purpose is also to benefit a greater number of cultivators. I deeply resonate with this and thus, I'm very happy because I'm a pill master that's useful to people now. Wu Wucai opened his mouth speechlessly, but he couldn't say anything. What could he say? You should only sell it to the pill association and get spirit stones for it? Don't let other people make it for free. Yimo wasn't that dumb. He wasn't that noble neither. He knew that only he could make the spirit weaving pill, so what if other people got the pill recipe? If he actually sold it to the pill association and they didn't manage to concoct the pill, they would go look him again. He might as well be more generous, give it to everyone and let Wu Wucai bite the dust. The spirit weaving pill wasn't perfect in Yimo's heart. He planned to swap some ingredients when he had time. After a long while, Xu Meiyan saluted with her fist and said, Pill Master Yi is magnanimous. You just gave this money-making machine away. Yimo waved his hand. Ha ha ha. The recipe isn't complete. I might not even be able to make the second cauldron. Perhaps someone else might perfect it for me. Xu Meiyan smiled. I came here for the same reason as Manager Wu. Yet since Pill Master Yi said this, I'll come to visit Pill Master Yi in the future. I came here for the same reason. Please don't forget about the all-pill tower. Hong Xian got up too. Wu Wucai could only get up and also say goodbye, Brother Yi. Seeing the three men go, Yan Zhang got up with a face full of guilt. Chapter 904, Yimo's Worry. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. Yimo knew what Yan Zhang was thinking and waved his hand. If Brother Yan still considers me a friend, then you must know that I won't join the Immortal Treasure Tower no matter what. But thank you for all your help. This jade card for Kong Yi Qianbei is yours. Yan Zhang looked at the jade card in a daze. He was shook that Yimo gave such a precious thing to him. Seeing Yan Zhang in a daze, Yimo could only say, Brother Yan, if you don't have anything else, I'm going to rest. I'm planning on going to see Kong Yi Qianbei later. Yan Zhang reacted and bowed to Yimo. In that case, I'll take this jade card. To be honest, I came here because the big manager wants me to persuade you to join us, but that's not what I want to say. Our tower is not a good destination for Brother Yi. The big manager seems like an emotional person, and he's very dangerous. If it weren't for him, I would have persuaded my uncle to leave the tower already. I will tell the big manager that you have rejected the offer. But you must be careful. Big manager won't let you go like this, so you need to be prepared. I'm sorry I didn't help you much, even though you are giving me this. I'll be leaving now. Take care, Brother Yi. Yimo heard this and felt touched. He knew Yan Zhang was a good guy, but he didn't expect him to tell him the truth and take the risk of offending the big manager. However, Yan Zhang's words still made him alert. Without power, he was nothing. He patted Yan Zhang's shoulder and said, Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yan. I will remember this. By the way, Yan Zhang suddenly turned back again at the door. You need to be careful of that Chu Mei Yan. She's from the demon sects. She's no simple character. Yimo nodded. After Yan Zhang left, Yimo sat in the guest room for some time. He really wanted to take Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling and company to leave River State and find a safe place to stay. However, if he stayed in one place just cultivating non-stop, he wouldn't achieve much. He had to go to the desert plain Herb Valley. Yimo made up his mind. After he went there, he would collect plenty of resources and then leave River State. Yimo now decided to meet the respected Kong Yi. If Yimo wanted those who lurked in the dark after him to feel threatened, he needed Kong Yi's help. Yimo just got up when Muiqing walked in, giving him an invitation. Brother Yi. This is Immortal Herb Valley sect leader Mingxin's invitation. Yimo thought it was probably about Yan Zhang and looked at the hesitant Muiqing. Brother Mu, do you have something to say to me? Muiqing nodded. Yes, Brother Yi, we're going. I was planning on asking you for some spirit weaving pill selling rights, but I underestimated its influence. If we really were to try to sell it, we would probably soon be annihilated. Yimo nodded. Muiqing wasn't an idiot. If he really gave Muiqing the selling rights, then it would be harming him. Yimo wasn't even safe himself. Yimo said, the spirit weaving pill isn't mature yet, so I can't even sell it, but I agree with Brother Mu's thinking. Then, he gave the 2 jade cards for entering the herbal plane to Muiqing. I only need one, you can have the other 2. Muiqing wasn't even hoping of getting one to begin with. He just took one and said, Brother Yi, I only need one. Yimo remembered that Lu Ming and Mu He weren't very strong, and so they didn't need 2 jade cards indeed. The Herbal Valley was no safe place, so he took one back and said, in that case, Brother Mu, we can go there together in 3 days. Muiqing shook his head, I only need the jade card. I will enter it from somewhere else. Brother Yi, you're in a dangerous position right now, you need to be careful. Yimo nodded and took out some benefit essence pill and cultivation increasing pills from his ring and gave them to Muiqing. You're about to reach the Foundation Establishment State Level 9 peak, so take these pills. If I have time, I will go visit you guys at your sect. Muiqing took the bottles and just wanted to thank Yimo when he looked inside with shock. This is the cultivation increasing pill? Yimo nodded. Huh? Muiqing was stunned at Yimo's magnanimity. He didn't think a random friend he met would give something that was the most precious thing to a Foundation Establishment State cultivator. This is too precious. Muiqing didn't want to give it back, but he still felt it was too precious. Yimo smiled and pushed it back. I'm a pill master. I have lots of these, don't worry. Go form your core and then lead the herb pill sect to prosperity. Perhaps I will go visit your sect in the future. Yimo sent Muiqing and company away and then went back inside the hotel. Yimo took out the invitation from Ming Xin. It just said that it invited him to Immortal Herb Valley's local residence, saying there were important things to discuss. Yimo thought about it and decided to go see Kong Yi and then Ming Xin. The Pill Association was the biggest power in the city, even greater than the city lord. When Yimo came to the door, he heard Kong Yi's voice by his ear. Come up, I'm waiting for you on the 11th floor. coming to the 11th floor, Kong Yi seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time.
Kong Yi Qianbei. Yi Mo genuinely respected this old man.
Yi Mo respected him for his attitude and manners the most. Letting Yi Mo sit down, Kong Yi suddenly asked, if there had been a third round, how confident would you be in getting first place? Yi Mo thought for a moment and said, 0 confidence. Kong Yi smiled and asked, what if you used all of your power? Yi Mo was shook. No one knew that he had the Miss Lotus Heartfire. What did the old man mean? He saw Kong Yi's calm face and realized that this old man might have seen something, so he said, I would have 100% confidence. Kong Yi nodded without surprise. Other people thought that I let you win because of the spirit weaving pill and stopped the third round because of that. But I was actually scared you would get first place again on the third round.
You didn't disappoint me. You know when to go in and out.
I can tell from your first answer. If I insisted on the third round, you probably wouldn't have taken out your rare fire seed. Yi Mo looked at this old man in shock. He was too terrifying. He didn't know how strong Kong Yi was, but since he could tell, doesn't that mean people at his power level could all see that he had a rare fire seed? That way, how could he be sure he wouldn't reveal the Miss Lotus Heartfire? Chapter 905, Marshall Brother, please have some tea. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. Kong Yi saw Yi Mo's face was a little stiff and smiled.
Don't worry.
The reason I can tell you have a rare fire seed, heavenkind, is not because my power level's strong. It's for some other reason, but this shook Yi Mo even more.
Was Kong Yi a true immortal?
He could tell it was heaven fire. Seeing that Yi Mo didn't talk, Kong Yi took out a dark red ore and said, this is Flame Lotus Heart. Yi Mo immediately felt his Dan Tian jump, as though his Miss Lotus Heartfire had moved. It had slightly moved and it stayed still afterwards. However, it was still slowly shaking, almost unnoticeably. Yi Mo suddenly realized something.
He guessed that Kong Yi Qianbei had his own fire too.
He could even tell his fire was the Miss Lotus Heartfire. Realizing this, Yi Mo calmed down instead. Since Kong Yi already knew, there was no point in resisting if Kong Yi wanted his flame.
Although Kong Yi was someone he respected, he didn't like this feeling, yet there was nothing he could do. Yi Mo sighed. He wanted to go to the Herbal Valley even more.
He had been there for less than a year and he was at Foundation Establishment State Tertiary stage. But without the adequate resources, no matter how powerful his 3 birth chant was, cultivation wasn't so easy. Seeing Yi Mo calm down, Kong Yi nodded. I only realized you had the Mist Lotus Heartfire on the stage. Yi Mo nodded. It was so indeed. The Flame Lotus Heart can make the Mist Lotus Heartfire ascend a level. So, I felt something from the Flame Lotus Heart when I was at some distance from you. However, it was so weak that I didn't think you would have felt it with your power. Kong Yi's tone suddenly grew serious. I was scared that you would be eager to show yourself, not think before doing things, and took out the Mist Lotus Heartfire. If you had taken it out, no one would have been able to protect you. Yi Mo now realized that the old man was protecting him. He immediately bowed to Kong Yi and said, thank you, Kong Yi Qianbei, I'm really grateful. Yi Mo wasn't going to take out the Miss Lotus Heartfire regardless, but Kong Yi's protective attitude made him feel very grateful. Kong Yi nodded. The Mist Lotus Heartfire is very powerful. It ranked 3rd among all of the flames in the cultivation realm. You must not reveal you have it without enough power. I don't know how you go it, but since you could get it, it's your luck. I also got the Flame Lotus Heart accidentally. Now it's yours. Yi Mo was dazed by Kong Yi's last words. The Flame Lotus Heart can make a heaven flame ascend a level. It was clearly a rare item in the world. It was unbelievably hard for rare flames to ascend, much less a heaven flame. Yet, Kong Yi was giving something like that to him. After a long while, Yi Mo reacted. He finally understood what Mu Yiqing had felt before and quickly said, Kong Yi Qianbei. This is too precious. I can't take it. Kong Yi smiled. You're very good, you have a heart. You were very worried when you realized I knew you had the Mist Lotus Heartfire, but when I take out the Flame Lotus Heart, you say it's too precious. However, it's only precious when considering the Mist Lotus Heartfire. It's not that precious to me. When I announced you first, I was planning on giving you a fire seed. Yet since you have the Mist Lotus Heartfire, it's perfect to give you this Flame Lotus Heart. Hearing these words, Yi Mo realized how wealthy Kong Yi Qianbei was. He was going to casually give a rare flame away. Yi Mo stood up, took the Flame Lotus Heart and thanked Kong Yi again. Seeing this, Kong Yi said, if your flame is orange, then you can't let the mist lotus heart fire devour the flame lotus heart yet. You must wait until you're at golden core state. I believe you came to the tournament mostly for the desert herb valley. There are no nascent soul state cultivators there, but there are many golden core state masters.
There's a lot more than 500 cultivators going in.
Although the North Far State can only choose 500 cultivators to go in, it's not only open to the North Far State. You need to be careful. Yemo had even higher hopes now. It meant that there were better things in it since people from other states wanted to go. You know that Luoyu continent has 4 states and a sea.
Right? Kong Yi asked. Yemo nodded.
Kong Yi wasn't too surprised that GMO knew. The valley is open to every state, but each state has limited spots for going in. However, it's very big. Usually, even when the place is about to close, 90% of the people won't have met someone else. But if you meet cultivators from the South Peace State, you need to be careful. They are very decisive in killing. Those who can go inside are all powerful. Seeing Yemo understood this, Kong Yi nodded and said, I was planning on passing on my pill concoction heritage to you, but after seeing you concoct the spirit weaving pill, I know you will be a great master and your accomplishments will exceed mine by far. If I teach you my things, it would affect you negatively instead. The spirit weaving pill brought you fame, but also put you in a dangerous predicament. You need to deal with it yourself. Yemo realized that Kong Yi had asked him to come so he could give him the flame lotus heart, but he also wanted to protect him. Yemo was more grateful to Kong Yi now. He noticed that Kong Yi had closed his eyes and knew that Kong Yi had said all that he wanted to say. Yemo bowed at the end and said, Wanbei will remember Qinbei's teachings. Wanbei will leave now. When Yemo got to the door, Kong Yi suddenly opened his eyes and said, if you're still alive in 100 years, you can find me at Danglin.
The Immortal Herb Valley's residence was much more grandiose than Kong Yi's residence.
Even the carpet was emitting spirit chi, which would make it very comfortable to step on. As soon as Yemo got there were 2 pretty-looking young girls who led Yemo to Ming Xian's room. Yemo was surprised because usually someone with a sect leader status wouldn't let him come to his own room. At most it would be in the regular guest room. Yemo found that there was also another beautiful young girl in her room. She was very quiet and stood by Ming Xian's side. She was Qin Wuxin. Ming Xian was very happy to see Yemo come in. She told Yemo to sit down with a smile and then said to Qin Wuxin, Wuxin, make some tea for Mr. Yi. Qin Wuxin carried a teacup to Yemo with a blushed face and said quietly, Elder Marshal Brother Yi, please have some tea. Yemo was dazed. She was at Golden Core State and he was at Foundation Establishment State. Why had she called him Elder Marshal Brother?
Chapter 906, Marry into the Sect, Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. What does Ming Xian Qinbei need Wanbei for?
Yemo didn't feel confident facing the Hollow Spirit State sect leader Ming Xian. Ming Xian sipped some tea before saying slowly, Mr. Yi, you haven't joined any sect yet, right? What do you feel about my Immortal Herb Valley? When he heard this, Yemo was dazed.
Didn't the Immortal Herb Valley only take female members?
Why did it sound like Ming Xian was inviting him to join the Immortal Herb Valley? Ming Xian Qinbei, Yemo don't understand what you mean. I heard that the Immortal Herb Valley only recruits female members, Yemo said straight away. Ming Xian smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we do indeed only take female disciples.
However, if you choose to marry into the Immortal Herb Valley, you can join us.
Our core disciples can choose a partner from outside the sect and settle with him in the valley. You want me to marry into the sect?
Yemo blurted. Yet he immediately understood the situation.
Qin Wuxin was there, which meant that Ming Xian wanted Qin Wuxin to be his wife. Ming Xian smiled sweetly. Mr. Yi said things quite straightforwardly, but it's correct.
It's not really marrying into the Immortal Herb Valley, it's just settling here, Ming Xian continued.
Wuxin is the most excellent disciple of the Immortal Herb Valley. She ranked 5th on the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame and now she has reached Golden Core State. She even ranked 4th on Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. More importantly, she's the #1 beauty in the Immortal Herb Valley. If Mr. Yi is willing Qin Wuxin heard this and blushed even more. She looked down and didn't dare say a word. Yemo didn't know why Ming Xian looked so favorably of him, but he was sure Ming Xian wanted Qin Wuxin to marry him. However, Emo had no intentions of having another wife, so before Ming Xian finished, Emo quickly got up and bowed. "Thank you, Ming Xian Xianbei, for your generosity, but I already have a wife. Hence, I can only reject Xianbei's offer. I'm deeply regretful." Ming Xian was dazed. She hadn't expected Emo would reject her so bluntly. Qin Muxin heard this and the blush on her face went away. Her face even got a little pale. To be honest, she wasn't willing to marry someone she didn't even know for her master, but she had never gone against her. Yet, before she could say anything, Emo had rejected her without hesitation. When Ming Xian realized that Emo actually had rejected her, her tone turned cold. "Mr. Yi, I know you have a wife, but I never told you to divorce her. You can bring your wife and sister to the immortal Herb Valley." Moreover, who said that as cultivators can only have one spouse? Emo realized that Ming Xian had completely investigated his identity. Ming Xian paused for a moment and continued. "The reason I chose you is not because you made the spirit weaving pill, but for some other reason. I don't think you're dumb. Without the support of the immortal Herb Valley, how many people will be going after it? I bet you know quite well." Emo heard this and his heart started skipping even faster. Was it not for the spirit weaving pill? Had she also seen that he had the Mist Lotus Heartfire? But soon, he calmed down. He felt like Ming Xian probably meant something else. Just when Ming Xian was about to explain, Qin Muxin suddenly said, "Master, I don't agree to this wedding." Ming Xian was dazed. She had already told her disciple to choose Emo and she had given her the reason. Why was her disciple rejecting him? Yet she soon realized that since Emo had already rejected her, if her disciple also didn't reject him, she would lose a lot of face. Seeing this, Ming Xian understood it was probably fated. She remembered what her master had told her. "Ming Xian, if one day you see someone making spirit sense pill signs using ordinary qi fire, then this person has created a new system of pill concoction. He will become a pill immortal for sure. If he doesn't die, then his future will be unimaginable." After Pill King, it came Pill Immortal level. However, there had never been a Pill Immortal on Luoyu continent. She had watched Emo concoct pills from the start to the end. Hence, she could tell that Emo would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. She wanted to pull Emo into the immortal Herb Valley. Otherwise, with the immortal Herb Valley's status and Qin Muxin's condition, how could she even suggest sharing the same husband with another woman? Since Muxin doesn't agree to this, then never mind. Ming Xian lifted her teacup. She knew that she couldn't force someone like Emo unless she killed him. However, since Kong Yi favored him and his current fame was rising, she couldn't do anything to him then. Moreover, she didn't want to do anything to him. Emo's accomplishments in the future would be significant. It was best to keep good relations with him. Emo left the immortal Herb Valley residence sweating. If he had angered that hollow spirit state master, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of there today. He had been threatened by all sorts of scarily powerful people recently. This made Emo feel very insulted, but he could only sigh. He needed to increase his power until the day where no one would dare say a thing to him. When Emo was walking to the Sifang Hotel, he was stopped by a man. "May I ask if you're Pill Master Yi?" The man saw Emo and saluted him with his fists. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" The man was in his 40s and had long black hair. However, he was at Golden Core State primary stage. Hearing this, the man showed excitement and said, "I'm Hu Haiban, I have a request." "What is it?" "Tell me," Emo asked. "I heard you have an extra spot for the Herb Valley, so I came to ask for one." "Of course, name your price." "I'm willing to pay for everything," Hu Haibing said. Emo nodded. "Indeed, I have extra spot, but it won't come cheap," Hu Haibing said without hesitation. "I know it's not cheap." "Please, name your price pill." "Master Yi." "If I can't afford it, then never mind." Hearing this, Emo realized that Hu Haibing really wanted one. So he said, "I don't really care about spirit stones." Before Emo had finished, the man gave his storage ring to Emo and said, "Pill Master Yi, have a look yourself. If there's anything you want in there, take it." Emo was shook. Storage rings were like the second life to cultivators. Yet, Hu Haibing had given it to him casually. Regardless whether Hu Haibing had a second ring or not, Emo had decided to give the spot to Hu Haibing. Even if there weren't things he needed, he would just take spirit stones. He really approved of Hu Haibing's personality. when Yemo saw inside the large amount of spirit stones, herbs as well as some spirit artifact, he immediately realized that Hu Haibing had given him the ring he usually used. Chapter 907, Zisu, Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. There were millions of middle-grade spirit stones in his ring and tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. This was a very wealthy cultivator, but Yemo really didn't need these pills and spirit artifacts. He scanned the whole ring and didn't find anything he really needed. Just when he wanted to just take some spirit stones, he saw a purple sword at the corner of the storage ring. He thought for a moment and took the sword out. Yemo immediately felt that the sword was very heavy. He quickly used his cultivation essence to hold the sword. This was the first time Yemo saw a sword like that. It was very heavy and looked very ugly. To be honest, it was just like a somewhat longer and thicker chopping knife, but when Yemo saw the two tiny words Zisu on it, he was shaken even more. This was clearly a sword. It might look ugly, but it was still a sword, yet it was named Zisuda. TL note, Zisu literally means purple hack axe. Seeing Yemo take the Zisu, Hu Haibing quickly said, I found this sword in an ancient ruin. It's called Zisu, but the only pity is that I can't use spirit control. It can only be used by those with a lot of power. If Pillmaster Yi wants it, then take it. And if you don't think that's enough, take some spirit stones too. Unable to use spirit control? Yemo didn't think much about it. He felt this Hu Haibing was a good person, someone worthy of being friends with. Yemo threw back the ring to Hu Haibing. Zisu is not bad, I'll take it. As for spirit stones, I won't take any. Here is the jade card. Hu Haibing didn't think Yemo would be this easy to talk to. He quickly took the jade card and saluted with his fists. Thank you, Pillmaster Yi. If you need me in the future, just call for me, Yemo said politely, brother who is a genuine person. It is a joyful thing to have met someone like you. Why don't you have a seat upstairs before you go? Hu Haibing seemed to be in a rush and politely rejected Yemo's invitation and left. Going back, the first thing Yemo did was to set up some restriction in his room and then take out the Zisu. His guts were telling him that the sword wasn't simple. Yemo seeped his spirit sense inside it and tried to use spirit control on the sword. But Yemo's spirit sense seemed to have sunk into a sea of mud. At this obstacle, Yemo actually rejoiced. He was a formation master, and as soon as his spirit sense and cultivation essence went inside Zisu, he understood that it wasn't that Zisu couldn't be spirit controlled, but that spirit control was stopped by some high-level restriction. The restriction had to be broken first if you wanted to spirit control the sword. The restriction had been there for a long time and was already loosening up. It would still pose some difficulty for Yemo, but it wasn't completely hopeless. 2 days later, Zisu made a cracking noise as the ancient chi inside of it seemed to have gone away. Zisu emitted a layer of faint purple color and seemed a lot heavier again. Seeing Zisu like this, Yemo rejoiced. He knew that it would be no ordinary thing, that it wasn't even a spirit artifact. But he also knew that it wasn't something on a higher level than a spirit artifact. Yemo had to quickly spirit control it so that other people wouldn't notice anything from the purple rays, though. Yemo had thought that since Zisu was left behind from ancient times, it would take a long time to spirit control it, but he only spent half a day to spirit control it in the end. The purple ray had rescinded. At the same time, Yemo had completely understood what was in his hands. It was a sword fetus. Yemo couldn't help but admire the person who made this fetus. After someone spirit controlled it, it would be able to change into the most suitable weapon based on the user. He also found that Zisu could be upgraded. This meant that the master of Zisu could add in different materials at different times to make the weapon more suitable to the master. But after the first upgrade, Zisu wouldn't be able to change shape anymore. Yemo was shook. Did ancient cultivators all make fetus-like weapons? But soon, Yemo rejected the idea. No matter what material Zisu was made from, if all weapons were made like that, then cultivation artifacts wouldn't be as valuable as they were, no matter what. Yemo was really stunned about the means with which Zisu had been made. He guessed that the heritage must have been lost in the cultivation realm, but if he had time, he really wanted to go into the Golden Page world and try out Zisu-like forgery methods. Yemo soon did go into the Golden Page world, however it was not to try to learn the forgery method, but to test Zisu's power. He went into an open space and gathered his cultivation essence, hacking outwards. A purple ray flashed as a ravine that was 100 meters long formed on the ground. Yemo even felt that space seemed to have become unstable from that slash. The dull gray sky even rumbled, seemingly unhappy that he was testing the sword in the golden page world. Silver, who slept on the side, also seemed to be dissatisfied with it and chirped unhappily. Yemo threw a few pills at Silver, and it immediately cheerfully ran to the side. Yemo felt Zisu lovingly.
This was the magic artifact he wanted. Right now, it was just a low-grade spirit artifact, but Yemo was sure he would be able to upgrade it to higher levels. Yemo didn't dare to stay in the golden page world for long and came out. It was already the third day, so he would have to go to the Herb Valley the next day. Yemo walked out of his room happily. Pill Master Yi. Yemo didn't expect to see Yi Chungjun as soon as he came out. He immediately remembered that he had agreed to see him. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry. I went into solitary cultivation and lost track of time. Yemo saluted with his fists apologetically. It's fine, I came in suddenly too. Yi Chengjun didn't seem unhappy at all. Yi Chengjun had a really nice attitude and manner. He came to find Yemo just to give him a rare herb list. He remembered that Yemo hadn't recognized the last 3 herbs in the first round and felt very sorry for him, so he came to give it to Yemo. Before Yemo got things, the list would have been very important to Yemo, but now, Yemo could only be grateful to Yi Chengjun. Yemo felt like Yi Chengjun was similar to Kong Yi. They were examples of genuine and honest cultivators. Yemo exchanged some pill concoction experience with him. Yemo would have really wanted to give him a Chaohuan pill, but he knew he couldn't do that at the moment. It's not that he wasn't willing, but that Yi Chengjun was too honest and would probably spill that the Chaohuan pill had come from him. Yemo benefited quite a lot from talking with Yi Chengjun. Although he had started a whole new system, he still learnt a lot of techniques and common knowledge from Yi Chengjun. This would let him make less mistakes in the future. The two conversed deep into the night before finally leaving. The next morning, Yemo and the other cultivators came to the portal to the desert plain Herb Valley. The spots inside were limited, but there were still a lot of people going. Most people went to do business on the outside. Chapter 908, Shin Mushin lends a helping hand. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. When Yemo came to the Herb Valley, a small market had already formed. Most cultivators had squeezed themselves in this area, and stalls were filling it on both sides. Yemo didn't have many spirit stones. Although he wanted to buy a set of armor and some high-level paper runes, his spirit stones weren't enough for even a small fraction of that. Yemo didn't see any sand in this desert plain Herb Valley, nor did he see any entrance. This place was just a short mountain range. There were no tall mountains or dense forests. Yemo was confused but didn't ask. He knew that this place wasn't the Herb Valley yet. He didn't know why he was teleported here, but he didn't go around asking people. Yemo scanned his spirit sense and didn't find Muiching or Hu Haibing. Many people who came here seemed to be with people from their own sect, but Yemo was by himself. Yemo saw Qin Mushin and Guang Wei and a few other immortal Herb Valley people, however. Ming Xian and 2 other nascent soul state cultivators were with them. Ming Xian walked to the group of another sect and talked to the leader. Yemo felt unlucky. These big sect members had nascent soul state and even hollow spirit state cultivators to protect them. But he was just a loner. Qin Mushin turned back and caught Yemo's glance, but she immediately turned around as though not knowing him. Yemo felt bored and found a place to sit down, but not long after, a man and woman came to his side. They were both false core level cultivators, but Yemo felt an intense chi come from them from far away. They had clearly been through mountains of bodies and rivers of blood. Friend, are you going inside the Herb Valley? The man asked. Just one sentence made people feel his intense killing chi clearly. Yemo got up and nodded. Yes. Hearing this, the man looked joyful and threw a bag of spirit stones at Yemo. Take these spirit stones and give me your jade card. Yemo's eyes went cold. He didn't believe someone dared to take his jade card. He'd worked so hard for it and got in first place in the tournament just so that he could get it. Yet this guy thought he could just take it with some spirit stones. Before Yemo could talk, the false core cultivator noticed Yemo's ring and said in surprised joy, "Give me your ring too." Yemo was so angry he laughed. "Why should I give what's mine to you? I've paid the spirit stones already." The man's voice turned cold. The Herb Valley was about to open, and most big sect members had their Chenbei protecting them, yet Yemo sat there alone. He was clearly a solo cultivator. PSS off. Yemo didn't know if he could kill people there. But he didn't want to. FCKU, how dare you? The false core cultivator took the spirit stones back and took out a dark axe. People immediately surrounded them to watch the fun. Boss, he who dared to offend you, someone said with a strange tone. A Foundation Establishment State Peak Stage cultivator walked out. He was bald and had a fat face. The man said plainly, "Look, there's a blind idiot here. I wanted to buy his things and took out the spirit stones, yet now he says he doesn't want to sell. FCK, does he think I'm easy to mess with?" There were a lot of people around, but no one dared to talk. However, what people didn't expect was that the cultivator who was about to be killed asked, "Are you allowed to kill here as you please?" People immediately laughed at Yemo's question. As long as no big sex were involved, you could kill anyone you wanted there. Of course you can, as long as you have the power. You could kill Boss He and no one would look for trouble with you. The bald man started laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. Yemo nodded. That's good then. Yemo knew that with his Foundation Establishment State Tertiary Stage power, he could kill this Boss He in one move with the illusion cloud technique. Boss He seemed to understand that Yemo would resist, but he didn't move his axe. He looked at Yemo. "I'll give you a chance. Take out your magic artifact, because otherwise, you won't even have the time to counterattack." Yemo nodded and took out Zisu. As soon as Yemo took it out, people started laughing even more. Zisu was too funny. It just looked like a long chopping knife. Martial sister machine, that guy seems to be in trouble. The cultivator looking for trouble with him is called Boss He. He's a false core cultivator and has some power in Broken Leafs gangs. The two are about to fight. Funny how that guy is number 1 in the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame, yet he is being bullied by a group of trash. How dare he reject our immortal Herb Valley's goodwill? Serves him right. Huang Wei also knew Yemo, and she had been watching him. Qin Wuxin had long since noticed it too and frowned. She moved, and the next moment, she appeared before Boss He and Yemo. Yemo, who was about to attack, stopped and just stabbed Zisu into the ground. "PSS off, if you dare to appear in front of me again, I will kill you immediately," Qin Wuxin threatened coldly. Boss He heard this and was about to rage, but when he saw it was Qin Wuxin of the immortal Herb Valley, he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't know why she would intervene in such small matters, but he immediately bowed. "Yes. Wanbei will leave immediately." The other bald cultivator also left immediately. They knew they were nothing compared to a 5-star sect. Yemo looked at Qin Wuxin in a daze. He didn't expect that the quiet and shy-looking Qin Wuxin would be this scary when she needed to be. He didn't know why she was helping him as he had rejected her yesterday, but no matter what, since she came to help, Yemo saluted with his fists gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Qin." She looked plainly at Yemo and suddenly said, "To be honest, it's not really a good thing for you to be going to the Herb Valley. If I were you, I'd stay at home and concoct some pills." Then she left. Huang Wei looked at Yemo and said, "You're really lucky to meet the kind-hearted martial sister machine." To be honest, though, I agree with her words. Perhaps you will regret it if you go. Oh wait, you won't have the chance to regret, then. She shook her head and left with Qin Wuxin. Yemo shook his head too. If it wasn't for Qin Wuxin, he would have killed that He-Chong already. In any case, he knew that Qin Wuxin had saved him not because she had feelings for him, but because she didn't want a good pill master like him to be killed by a hoodlum for no reason. Then suddenly, there was a huge rumbling sound, and Yemo looked over. Chapter 909, The Desert Plain Herb Valley. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeblotter. A huge portal suddenly opened. Everyone immediately approached it. A big tall cultivator flew up and stood in front of it saying, "The Desert Herb Valley opens once every 50 years. Each time, it's a big harvest for us. However, our North Far State only has 500 spots. It's Lin Qianbei. It's said that he's already at truth realization state. Isn't he about to ascend to the immortal realm? No way. I heard the North Far State has little cultivation resources. There's rarely any truth realization state cultivators." Yemo didn't dare to even use spirit sense to look at this cultivator. From his judgment, he felt that he couldn't be weaker than Kong Yi, maybe even stronger. The Herb Valley is full of dangers, but it also has abundant resources. My opinion is that if you meet an unbeatable enemy, move aside. There's plenty of resources there. Although there aren't many solo cultivators there, there are still some. Once you come out, you can sell some resources to the Pill Association. We will give you a good price. Okay, I won't talk for long. The portal will last for half a day. In half a day, it will disappear. The valley is open for 3 months. In 3 months, it will automatically teleport the people inside out. Now, those with a jade card, grab your jade card and go inside the portal.
Then, Lin Qianbei moved aside. Yemo hadn't expected that extremely powerful cultivator to also be from the Pill Association. Just from what he had said, small sect cultivators and solo cultivators usually sold their herbs to the Pill Association. Those with jade cards formed a line in front of the portal and started going in. Under the envious eyes of those who didn't, Yemo looked behind and noticed a bitter-faced golden core state cultivator. He took a step forward. Just when he's standing still, he saw a cultivator get thrown away by the light from the formation. Yemo was surprised and the cultivator cried out, "Wang Yukai! That bastard sold me a fake jade card." The formation got activated and Yemo felt a white race around him. The next moment, he felt extremely dizzy. Yemo realized that he must have covered a long distance or he wouldn't have felt dizzy. Then, his feet touched solid ground. Yemo knew he was there. The first thing he did was take out his Zisu. It was his first time there. He didn't know if it was dangerous or not. As soon as Yemo held Zisu, he felt a blood-killing intent rush to his face. Yemo was shook and hacked at that killing intent without hesitation. After a purple beam, there was a cry. A level 3 earth scorpion had been hacked in half. In front of him there was an endless desert. A 10-meter-long ravine spread below his feet, so strong. Yemo subconsciously said and looked at his Zisu. He waved his sword hurriedly and a level 3 beast died. What if he used Illusion Cloud with Zisu? Yemo took the beast core and the tail needle of the scorpion. Then, Yemo looked at his surroundings. It was a boundless desert. A few scorpion beasts were crawling underneath the sand's surface. There wasn't even normal grass, much less spirit herbs. Was this the desert plain that had countless herbs? Yemo suspected that he has been teleported to the wrong place. Suddenly, he heard some gushing sound. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and saw an army formed of countless scorpion beasts charging towards him. Yemo saw this and his head buzzed. If there were this many beasts, then even if there actually were spirit herbs, all of them would have been devoured by these animals. Without thinking, he took out the flying pike and quickly left. Yemo knew he wouldn't be able to escape if he got surrounded by these things. Thinking about the desert, Yemo thought of Luoying. He wondered how she was. Yemo flew for nearly half a day and didn't see a single person, nor any herb. He no longer believed he was going to make a fortune here. Just when Yemo was about to land on the sand again and check underneath it, he spotted a black figure in the distant horizon. Yemo scanned his spirit sense there and found it was a lush green mountain range. Yemo rejoiced and immediately accelerated his flying pike to go there. 10 minutes later, Yemo had left the desert. He passing by a nearly 10 kilometers wide river that led to the Green Mountain Range. The dense spirit chi struck Yemo, who almost moaned out of comfort. The first thought Yemo had was not to find spirit herbs, but to cultivate there. The spirit chi there was amazingly dense. However, Yemo knew it would be too much of a waste to use the 3 months there to cultivate. The mountain range wasn't big, it was at most 100 acres. It was more like an oasis, rather than a mountain range. Just when Yemo was about to search the place carefully, he saw a very luscious Johua flower, which was a level 4 spirit herb and an ingredient for the Clear Essence Pill. The Clear Essence Pill, like the Benefit Essence Pill, was a pill for Foundation Establishment State cultivators to use. However, its potency was much stronger than the Benefit Essence Pill. The reason the Clear Essence Pill was so much more expensive than the Benefit Essence Pill was that the main ingredient for it, the Johua flower, was very rare. Yet now, Yemo had found a big patch of at least 200. Without hesitation, Yemo dug them all up and threw them inside the Golden Page world. Spirit herbs couldn't grow in his Golden Page world yet, but it wouldn't let them die either. Soon, Yemo found more: the water earth flower, sword ginseng, searing sun grass, the light gathering flower, and many level 3 and 4 herbs. He collected all of them and sent them into his Golden Page world. Yemo was very fast. He had searched through half of the place in 2 hours. Just when Yemo was digging out some searing sun grass, he smelled a faint aroma. Yemo subconsciously inhaled it, but he immediately realized what was happening. There was an extreme great herb that was about to mature nearby. Yemo rejoiced and sped towards it without hesitation. However, Yemo stopped after flying a few hundred meters. A few hundred meters away, there was a blue tree that was 10 meters tall. There were 3 pale blue fruits on it, the Lin blue fruit. Yemo recognized. It was a spirit fruit without element. It was beneficial to all cultivators below nascent soul state.
It wasn't for increasing a cultivator's power, nor to be made into a pill. Its main function was that if consumed with another pill, it would amplify its power. It could also cure pill poison. These three fruits were about to mature, but when EMO saw the big blue snake under the tree, he frowned. Chapter 9:10, Encountering a Golden Core State. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. This blue python was nearly at level 5, which was like being at halfway Golden Core State. EMO didn't know what kind of beast it was. However, from its blue color, EMO could tell that it had been consuming a lot of the Lin blue fruit. The fruit's smell was getting more and more intense. The blue python also saw EMO. It immediately got up and opened its mouth, hissing at EMO. EMO wasn't going to let the Lin blue fruit go away. He ignored the blue python's warnings, pulled out Zisu and inserted his cultivation essence inside. Zisu emitted a faint purple sword ray. As soon as it was shot out, it separated from Zisu and split into two. Then, it immediately split into 4 sword rays. The blue python seemed to have never seen such thing before, but it knew of its power. It swept its tail at the sword ray at once. It was the first time EMO used Illusion Cloud after having gotten Zisu. The sword ray instantly clashed with the blue python's tail. EMO felt a huge power smash on his chest. He almost couldn't breathe. He felt as though he was going to be thrown many kilometers away. EMO was shook. He quickly used his cultivation essence to try to stabilize his body, yet even so, he was still pushed back. Luckily, his cultivation essence was a lot more dense than an ordinary foundation establishment state's. He was thrown tens of meters away in the air, but he managed to stop himself and landed on the ground. EMO was shook. He had approached it and used Illusion Cloud Division Strike immediately. However, even so, he had still been sent back. The blue python's power was very shocking. He didn't dare to hold back anymore. He injected Zisu with his cultivation essence and he got ready to use the Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike, yet when he looked at the blue python, it dashed across his eyes. The blue python ran away. EMO was left dumbfounded. Why had the blue python escaped? It had the upper hand. When he saw the blood on the ground, EMO understood what seemed to have happened. The blue python had gotten scared of his Illusion Cloud Division Strike. His first attack had injured it, so it chose to run away. Perhaps, the Lin blue fruit wasn't valuable enough for it to fight for it with its life. It had probably eaten too many and the fruit was no longer useful to it. EMO put away Zisu and breathed at ease. If he had really fought a life or death battle with the blue python, even if he had won, he would have exerted a lot of energy. It was the best outcome. However, EMO also realized that the reason the first strike hadn't really injured the blue python was because he hadn't mastered it completely yet. If he could split it into 1,000 sword rays as soon as he used it, then there would have been no way the blue python could have gotten away. EMO shook his head. It couldn't be reached simply by practice. It also required a strong spirit sense and cultivation essence. Even so, EMO rejoiced. He felt that using the illusion cloud with Zisu was more powerful than before. He was sure that if he used it at Golden Core State, then the blue python would have been filled with holes and wouldn't have been able to move a single bit. The Lin blue fruit had gotten more and more aromatic. EMO could tell that it was about to blossom. He took out 3 jade boxes and waited under the tree. It didn't take long until a fruit fell down. EMO put it in the jade box. When the second one fell, EMO did the same. When the third one was about to fall, 2 howls sounded. EMO's spirit sense scanned 2 cultivators who had just arrived there. EMO didn't care much at first, as the first guy was at Foundation Establishment State Tertiary Stage, but the other one was at Golden Core State. EMO was shook. He was planning on taking the fruit for him, but he had no chance against a Golden Core State. Without thinking, EMO took out his flying pike and immediately left, yet before EMO could leave, the Golden Core State cultivator stood before him. EMO stopped and put away the flying pike. He couldn't run from a Golden Core State master. Moreover, that guy was at Golden Core State level 4, which meant that he was at Golden Core State middle stage. Leave behind your storage ring and that chopping knife of yours. PSS off, the Golden Core State cultivator said coldly. EMO might have agreed if he had just asked for the 2 Lin blue fruits, but this guy had told him to leave behind his storage ring and sword. It would be like killing him in some way. He even saw a sliver of killing intent in the Golden Core State cultivator's eyes. Clearly, he was very careful, letting him drop his weapon first to then kill him. EMO's eyes turned cold. He knew things weren't going to work out peacefully, so he held Zisu tightly and said, "Do you want to kill me and rob me?" The other Foundation Establishment State Cultivator laughed. "Master, this guy is an idiot." The Golden Core State Cultivator was dazed and laughed. "Yes, I'm not only going to rob you, but I kill you too." Then, he immediately attacked. Emo shot out the Illusion Cloud Essence Binding Strike. The purple ray with sword chi spread around the Golden Core State Cultivator and formed a cultivation essence field. The Golden Core State man hadn't thought that Emo would dare attack him first, so he was furious. He sneered and his strong cultivation essence spread out. Emo felt that his first strike had been slowed down and it couldn't be used to its full power. Emo furiously exerted his cultivation essence. He had to use the first strike before he could use the second strike. When Emo released all of his cultivation essence to activate the Illusion Cloud Essence Binding Strike, the Golden Core State Cultivator realized his cultivation essence was not running quite smoothly and the feeling was getting worse and worse. He frowned and pointed at him. Then, a beam of cultivation essence struck Emo's blade screen. Crack! Emo's chest bone immediately broke. The difference in power was too great. His first strike had only slowed down the Golden Core State Cultivator's cultivation essence by a minor bit, and yet he had gotten injured because of that. Emo bit his lips and shot out the Illusion Cloud Division Strike. Emo had used his cultivation essence to the maximum. The sword ray was like lightning, flowing towards the Golden Core State Cultivator from all directions and instantly turning into tens of rays from just one, which then turned into more than 100. The Golden Core State Cultivator had been sealed off by the sword rays, which were still increasing. The cultivator's eyes narrowed. He hadn't thought a mere Foundation Establishment State Cultivator could know such sword technique. His eyes immediately looked greedy. The next moment, his ring flashed and a rapier fell in his hands. The Golden Core State Cultivator shook his hands lightly and the sky got filled with sword light. Completely covering Emo's sword rays, Pierce Emo's sword rays had been stopped and they couldn't multiply anymore. Thud! Emo was struck again and thrown in the air tens of meters. Emo spat a mouthful of blood, while the Golden Core State Cultivator took a few steps back too. He had some gashes on him, however, after using his cultivation essence, these minor wounds disappeared immediately. He stared coldly at Emo and his killing intent rose drastically. He hadn't thought that a mere Foundation Establishment State Level 7 cultivator could injure him. It had never happened before. Despite the injuries being very minor, Emo's heart sunk. He realized he wasn't on the same level as that Golden Core State Cultivator. Emo immediately grabbed Zisu and started running. He knew that if he kept fighting, he would die for sure. Shadowless was powerful, but facing a fully powered Golden Core State Cultivator, Emo knew that Shadowless didn't stand a chance either. R2 trying to escape, the cultivator sneered and chased after him. Chapter 9:11, Join forces and ambush him. Emo knew that the Golden Core State Cultivator wasn't going to let him go. He ran for his life desperately while trying to think of a plan. A huge cave appeared before Emo. His spirit sense immediately saw the blue python he had fought not long ago. Without thinking, he charged inside. The Golden Core State Cultivator saw this and sneered. He wasn't in a rush to kill Emo. Emo's sword technique was quite good, so he was going to think of a way to get that first. He could see the blue python as well. It was a level 4 peak beast, yet it didn't threaten him. The blue python saw Emo immediately and raised its head, hissing at him. Clearly, it was warning Emo, but it also had some fear in its eyes. It couldn't understand. The python had ran away and given up the Lin blue fruit. Why had the human chased it there? Just when the animal was about to kick the human out of its cave, the human ignored it and went deeper inside. Before it could react, another human charged inside, and this human was even cockier. He attacked with his sword without hesitation. The blue python couldn't dodge it and the sword pierced its stomach. The animal howled painfully and its huge body fell on top of the Golden Core State Cultivator. The cave was very big, but pebbles were flying everywhere. The Golden Core State Cultivator sneered. A mere animal dared to act cocky in his face. His flying sword shot powerful cultivation essence. He was about to strike the blue python's head and it was impossible for a level 4 beast to dodge it, but suddenly, he felt something wasn't right. The Foundation Establishment State Cultivator he was chasing wasn't in his spirit senses range anymore. When he realized this, his body went cold. The Golden Core State man immediately understood what had happened. The Foundation Establishment State Cultivator was ambushing him. He was furious and tried to dodge it, however, he was too late.
Countless sword chi whirlpools had entered his body and ravaged his meridians.
The golden core state cultivator spat many mouthfuls of blood.
He was instantly heavily injured. Not good. The golden core state master wanted to charge out of the blue python's cave immediately.
But the blue python was furious.
Its tail swept the golden core state, smashing him into the roof of the cave. As soon as the golden core state cultivator fell on the ground, he saw Yemo's purple sword charge at him again. He was scared now. He didn't understand how that mere foundation establishment state level 7 cultivator had managed to ambush him. Even if he hadn't kept his attention on this cultivator, he shouldn't have been able to avoid his spirit sense. Little did he know Yemo could even fool the spirit sense of a hollow spirit state master, much less his. Yemo used the illusion cloud whirlpool strike with his full power. Rumble Zisu and the golden core state cultivator's flying sword clashed, creating a huge explosion. The golden core state man was knocked out of the cave. The golden core state cultivator breathed at ease. As long as he got out, then no matter how heavy his injuries were, he could kill the foundation establishment state cultivator. Just when the golden core state cultivator was about to take a few pills, he felt like something had entered his body. Then, Yemo's Zisu brought a gust of purple death rays again. If he wanted to kick out Shadowless, he would have to face that endless sword ray. If he really got hit by that endless sword ray, then even a golden core state cultivator would be dead for sure. The golden core state cultivator had no choice but to send out his flying sword. Planning to kill Yemo first before he dealt with Shadowless, instantly, the golden core state cultivator's essence, blood, and meridians were devoured by Shadowless. If Yemo hadn't stopped it, Shadowless would have devoured the golden core master too. The golden core state cultivator made a terrifying cry of pain. His flying sword got smashed and he was instantly torn into a bloody mist by the onslaught of sword rays. Yemo waved his hand and a dark golden core landed in his hand. At the same time, a storage ring appeared too. Shadowless flew back to Yemo and growled at the golden core unhappily. Yemo breathed at ease. If the blue python hadn't helped him, he would have really been in danger. Yemo turned back to Blue Python and said, "Thanks for saving my life. This golden core is yours." Then, he threw the golden core to the blue python. The blue python caught it with its mouth in joy. The human cultivator had actually given him such a good thing. It was a gift from the heavens. Yemo took a few medical pills and gave one to the blue python. "This is for you too, thanks." Then, Yemo turned away to leave. He had to kill the other foundation establishment state cultivator. The blue python watched as Yemo left, still in disbelief that he gotten a golden core for no reason. Although its intelligence hadn't fully awakened yet, it understood that the human cultivator had not only helped him kill an enemy, but also given him a golden core. That foundation establishment state cultivator stood under the Lin Blue fruit tree waiting. He was confident that his master could kill Yemo easily. "I made you wait quite some time," Yemo's voice sounded. The foundation establishment state cultivator turned around. When he saw it was Yemo, his eyes opened widely, as though he was seeing the most unbelievable scene in his life. "Where was his master?" "Your master is waiting for you, you should hurry up." As soon as Yemo's voice sounded, he hacked with Zisu. Blux was spilled. The foundation establishment state man had gotten killed. Yemo took his storage bag and finally rested at ease. He didn't know where that cultivator came from. However, if he had an important background, he couldn't let news of him having killed him get out. Yemo rested for a while. He was planning on digging the tree out when 3 sword rays approached him. 3 cultivator landed nearby Yemo in rapid speed. Yemo noticed that there was no golden core state cultivator among them. It's the Lin fruit tree. One of the cultivators recognized the tree. He then looked at Yemo with joy and excitement. The fruit must have given him essence blood. He's so lucky. Not only did he get a spot to come in, but he also saw the tree immediately. "No, his luck isn't too good, because we've found him." "Ha ha ha," another cultivator continued. Yemo had recovered a great deal now, so he studied the 3 cultivators. He was surprised to find that he knew them. One was Boss He, another one was that bald man. He hadn't seen a single person in the desert. How come they were together? Yet then, Yemo immediately realized that they must have had communication paper runes and formed a squad after they came in. Seeing the wounds on them, Yemo could tell that they hadn't found the desert easy to walk through. They had probably battled the scorpions. Yemo was impressed that they had managed to get the spots to come in. However, from their tone, Yemo could tell that they had been looking for him specially.
How had they found him?
Yemo immediately checked his clothes, but his expression soon turned really bad.
Without him noticing, he had been marked with a spirit sense mark. Yemo realized at once that it must have been that bitter-looking golden core state cultivator in the line for the portal. Chapter 9:12, angry but not daring to speak, "It's you, punk." Boss. He then immediately looked at Yemo's storage ring. "Kid, that chick outside liked minding other people's business, so you got away. This time, I want to see how you're going to get away." Then, Hee-Chong chopped out with his axe. Yemo didn't answer and just sent out sword rays with Zisu. Hee-Chong was at the false core state, so he was a far cry from true golden core state power. Even the blue python was stronger than Hee-Chong. He could only block 30% of Yemo's sword rays as the remaining pierced his cultivation essence barrier. Arg, after a cry of pain, Hee-Chang's axe was sent flying, and the remaining sword rays penetrated his body, leaving behind a bloody mist. Yemo was dazed. Hee-Chong was a technically foundation establishment state tertiary stage cultivator, yes, but his false core state meant that he was actually a level higher than Yemo, yet a guy like him died without even blocking one of his moves. Was he made of paper? Yemo shook his head and put away Zisu. Seeing Hee-Chong fall to the ground with his eyes still wide open, Yemo took his storage bag and said coldly, "Actually, what you said was also what I wanted to say." Only then did the other two cultivators react. They were a little weaker than Hee-Chong, yet Hee-Chong couldn't even last a move against the foundation establishment state level 7 cultivator in front of them. Clearly they would be no match for Yemo even if they joined forces. The bald-headed cultivator had finally understood why the cultivator in front of him had asked if you could kill as you please before they came in. That was because he had wanted to kill him and Hee-Chong all along, yet he and the people around thought this guy was dumb. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Yemo didn't have the mood to keep wasting time with him. Countless purple rays flashed across, and the bald man and the other cultivator were sliced into pieces without resistance. Yemo took their storage bags and then dug up the Lin Blue fruit tree and sent it into his golden page world. After cleaning up the marks here, Yemo found a quiet place nearby and dug a cultivation home to recover. A day later, Yemo had fully recovered. He took a bath and changed all of his clothes. The golden core state cultivator with a bitter expression would know for sure that Yemo had killed Hee-Chong in company. And Yemo couldn't beat the bitter-faced fellow as of yet. Yemo quickly organized the storage bags he had gained from the hoodlums, but they didn't have anything good, only some low-grade pills and middle-grade spirit stones. However, that golden core state cultivator did have hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and 2 million middle-grade spirit stones. The pills he had were also at a higher level. However, what made Yemo the happiest was that he found an extreme-grade spirit stone in there too. This was the first time Yemo saw an extreme-grade spirit stone. And as expects, it was very pretty. It looked natural and emitted strong spirit chi. Yemo put away the spirit stones and then took out a jade card that had the words Demon Spirit Sect, and the word Su was marked on it. It seemed the golden core state came from the Demon Spirit Sect. Yemo didn't care and dumped very thing into the golden page world. Then, Yemo took out a Zhouhuan flower and made a few bottles of the clear essence oil before leaving his cultivation home. He had realized once again that his power was too weak. Any golden core state could take his life. There should be tons of golden core states in the Herbal Valley, and so, Yemo decided to find a place with adequate spirit chi and cultivate for a month first. It was important to find herbs, but his life was the most important. Yemo collected whatever herbs he could find around before stepping on Zisu and leaving the area. Rumble a few hundred kilometers away, Yemo heard a deep explosion and subconsciously looked in that direction. A few more rumbles sounded. There seemed to be someone attacking some formation. Yemo saw multiple sword rays and traveled in that direction. It wasn't long until Yemo came before an ancient, round building. There were many cultivators gathered before it, at least 30. There were about 10 golden core state cultivators among them. This ancient structure was protected by a very strong restriction. Yemo didn't know why these people wanted to break this defensive restriction. Was this some ancient cultivator ruin? It's a spirit marrow ruin. Another golden core state flew over and called out in joy after seeing the structure. As Yemo heard this, his heart started beating rapidly. He knew spirit marrow all too well. It was the most easily digested spirit item for cultivators. With spirit marrow, they wouldn't even need to cultivate, they just had to put it on their hand, and it would be automatically digested. This place was a spirit marrow pond, so if he could go in to cultivate, he would be able to reach foundation establishment state peak in less than half a month. With that, he could form his golden core at any time.
If he became a golden core cultivator, he wouldn't need to be concerned by other golden core states. Yemo's eyes lit up. He had to get in this spirit marrow pond no matter what. All the cultivators here looked fervent, though. Who didn't want to go in there? A golden core state stopped the people attacking the restriction and stood high up in the air. Everyone, the spirit marrow pond is a treasure of this world, and everyone wants to go cultivate in it, but there are so many people here. It would be unfair if everyone went in. So I suggest that everyone attack the restriction here together, but after breaking the restriction, Foundation Establishment State cultivators can only cultivate for a day. No Foundation Establishment State cultivator dared to rebuke this. Yemo was angry, but he didn't dare say anything. Even if the Golden Core State told them to leave immediately, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This Golden Core State cultivator was already at Golden Core State level 7. That was the Golden Core State tertiary stage. It would be all too easy for him to kill him. No matter what, Yemo soon joined the attack on the restriction. One day was better than nothing. 15 minutes later, the restriction shook and rumbled. The round-shaped structure gradually became clear. Everyone knew that the restriction had been broken. All cultivators charged inside, and Yemo squeezed into the crowd too. Yemo saw that this was a huge spirit marrow pond. They didn't even have to go into the pond to feel the surrounding spirit chi be so dense that it made people want to moan in comfort. This pond could fit even 300 people, much less 30. There were even crystals around the rim of the pond. A Foundation Establishment State saw this and couldn't help but charge over. But as soon as he got there, a white light flashed, and that Foundation Establishment State cultivator immediately fell to the ground, while his head flew away. One Golden Core State cultivator took back his flying sword and said, "Foundation Establishment State gets no spirit crystals. Golden Core State gets them based on their level. Level 1 gets 1, Level 2 gets 2. This Golden Core State cultivator was a Golden Core State Level 9 expert, so no one dared to object to him. Chapter 9:13, Who took the spirit marrow? Okay, now all of you go cultivate first. But, Foundation Establishment State cultivators, leave after a day or deal with the consequences, the Golden Core Level 7 cultivator warned coldly. Yemo knew that it would be impossible to steal any spirit crystals with his power, so he just sat down in the spirit marrow pond like the other Foundation Establishment State levels. Yemo didn't use the 3 birth chant, because he knew that it would cause too much commotion and consume too much of the spirit marrow. He just used an ordinary cultivation method and slowly consumed the spirit marrow. Yemo saw that all the other cultivators started to begin cultivation, and he started scheming for the pond. He wanted to send it into his golden page world and then find a safe place to cultivate later. Yemo sat in the spirit marrow pond and slowly started pouring the spirit marrow inside his golden page world. He was very slow to avoid being caught. 2 hours later, Yemo found that the spirit marrow had formed a small pond in his golden page world and rejoiced. This would be much better than cultivating there for a mere day. Cultivators soon started to spontaneously break through in the spirit marrow pond. 3 Golden Core State cultivators ascended a small level, and 4 Foundation Establishment States ascended a whole level. 1 Golden Core State cultivator went from level 6 to level 7, it was only half a day, yet this many people broke through. The spirit marrow was too good for cultivators. This incited people to consume the spirit marrow like crazy. Yemo opened up his eyes casually and saw that almost everyone was cultivating in the pond and no one cared about him. Since that was the case, Yemo started to take in the spirit well a bit faster. Half a day later, Yemo suddenly realized that he had taken more than half of the spirit marrow pond. He was shook and immediately stopped. Yemo felt he had been a little too greedy. He could only hope that the people present were too focused on cultivating to notice him, but obviously, that wasn't going to happen. The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator realized what had happened and got up from the spirit pond roaring, "Who is it? Get up, now!" No one but Yemo knew what he meant. At this moment, everyone in the spirit pond stopped cultivating. That's when they realized that more than half of the spirit marrow was missing. Yemo was preparing to run away, but at this time, 4 other Golden Core States walked inside the ancient structure. The leading Golden Core State saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "A spirit marrow pond? It really is!" He charged inside without hesitation. As the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators saw this, his face sunk. Just when Yemo hoped that guy would reproach the newcomers so that he could find an opportunity to escape, he realized that the Golden Core State Peak Stage had no intentions of doing so. As he saw the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator skin everyone in the pond, Yemo got an idea. He got up and said shakily, for Qianbei, the spirit marrow pond's shares have been decided on by the Qianbei deeper inside.
Since you guys came later, shouldn't you ask that Qianbei dash, what, a mere foundation establishment state cultivator like you dares stop me?
The golden core state cultivator's eyes went cold.
However, he didn't attack. He didn't know if EMO had company.
There were 20 golden core state cultivators there after all. No, I wouldn't dare stop Qianbei, I'm just saying. EMO carefully looked at the golden core state cultivators inside the pond, clearly hoping that one of them would speak for him. However, no one was willing to do so. The golden core state who had just arrived saw that EMO had no support and said coldly, "PSS off, I will take your spot, yes."
Yes. EMO quickly moved to the side.
He was instigating a conflict on purpose. If that golden core state peak stage still did nothing, then it was his bad luck. Everyone could tell EMO was sucking up to the golden core state peak stage to try to stay longer, but they all just looked at EMO contemptuously. As soon as EMO moved away, the golden core state peak stage set aside the missing spirit marrow issue and said coldly to the 4 new arrivers, "Friends, we found this spirit marrow pond and arduously broke the restriction ourselves. Are you just going to take it?" There were 2 golden core state tertiary stages and 2 middle stages, and when they heard this, they all stood up together. The golden core state peak stage saw that no one wanted to help him and felt very uncomfortable. He glanced at the foundation establishment state cultivators inside the pond and said, "The foundation establishment states will stop now. Get out." EMO saw a scared-looking foundation establishment state run outside and followed immediately. Seeing this, the remaining foundation establishment state cultivators didn't dare talk and all went out. But they didn't leave. EMO stayed in the crowd and didn't leave either. He knew he couldn't leave now. The golden core state peak stage saw that all the foundation establishment states went out but none left, so he felt easy. To him, the most important thing was the missing spirit marrow. Not the newcomers, however, since the 4 newcomers weren't saying anything, they clearly did want to take the spirit marrow. So he decided to deal with them first before looking for the missing spirit marrow. "If no one here has anything to do with the missing spirit marrow, I invite you to come to my side." The golden core state peak stage saluted with his fists as he spoke up. Hearing this, the remaining golden core state cultivators all got up and stood by his side, facing off against the 4 newcomers. Ash foresaw that they had to face more than 10 golden core states. They were dumbfounded. The strongest one of them quickly saluted with his fists. "We can talk this trough. We're willing to just stay for 3 days and leave." However, he was thinking that 3 days later, he would spread the news out no matter what and get everyone who was close to come. The golden core state peak stage nodded and didn't say anything further. He was still wondering how someone could take away so much spirit marrow in such a short time. This person must have a powerful magic artifact. It might even be a cultivation level artifact. "We don't know who took the spirit marrow, but I'm sure he's amongst us," the golden core state said coldly. He believed it had to have been a golden core state cultivator who did it, but how do we find out who took it? Another golden core state tertiary stage asked. Clearly, no one would admit or let people check their storage ring. The golden core state peak stage sneered, "Simple, I have a level 8 test spirit rune. It's no use to me, so I will use it now. Those who are willing to be tested by the rune, please stand out. At the same time, however, the extra 2 crystals need to be given to me." After all, a level 8 rune is still worth a fortune. No one spoke as everyone tacitly agreed. In reality, it might be a level 8 rune, yes, but its use was actually very limited. It could only test cultivators below the nascent soul state. And even then the accuracy wasn't 100%, the rune wasn't even worth 1 crystal. "I'll start with the foundation establishment state cultivators." The golden core state peak stage cultivator suddenly stated, Chapter 914, ascending like crazy. He suddenly stopped because he realized that there seemed to be 1 person missing from the foundation establishment state group. It was that timid-looking fellow who tried to suck up. He had been tricked. The golden core state peak stage cultivator immediately understood what had happened. A mere foundation establishment state level 7 insect had dared to trick him? His face turned green immediately. EMO left the round structure carefully while the golden core state peak stage was talking to the 4 golden core states. His 3 birth chant was put to good use again. No one realized he left. Still, the main reason for that was that everyone's attention was focused on the spirit marrow pond. EMO immediately flew away a few kilometers and came to a barren mountain. Then he used earth travel to go underground. Immediately, he went into the golden page world.
When he saw the large pond of spirit marrow in front of him, he was overjoyed. He was rich, really rich this time. Emo immediately charged into the spirit marrow pond and started cultivating wholeheartedly. The spirit energy didn't even need to be converted as it became his cultivation essence and his meridians opened up effortlessly. Emo knew his risk had paid off, even though his power was ascending rapidly. Emo didn't stop to control its stability. His weak power just made him feel too uncomfortable. He even ate a clear essence pill and a Lin blue fruit. With this, the 3 birth chant showed its true power. Emo could clearly feel his power rise drastically. Half a day later, Emo felt the depth of his meridians hurt and then crack. His cultivation essence immediately became denser, and the strong feeling that ensued made Emo knew that he had reached foundation establishment state level 8. Emo then immediately ate another clear essence pill and stayed inside. Emo entered a state of deep cultivation, forgetting everything but cultivation, when the last meridians were opened and all the meridians in his body connected. Emo felt himself become lighter. He couldn't help but get up and howl. He knew he had reached foundation establishment state level 9. But Emo still stayed inside to keep cultivating. Foundation establishment state peak stage, Emo still didn't stop. Emo knew that he could go for golden core state now, but he still wanted to first consolidate his power. Emo knew that his power had risen too quickly recently. So before he consolidated his cultivation, he couldn't attempt to break through to the golden core state. Meanwhile, Emo ate a few stalagmite benefit pills. He had eaten too many pills lately, and so he needed to remedy the pill poison in his body before he charged for the golden core state as well. As all the poison was removed, his foundation establishment state peak stage power was consolidated. Emo thought about many things. He had only transmigrated for a bit over 10 years, yet he was about to reach the golden core state. At this moment, he thought about Luoying, Qingxue, Shaoyun, Yimo, Yangzhou, Yiling, and even Yizifeng in Luoyu City. These thoughts flashed across his head and further consolidated his will to reach the peak as soon as possible and find them all. It was due to this thought that he stopped his impulse to break through to the golden core state. If he tried that now, he might not succeed, which wouldn't be good for his future. Emo decided to use the remaining 2 months and a half in the valley to battle and stabilize his power. Once he was fully used to the foundation establishment state peak stage power, then he could attempt to reach the golden core state. Emo knew that with 1 or 2 years of consolidation, his foundation would be very solid, but he didn't have that much time. Another important point was that the golden page world wasn't very complete as of yet. He could break through to the golden core state, but it was better to do it outside in the complete world. Emo came out of the golden page world and went to the ground level. He took out 9 transformations and put it on his face. He was sure that Tong Darkface and Sima Whiteface wouldn't be inside the valley, so he didn't have to worry. Emo had to wear it in case he saw that golden core state peak stage again. Emo looked around. He wanted to know what had happened to that spirit marrow pond. He knew that he couldn't get any spirit crystals even if he went back, but he still desired them greatly. Emo was at the foundation establishment state peak stage now and more than twice as strong as he was before. Perhaps if he faced the golden core state level 4 guy again, he wouldn't have to rely on the blue python to escape. Emo was sure that he could fight against someone at the golden core state levels 1 to level 3 as long as they weren't some geniuses. Emo was much more careful this time heading back. However, Emo was clearly worrying too much. When he arrived, the place was a mess. There were multiple bodies laying around. As for the pond, there wasn't even any jade left, much less spirit marrow and spirit crystal. An intense battle had clearly taken place there. Emo didn't stay and left as quickly as he could. By now, Emo realized that this desert plain herb valley was surrounded by the desert and the precious herbs were all near the center. However, Emo didn't walk towards the center and walk towards the desert instead. He needed battle, and there were plenty of scorpion beasts in the desert. It was the best battleground. As soon as Emo came to the desert, he was surrounded by multiple level 3 earth scorpions. This was no challenge to Emo at all anymore. Zisu flashed, and these foundation establishment state primary stage equivalent beasts were taken care of in a flash. At the start, Emo had to swing Zisu to kill, but after a while, he found that his sword ray seemed to have a little intelligence. Emo hence immersed himself in his Zisu sword ray. He had a feeling that once he completely controlled the intelligence of his sword ray, his illusion cloud sword would develop its 4th strike. Chapter 9:15, Illusion Cloud Exert will strike. Amidst the endless slaughter, Emo didn't realize he had been surrounded by more than thousands of earth scorpions. He was killing them purely based on instinct. He killed wave after wave. If someone stood in the air right now, they would see endless earth scorpions flooding towards one person. But that wave of monsters was stopped by some power in the center, unable to flood the person in the middle. In the end, Yemo closed his eyes completely and just controlled his sword rays based on his sense for danger. The intelligence in the sword rays grew. He kept on attacking with sword rays to unearth that intelligence. Each time a scorpion attacked, it would be blocked by his sword rays and then create a mist of blood. But even then, there were too many scorpions, and some made it through and injured him. But the attacks that got through were the weakest. Yemo sensed the dangerous attacks, and a sword ray would block them immediately. In the end, a sword ray barrier formed around his body. Every time his cultivation essence was about to run dry, he would eat multiple essence recovery pills and spirit containment pills. He had prepared countless pills for the Herb Valley battles. As for pill poison, he didn't have to worry about that. Before this, his illusion cloud division strike could separate into countless sword rays already, but he couldn't control them. Now, as he slaughtered the scorpions, he gradually found that sliver of intelligence. He wasn't going to stop now out of fear that he wouldn't feel that intelligence again if he did. A few cultivators flew over the desert on their flying swords, and there was even one golden core state among them. When they saw an endless wave of earth scorpions rush towards one cultivator, however, they were shook and left as quickly as possible. Even golden core states would be dead for sure if they were surrounded by countless level 3 earth scorpions. Moreover, there were level 4 scorpions approaching from the periphery too. Yemo could feel the scorpion threat get stronger and stronger, but he still didn't open his eyes. Zissou kept sending out sword rays, and he could feel that he could control more and more of them. Clink. Zissou suddenly shook, and the sword ray Yemo had been controlling suddenly scattered, becoming a mess. The next moment, Yemo felt pain on his chest, and an extreme sense of danger overcame him. The danger even invoked the fear of being killed in Yemo. He subconsciously gathered all of the sword rays together and attacked the direction from where the dangerous feeling came. At the same time, he opened his eyes. Yemo had never expected that in a rush, he would actually manage to control most of his sword rays together. Before he could rejoice, his sword rays clashed with something, and Yemo was sent flying. A level 3 beast was smashed away too. Yemo once again felt that extreme pain as he spat some blood and gathered all the cultivation essence in his body to protect him. At this moment, Yemo finally took a close look at his surroundings, and he was shook. A 100-meter area around him was full of earth scorpion bodies, and there were countless more earth scorpions coming from a few miles away. The bodies were piled up to form a small hill already, and there were even some level 4 bodies among them. Yemo examined his state. He was covered in blood and wounds, and there was a gash on his chest that was deep to the bone. Clearly, that was the result of the danger he had sensed. Yemo immediately noticed the huge earth scorpion in front of him. It was much bigger than other earth scorpions. It glared at him with cold eyes. This was a level 5 earth scorpion. A level 5 middle stage earth scorpion. Yemo suddenly became excited. He had survived under the furious attack of a level 5 earth scorpion. This level 5 middle stage beast was equivalent to a golden core state middle stage human cultivator. Yemo didn't know how much time he had spent in this carnage, but he knew that his power had increased a level again. Yemo suddenly remembered that last strike of his where the sword rays had become intelligent. That strike had blocked the level 5 beast's lethal blow. If it hadn't, Yemo subconsciously raised Zissou, and the blade quivered as a sword ray rolled around it according to his will. It seemed like it was intelligent, and it only finally disappeared after a long while. After finally mastering this move, Yemo was shaking with excitement. The reason the sword ray disappeared was because he didn't have enough cultivation essence. One day when he was strong enough, he would be able to control countless sword rays according to his will. Was this controlling the sword with one's will? Sword will? Yemo didn't know sword will. But this sword ability of his was something he had created himself based on another sword ability. Yemo realized that he had finally created the Illusion Cloud's 4th strike. I'll call it the Illusion Cloud Exert Will Strike, Yemo proclaimed as he clenched Zissou. His battle will sword, and he prepared to face the level 5 beast. All he wanted now was to fight the level 5 beast in front of him. He ignored the fact that he was full of injuries and surrounded by countless earth scorpions. The earth scorpion saw Yemo casually shake out a few sword rays and looked concerned. It was level 5 and had some level of intelligence. It could tell that Yemo was full of battle will. When Yemo's battle will climaxed, the level 5 beast shrieked, and hearing this, the endless scorpion flood left. Guillermo looked at the ground full of bodies in a daze and felt uncomfortable. It was like he had been ready and prepared, yet his opponents suddenly ran away, but soon, Guillermo calmed himself. Even if he needed opponents, it didn't have to be earth scorpions. Guillermo checked his storage ring, and he found that he had used up almost all of his recovery pills. He had prepared them for a long time. He estimated that he had spent about half a month fighting the beasts, so now he could go collect herbs. He ate a few stalagmite benefit pills and a few antidote pills to force out the poison from the scorpion stingers. Then, he took off 9 transformations and started digging out the scorpion stingers and beast cores. Guillermo believed that if he met that golden core state peak stage cultivator now, he should be able to run away from him. It was best not to use 9 transformations. There were too many bodies on the ground, so Guillermo just harvested the level 4 ones. 2 hours later, Guillermo got up and was planning to leave. He had gotten about a few hundred level 4 earth scorpion beast cores and stingers. This was a fortune to him, but just when Guillermo got up, he heard the sound of flying swords slicing through the air. Usually, cultivators could adapt the angle or use some other means to mute the flying noise, yet there was this sound now. Clearly, someone was running away at full speed. Guillermo soon indeed saw 3 cultivators rushing over. One was running away at the front, while 2 were chasing from behind. Chapter 9:16, Battling a Golden Core State again. The one running away was a female cultivator. Guillermo scanned her with his spirit sense and recognized who she was. She was Guangwei, a core sect member of the Immortal Herb Valley and a top 20 ranker of the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. She was at the Golden Core State level 1. She had even ridiculed him a little for entering the valley with his current power. At this moment, her hair was covering her face, and her clothes were torn. Her snow-white skin was covered in blood. Someone dared kill a core sect member of the Immortal Herb Valley here? Guillermo knew that the sect had quite a high status in the North Far State, so even if someone were to attack their sect member, they wouldn't dare to do it so overtly. Guangwei clearly saw the cultivator amongst the bodies and charged over to Guillermo in joy. "Dao friend, I'm Immortal Herb Valley's Guangwei, I'm Dash," but when she reached Guillermo, she stopped talking. Her face looked bad as she had recognized Guillermo, the level 7 Foundation Establishment State cultivator. She didn't know why Guillermo was there, but Guillermo was heavily injured too. Even if he weren't, he wouldn't be able to save her life. But Guangwei knew getting on her flying sword again was no option either, as her 2 pursuers had sealed off her escape. "What are you doing here?" Guangwei was very annoyed. If Guillermo wasn't there, she wouldn't have come down to ask for help. She could have kept running. In actuality, she did know that she was being unreasonable, though. She would have been caught eventually anyways. "Why can't I be doing something here?" Guillermo asked calmly while studying the 2 cultivators in pursuit. It was one Golden Core State level 4 cultivator and one at level 3. Guangwei could indeed only run from them. Guangwei calmed down and said apologetically, "They're not from the North Far State." "I have brought trouble onto you," Guangwei sighed. "Not from the North Far State?" No wonder they dared to hunt down an Immortal Herb Valley disciple then. Foundation Establishment State Wanbei? Ha ha ha. The Golden Core State Level 3 saw that Guillermo only had Foundation Establishment State power and immediately laughed. Guangwei's face went red. She threw over a dark yellow herb and said, "It's yours, this has nothing to do with him." The Golden Core State Level 4 took the herb and looked contemptuously at Guillermo, speaking coldly, "You want me to let this insect go? It isn't impossible. If you give me your virginity, that is." Guangwei's face went red, and she was about to fight immediately, but Guillermo's following words stopped her impulse. "Yellow 3-leaf?" Guillermo became excited staring at the herb. The Ninbai pill's main ingredient was the yellow 3-leaf. And the Ninbai pill was the most important pill for Golden Core State cultivators. "I'll take this yellow 3-leaf." Guillermo looked coldly at the level 4 Golden Core State and spoke up solemnly. When Guillermo said this, the 2 Golden Core States as well as Guangwei were dazed. 2 breaths later, the 2 Golden Core States laughed out loud. If Guangwei weren't in danger, she would want to laugh too. A mere Foundation Establishment State dared to say to a Golden Core State middle stage that he would take what was in his hands. "I wanted to kill you later, but I see you're asking to die now. Insect, I want to see how you're going to take this yellow 3-leaf." The Golden Core State Level 4 uttered as his flying sword quickly surrounded Guillermo with swordlight. He wanted to cut Guillermo's limbs off and let Guillermo watch as he dual cultivated with this female cultivator before killing him.
Guang Wei saw this and took out her flying sword, wanting to stop it, but the Golden Core State Level 3 stopped Guang Wei. What the Golden Core State middle stage fellow didn't expect was that as soon as his flying sword was about to attack, the Foundation Establishment State insect took out his kitchen chopping knife and chopped over at him. He was furious.
A Foundation Establishment State cultivator dared to attack him?
He wanted to use his cultivation essence field to bind the insect, but what shook him then was that his cultivation essence was bound first. This was the second time EMO used the illusion cloud essence binding strike against a Golden Core State.
The first time it didn't even stop the person for half a breath.
Now, he was inestimably closer to the Golden Core State, so he was really curious to see how strong it was now. The purple sword ray instantly bound the Golden Core State fellow. But soon, EMO felt that it would still only last for 2 breaths, hence he used the illusion cloud division strike immediately. Instantly, countless purple sword rays were struck out. By the time the Golden Core State broke free, EMO had about a few hundred sword rays ready for him. The Golden Core State sweated cold from this and conjured a blue shield. Countless strikes struck the shield. The shield blocked 90% of the sword rays, but some still got through and went into the Golden Core State's body. Injuring him, the Golden Core State middle stage cultivator was immediately furious. Due to his underestimation, he had gotten injured by a Foundation Establishment State insect.
Now, he didn't hold back anymore.
He raised his 2 hands, and 4 different colored swords were sent out. They formed the word Wang and completely covered EMO. Edinote, Wang = king. Guang Wei was stopped by the Golden Core State Level 3, but when she saw that EMO was capable of injuring the Golden Core State Level 4 cultivator, she was shook. She really couldn't imagine how a Foundation Establishment State Level 7 could injure a Golden Core State cultivator, having crossed the bridge between the Foundation Establishment State and the Golden Core State.
She knew how big of a difference it was.
Usually, the first-placed Foundation Establishment Hall of Fame ranker was no match for an ordinary Golden Core State Level 1 cultivator, yet, EMO had injured a Golden Core State middle stage opponent with Foundation Establishment State power. This exceeded her comprehension. But when she saw the Wang attack, she began to worry.
She knew how powerful it was.
Martial brother Chuanwu of the God Sword sect had lost to this move. It was this cultivator's killing blow. This Li Chuanwu was at Golden Core State Level 4 and came from the God Sword sect, so he was much stronger than ordinary Golden Core States, yet even he was no match for this move.
Meanwhile, EMO was only at the Foundation Establishment State.
She didn't dare to think further than that, and as soon as the move was used, EMO indeed felt an extreme sense of danger. The 4 swords had different colored sword rays, and when the Golden Core State activated them, it was like a vibrant fireworks display. But EMO felt that the sword rays could follow him everywhere. If he wasn't careful, the move would tear him apart. Perhaps 1 or 2 would only injure him, but when all the swords joined together, he would be torn apart for sure. It was like his 3-birth sword ray.
EMO didn't dare to hesitate and closed his eyes.
Zissou rumbled, and countless purple sword rays appeared like a flower festival. These sword rays seemed to have eyes of their own as they followed the vibrant sword light. Chapter 917, EMO's tactic. Guang Wei and the Golden Core State Level 3 cultivator were dumbfounded. EMO was stopping the full-powered attack of a Golden Core State Level 4 as a Foundation Establishment State cultivator. They even forgot to fight and just stared at EMO's fight. Meanwhile, the Golden Core State Level 4 cultivator was the most shocked. He could feel that EMO wouldn't last long, but he still couldn't help feeling shocked. He had found the Wang 4 swords in an ancient ruin and had beaten countless people with this sword ability, yet it was stopped by a small Foundation Establishment State cultivator. If he hadn't used this full-strength attack due to his rage, he would be the one on the lower hand of this battle by now. He didn't know who this Foundation Establishment State cultivator was, but his sword rays seemed to be alive, as if it would block every single one of his sword rays. If it wasn't that this Foundation Establishment State cultivator's cultivation essence was far weaker than his Wang 4 swords wouldn't be able to suppress him. He had never seen a Foundation
Establishment State cultivator this strong, nor had he heard of one.
Compared to him, the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame number 1 was nothing. EMO's power rendered him full of killing intent. He had to kill such an overpowered cultivator before he was strong, or there would be endless trouble for him in the future. Thinking about this, the Golden Core State added more cultivation essence to his attack, and the sword rays shone even brighter. EMO was already struggling to block the move, and now he finally couldn't help spitting 2 mouthfuls of blood. He sighed.
It would seem he was being a bit too cocky still. He thought he could take on Golden Core State middle stage cultivators, having reached the Foundation Establishment State peak stage and having created the illusion Cloud Exert will strike. But now, it seemed there was still a huge difference. When EMO saw the Golden Core State was about to take something out, he got even more desperate. He wanted to take out a few attack runes too, but he couldn't. Seeing Guangwei watch on the side, EMO was furious. He cursed, "Dumb girl, hurry up and kill the other dude and come help me." Guangwei was dazed. She didn't expect that EMO would dare to insult her. If she could kill this Golden Core State level 3, she would have long since killed him, right? But she saw that EMO was about to lose and knew that that was their only way out. If she didn't kill the Golden Core State level 3 cultivator, she would be dying along with EMO. Thinking about this, Guangwei sent her flying sword out and attacked the Golden Core State level 3. He was stronger than Guangwei by a little, and the two fought a close battle. This time, Guangwei was very desperate. She temporarily held the upper hand. After all, Golden Core State level 1 and 3 was both the same primary stage. Once Guangwei exerted her cultivation essence, though, she would be defeated for sure. Thus, the Golden Core State level 3 just patiently held Guangwei in place. Guangwei sighed. She wasn't dumb, and she could tell there was no other way anymore. She attacked with her full might and didn't even bother with defense. The Golden Core State level 3 had a sneer of contempt on his face, and he knew his opportunity was near. This woman wasn't as good as the one who had been with her, but she was still pretty. She would make for some good fun in this place. Guangwei saw the Golden Core State keep staring at her body and couldn't help but get angrier. She made up her mind that even if she was to die, she wouldn't let the two jerks do what they wanted. When Guangwei sent her flying sword piercing at the Golden Core State's eyes like crazy, the Golden Core State suddenly seemed dazed. His eyes were then filled with disbelief, as he hadn't noticed Guangwei's flying sword pierce his eyes at all. Guangwei was also stunned. She didn't expect to actually succeed right when she was about to give up. Her Golden Core State level 3 opponent hadn't dodged at all and let her pierce him. Guangwei was dazed for a moment, but quickly realized that this was a good opportunity. No matter what, she couldn't let this guy live. Immediately, her flying sword sliced off the man's head. Guangwei was overcome with disbelief at being able to kill the man. As soon as the man fell down, EMO spat more blood, and his purple sword ray became Messier. The next moment, a few sword rays pierced his shoulders. EMO ate a few more recovery pills. He knew he had succeeded halfway. The Golden Core State level 4 attacker in front of him was too strong. Even if he took out Shadowless, it would be of no use. He needed Guangwei's help, so he used Shadowless to help Guangwei kill the other guy. However, he got injured more due to splitting his spirit sense. Guangwei was surprised, but when she saw what happened to EMO, without thinking, she charged at the Golden Core State level 4 with her flying sword. At this moment, the Golden Core State took out a paper rune. Clearly, he was unhappy with having to fight EMO for so long. It was already embarrassing that he had to use his killing blow to suppress EMO and then runes to kill him, but he didn't care about what it would cost him at all anymore. He would only rest easy after this Foundation Establishment State died, but when he took out the rune, he saw Guangwei kill his friend. Before he could check how that was possible, Guangwei was already attacking him. Without a thought, he threw the rune at Guangwei. Even though he had been planning on using it against GMO, he grew more careful once again, though. Did she too have some unknown means that she hadn't used before yet? Otherwise, how could she kill a cultivator 2 levels higher than her so quickly? The rune exploded in front of Guangwei, and Guangwei could only put up a cultivation essence barrier. But even with that, she was immediately burned by the rune. Her hair turned into a crisp, and she didn't have a single bit of clothes left on her. Meanwhile, EMO used this chance to take out his own runes. They were his battle loot, but he threw them at the cultivator without hesitating. At the same time, he told Guangwei to hurry up and attack. Rumble rumble dash. The runes EMO threw out were fireball runes, huge boulder runes, and ice shard runes. They were all level 4 and 5, so they were weak against Golden Core State cultivators, but their quantity could make up for that. While the Golden Core State was busy with that, EMO controlled Shadowless to move below the Golden Core State. Guangwei really wanted to change into a new pair of clothes, but she knew that this was a crucial moment and that she couldn't waste a single second. So Guangwei chose the right moment and sent out her flying sword. With Guangwei joining him, the pressure on EMO was reduced greatly. Zisu's sword ray instantly broke through the sword ray lockdown, and the golden core state was cut many times over. EMO then sent out a few hundred more sword rays, and the illusion cloud whirlpool strike. All he had needed was an opportunity, and with Guangwei there, he got it. The golden core state had thought that the purple sword ray was Yemo's strongest move, so when he saw the spinning whirlpool sword rays, he was shocked once again. What sword ability was this? He knew he had to run. If those two joined forces, he would be a dead man for sure. Just when he had such a thought, he felt a little pain in his meridians, as though something had crawled in. Before he could check it, the Foundation Establishment State Cultivator's sword rays covered the heavens and earth as they charged straight at him. Chapter 9:18. Agreeing to help, this golden core state cultivator was different from other cultivators. The first thing he did was to force out Shadowless. However, he underestimated Yemo's illusion cloud whirlpool strike. He thought his Foundation Establishment State opponent was already very strong, but no matter what, since he could suppress him for so long, he would be able to do so for a bit longer. But as soon as he forced out Shadowless, he was sliced up by the countless purple sword rays. Despair filled the cultivator's eyes. He was killed by a Foundation Establishment State insect. Guangwei looked in a daze at the sky filled with sword rays that sliced a golden core state level 4 to pieces. She forgot that the first thing she should be doing right now was changing clothes. She immediately realized that the golden core state level 4 cultivator had also seemed distracted before he was killed. Did you help me kill that golden core state too? Guangwei reacted and asked. Emo scanned her and said plainly, I think what you should care about now is changing into some clothes. Then, Emo took the level 4's ring and sat down, starting to recover. Guangwei just realized that she didn't have any clothes on. She was very embarrassed. Just when she wanted to tell Emo not to look, he had already turned his back to her. Without thinking, Guangwei casted a simple barrier and went inside it, washing herself with a water spell before changing into a set of clothes. When Guangwei came out, Emo was already standing up. He was covered in blood, and Guangwei couldn't see the state of his injuries. I will be going, goodbye. Emo turned to leave. He had been fighting all these days and felt that it was time for him to form his core. He didn't want to be with Guangwei while doing that, huh? Guangwei reacted and immediately remembered why she was being hunted. She said desperately, Emo, please save my martial sister Mushi now. She's trapped by cultivators from the South Peace State. Emo studied Guangwei in surprise and said after a long while, you want a Foundation Establishment State cultivator to beat the Golden Core State cultivators trapping your martial sister and save her from them? Guangwei said desperately, Emo, you can do it for sure. You're capable of killing that Luo guy. Your power is no weaker than Golden Core State. With me, we should be able to help. You must go help. Remember, before you came in, Mushin helped you dash. Emo smiled, helped me? Do you think I needed help? In fact, Emo paused and studied Guangwei before saying slowly, in fact, it's not a good idea for you to come in here. If I were you, I would stay at home to concoct some pills. Guangwei heard this and blushed. Actually, Emo didn't plan on not helping. After all, Shin Mushin did want to help him before. But after fighting with that Golden Core State Level 4 cultivator, Emo again realized that his power was nothing in front of the might of a strong Golden Core State. Not to mention that after so long, who knew if she was dead or not? What if she was dead? He just wanted to find a place to recover and ascend to Golden Core State. Anything had to wait until after that. Guangwei saw that Emo was about to leave, and her face went pale. She suddenly thought of something and said, my martial sister and I were hunted by them because we found a large patch of yellow 3 leaves. They must have something important to do, coming all the way here. Furthermore, we've already killed 2 of the 4 Golden Core State cultivators. If we meet up with Mushin and the others hearing about the yellow 3 leaves, Emo immediately turned around and said, what are we waiting for then? Hurry up and go. Then, he immediately got on his flying pike. He was about to reach the Golden Core State, but he didn't have any herbs for Golden Core State cultivation. If he wanted to reach higher states faster, then he needed large amounts of resources. He even dared to steal things from Hollow Spirit State cultivators, much less from 2 Golden Core State cultivators. Guangwei looked at Emo a bit stunned. She didn't expect Emo to agree just because of that. Wasn't this too straightforward? He just said he couldn't beat Golden Core States, and now he was getting ready to go as soon as he heard yellow 3 leaf. But Guangwei didn't dare to scorn him for fearing that he wouldn't go.
When she saw Yemo's low-grade flying spirit artifact, she wasn't even shocked. It was normal for an overpowered cultivator like Yemo to have a low-grade flying spirit artifact at the Foundation Establishment State. Guangwei picked up the Golden Core State Level 3 storage ring and gave it to Yemo. "You killed him, you deserve it," Yemo said plainly. "I killed the Level 4 and I took his ring. As for the Level 3, that's your loot. I won't take what's yours." Yemo denied himself being involved at all. Guangwei knew that it had something to do with Yemo, but Yemo wasn't going to admit anything. "You control the flying pike. I need to recover," Yemo said. His injuries looked serious, but Yemo knew it was only a matter of cultivation essence exhaustion and some external injuries. 4 hours later, Yemo had completely recovered. He didn't take over the flying pike but instead started looking at the Golden Core State Level 4 storage ring. There were more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones inside and about the same amount of middle-grade spirit stones. There were also large amounts of Golden Core State cultivation pills and the 4 colored swords. Yemo also found an incomplete jade slip inside. It had the Wine 4 swords. It was a very good sword ability, but Yemo had Illusion Cloud, so he didn't look at it and left it to the side. Other than this, he also found a jade card that said Flowing Cloud Sword Sect, Luo Zhixiang. It was probably his identity card. There were also tens of jade boxes that contained the herbs he had found. Yemo took everything, took a shower, and changed his clothes before coming out. "How long?" Yemo asked Guangwei, who seemed a little worried. Guangwei said, "Almost there." Yemo also started inserting cultivation essence into the flying pike. And it cut through the air even faster. 30 minutes later, the flying pike landed outside a huge valley. "Martial Sister Mushin, you're okay?" "Great. Where are those villains?" Guangwei charged out immediately and ran up to Qin Mushin. She didn't expect that Qin Mushin would only have some blood on her and wouldn't even be heavily injured. Qin Mushin looked joyful when she saw Guangwei and quickly said, "Martial sister, I was very worried about you, but I didn't know which way you ran." "It's so good to know you're fine. What's this?" Guangwei guessed that something special must have happened. When she turned around, she saw the 2 Golden Core State cultivators who were attacking them when she ran. Her martial sister was fine, so why were the 2 still there? There seemed to be more people around them too. "These martial brothers from the Godsword sect in Duo Heart Valley helped us," Qin Mushin said as she pointed at those Golden Core State cultivators and introduced them. "This is Godsword sect's martial brother Shiman Chao. This is Duo Heart Valley's martial brother Zhikushiu." Guangwei quickly went up and thanked them. If it weren't for these people, the Immortal Herb Valley would have suffered greatly this time. Yemo saw that Qin Mushin had a few people next to her and knew that she had been saved. However, when he put away the flying pike, he realized that the atmosphere didn't seem right. Qin Mushin's side and the other side seemed to be in a stalemate. Chapter 919, Only One Move. Yemo looked at the messy valley and knew there had been a battle not long before. The opposing side of that battle must have been the cultivators from the South Peace State. Guangwei had guessed right, those people had indeed come with a clear purpose in mind. The South Peace State's cultivation level was much higher than other places, much less the North Far States, which was at the bottom. "It's you? Where are Martial Brother Luo and Martial Brother Xian?" A Golden Core State Level 5 recognized Guangwei and yelled. He thought that a Golden Core State Level 4 and Level 3 should easily have been able to kill a Golden Core State Level 1, but now this Level 1 came back fine, while their 2 cultivators didn't come back. Guangwei sneered. "What's your martial brother going missing got to do with me? Am I responsible for watching him?" Guangwei's words made the cultivators from the North Far State laugh. Qin Mushin also noticed Yemo and asked Guangwei in confusion, "Martial sister, why are you with him? Isn't it too bringing him here?" Guangwei said to Yemo, "Martial Brother Yi, come here." She said to Qin Mushin, "I found Martial Brother Yi to help you, but I didn't expect you would already have a few martial brothers helping you, huh?" One cultivator heard this and couldn't hold back his laughter. This cultivator was standing near Zhiqiushui, who was from the Duo Heart Valley too. He said, "You found a Foundation Establishment State cultivator to come help, laughing at someone else?" "You're a Foundation Establishment State too," Guangwei replied coldly. She knew who this cultivator was. He was in the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame, but she didn't care. Qin Mushin felt Guangwei was being unreasonable, but the laugh had made her uncomfortable too. However, the Duo Heart Valley cultivators had just saved her, so she just glanced coldly at the cultivator who laughed. "Hi Xian, don't be rude. Martial sister Guangwei is your Qianbei, how can you be so rude?" Zhiqiushui immediately reproached. the cultivator stopped laughing and bowed to Guang Wei and didn't speak again. Zhiqiushui saluted with his fists to Guang Wei and said, "Those two golden core state cultivators weren't simple. Even I can't say I could beat one of them with certainty. Also, Hai Xian might be at the peak stage of the Foundation Establishment State as well as number 2 in the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame. He has no right to talk in front of a golden core state." Zhiqiushui was still telling her in a polite roundabout way that it was quite blasphemous to find a Foundation Establishment State cultivator to help. But Guang Wei didn't say anything. Even though this Hai Xian was the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame number 2, he would be instantly killed by Emo. Even if Zhiqiushui fought Emo himself, who knew what might happen? Emo was the craziest prodigy she had ever seen. Hai Xian saw that Guang Wei didn't rebuke, but the contempt in her eyes was clear, so he was unsatisfied. He walked up to Emo and said, "Having heard of your strength, I would like to see." "Don't worry, 3 moves is enough." Emo was already unhappy about being unable to see the yellow 3 leaves, and now this Hai Xian came up to challenge him, so what if he was a bit stronger? Was Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame number 2 really that great? Seeing Emo not planning on taking out his magic artifact, Hai Xian didn't plan to either. He just raised his hand and said, "I'll fight you with my fist, 3 moves." "Don't worry, just 3 moves." Emo stared coldly at him. "Who is Haidan to you?" Hai Xian was dazed, but he said, "She's my younger sister." Why, hearing about his sister suddenly, his face looked bad. Why did Emo ask about his sister? Did his sister suffer in his hands? If that were the case, this wouldn't be a matter of 3 fists. Emo nodded and said, "Then hurry up, I don't have time to play with you." "Don't worry, just 1 move." Hai Xian's face went red. Even the number 1 Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame Li Xiaohua didn't dare to be this cocky with him. Hai Xian didn't speak anymore. He gathered all his cultivation essence and punched at Emo with full force. He was going to teach Emo a lesson. He wanted to break a few of Emo's chest bones first. Seeing Hai Xian do that, Qin Wuxin frowned, because a few months ago, even she was no match for Hai Xian. Zhiqiushui sighed as he took out a recovery pill. It was for Emo for after he got injured, or else they would be offending Guang Wei, but Qin Wuxin and Zhiqiushui felt confused that Guang Wei didn't seem to care at all. Emo felt the overpowering fist wind which locked down his surroundings. He knew that Hai Xian was out to heavily injure him. His eyes went cold as he punched out too. Everyone could see the essence of Hai Xian's punch. It bound the opponent's space and then forced them to take the fist. With Hai Xian's cultivation essence, ordinary Foundation Establishment State cultivators wouldn't be able to escape it at all, yet Emo broke free and actually punched out normally. Hai Xian was completely shocked. He was attacking with full power, but Emo broke free from the binding so easily. The 2 fists clashed in with a crack. Hai Xian flew out. Zhiqiushui quickly caught Hai Xian and found that all the bones in his hand were broken. He quickly fed him a pill. Everyone looked at Emo in shock. Even an ordinary golden core state level 1 wouldn't be able to punch Hai Xian away with just his fist. Emo patted his hand and said, "You're the same type of person as your sister indeed. But on account of Yuruyu, I'll only break 1 arm." Hai Xian clearly knew who Yuruyu was. He was the God Sword sect member who was about to marry his sister. After a long while, everyone realized what had happened. This Foundation Establishment State cultivator was too strong. He had sent the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame number 2 flying with 1 fist. And he had clearly not even been using his full power. No one would dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. He was this strong? Qin Wuxin muttered. Guang Wei nodded. "He's strong, but he's got a very low temperament. After this guy saved me, you know what the first thing he said was? He repeated to me what I told him back then. Telling me to go back home and concoct pills." "Wait, he saved you?" Qin Wuxin was even more shocked. Before Guang Wei could reply, the golden core state cultivator who stopped Qin Wuxin before spoke to Emo coldly. "Do you have something to do with Martial Brother not coming back?" Emo's power didn't seem to be weaker than a golden core state primary stage cultivator's, and he had come back with Guang Wei after all. Emo glanced contemptuously at this golden core state fellow and didn't reply. He just wanted to ask Guang Wei why he wasn't seeing any yellow 3 leaves. At this moment, a few more sword lights flew over. On both sides a few more golden core state cultivators arrives.
Okay, we have enough people, let's move, the Southeast Side's Golden Core State Peak Stage Cultivator said. Chapter 920. Insolent, Emo realized that there were about 20 people on each side. Just when Emo was about to ask Guang Wei what was going on, he saw Guang Wei and Qin Muxin go towards a beautiful woman in her 30s. There was a teenage girl next to her, Big Marshall's sister. Guang Wei and Qin Muxin called out in joy. Emo greeted the 4 cultivators from the Immortal Herb Valley and then asked Guang Wei, "Do you know what's going on?" Guang Wei shook her head in confusion. "I don't know." The Big Marshall's sister also looked at Emo in confusion. She hadn't gone to the pill concoction tournament, so she didn't know Emo. However, she could tell he was a Foundation Establishment State cultivator and hadn't even called Guang Wei with an honorable title. Yet, Guang Wei wasn't angry, and Guang Wei wasn't so easy to talk to. Qin Muxin glanced at Emo once and said, "There's a big ruin in the Herb Valley and it's said that there are countless spirit herbs inside, all of level 5 or above. There's even said to be the level 8 spirit herb Soul Return Fruit." The Soul Return Fruit was an overpowered spirit herb. It was said that when a cultivator died, as long as the body was preserved, one could use the Soul Return Fruit to concoct the soul nourishing pill. It could gradually repair the soul of a dead cultivator. "Is it in the ruin?" Emo immediately asked. He was thinking about Nia Shuangshuang. Her body had been preserved, but her soul was missing. Perhaps it could wake her up. Qin Muxin shook her head. "No, it's in this valley." Somehow, the people from the Southeast State knew about this and found it. Marshall brothers Zhou and Shiman came after hearing this. Emo had understood. It seemed Qin Muxin and Guang Wei had found the yellow 3-leaf there, but they had ran into the cultivators from the Southeast State, who had been looking for the ruin. Then, the 2 parties had fought over the yellow 3-leaf, but neither of them could beat the other. Even after the Marshall brother from the God Sword sect had arrived, he still couldn't beat that Luo cultivator. The situation finally stabilized after Shiman Chao and Marshall brother Zhe arrived. Now, both sides had about the same number of Golden Core State cultivators, about 40 people altogether. Both sides had 2 Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators too. The Southerners had 3 Golden Core State Tertiary Stage Masters and the Northerners had 2. The rest were at Golden Core State Primary Stage and Middle Stage. Both sides started to go into the valley. Emo was aware that he was from the north, but no one knew him or greeted him. He was a solo cultivator. Guang Wei saw this. She knew that although Emo had beaten Hai Xin, no one considered his Foundation Establishment State power valuable. So she wanted to call Emo. However, Qin Muxin said, "Emo, thanks for saving Marshall's sister Guang Wei, but Emo said plainly, "But what? Are you trying to say that it's best if I don't go in?" "That even if I go in, it won't benefit me much," Qin Muxin nodded awkwardly. "Yes, the portal also has limited spots. You're by yourself, so Before Emo could reply, the Big Marshall sister called them. "Hurry up, Guang Wei, Muxin." The 2 women smiled apologetically to Emo and went inside. Emo sneered. His power was low, but if he didn't fight for such a good opportunity, how could he pursue the Great Tao, just like half a month ago, if he hadn't taken the risk of stealing the spirit marrow? Could he have reached Foundation Establishment State Peak? There was no danger in sitting at home. However, would he ever reach Golden Core State, Nascent Soul State, or even Hollow Spirit State at home? Emo followed them without hesitation. This secret land inside the Herb Valley would be at least on the same level as the Spirit Marrow Pond. He would be an idiot if he didn't fight for it. Seeing Emo follow them inside, Qin Muxin sighed and didn't say anything. 15 minutes later, Emo followed the crowd and arrived at a big stage that seemed to be used for sacrifices and rituals. Everyone stopped moving. Emo was a formation master. Just by looking at this place, he could tell they were surrounded by a huge formation. However, the formation had been broken a long time ago. The Southeast State's Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator said on the huge stage, 50 years ago, our southern Qianbais found this place, but they didn't have enough people to cross the formation and enter the herb garden. Time was up, so they had to leave. There's 7 formations here. Each one must have at least 1 cultivator inserting cultivation essence to activate it. Emo heard this and looked around carefully. There were indeed 2 obscure teleportation formations on the stage. It was a 7-star formation he could recognize from what he had seen on Earth. However, each formation could only transport 3 people. Then, the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator said, each formation can only be activated once and it can only transport 3 people. There are 7 formations, which means that only 21 people can go. I suggest that everyone fights over the formations on your own, but we can't fight together as 2 whole parties. We should deal with whatever problems we have after coming out. I agree, the Northern Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator said. He immediately chose a formation. I'll take this formation. Kuba, One Tian, come to my side. Then, the Southern Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator took the second one without hesitation and called 2 people. They were both at Golden Core State Peak Stage. No one dared to fight with them. The immortal Herb Valley's big martial sister said, Wang Wei and Muxin, one of you come with me. Chi-Chi come. She didn't dare leave Chi-Chi outside. She was the weakest disciple of their sect there and she was only at Foundation Establishment State. Guang Wei said to Muxin, Martial Sister Muxin, your pill concoction skills are better than mine. You go in. I'll stay outside with EMO. She believed that EMO wouldn't be able to go in for sure. Qin Muxin wanted Guang Wei to go in, but she felt it was going to be awkward if stayed outside with EMO. Hence, she might as well let Martial Sister Guang Wei stay outside. Then, another Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator and 2 Golden Core State Level 8 cultivators took a formation each. Bringing people from their sect, after a short moment, there was only 1 formation left. EMO saw the last formation. Without thinking much, he could tell that no matter who took it, he wouldn't get a share. Before anyone could come forward, he got on the stage quickly and said, This formation is mine. Everyone looked at EMO in a daze. They couldn't tell whether EMO was dumb or insolent. There were a few Golden Core State Level 7 cultivators left and a bunch of Golden Core State Middle Stage cultivators. A Foundation Establishment State insect dared to claim a formation. Hai Xin actually didn't laugh at EMO this time. He could just feel the pain of his broken hand. So he's an idiot. I was fighting with an idiot. Then, he shook his head. EMO's actions were so outrageous that no one had challenged him yet. The big martial sister of Immortal Herb Valley looked at EMO in shock and asked Qin Muxin, who is this Foundation Establishment State cultivator? Do you and Guang Wei know him? Why does he seem a little dumb? Qin Muxin looked down awkwardly, relieved that this idiot who was good at pill concoction hadn't become her husband. EMO, get down immediately. Guang Wei said desperately to EMO. She knew EMO was strong, but she was aware that EMO could only fight with a Golden Core State Level 4 cultivator at most. How could he beat all the Golden Core State Middle Stage and Tertiary Stage Masters there? EMO knew what they were thinking, but he sneered. The most powerful cultivator left was at Golden Core State Level 7. He was no match for that now, but he had the 3 birth chant. He could cultivate while doing other things. If a Golden Core State Level 7 cultivator came to him, he would take the cultivation increasing pill and the Lin Blue Fruit. He could form his core and use the heavenly punishment to scare them. PSS off. How can a mere Foundation Establishment State insect dare to take a formation? The southern cultivator who had doubted EMO appeared again. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get one with his level 5 power, but he wanted to kill EMO first. Chapter 921, Madness. EMO was prepared for a heavy battle as soon as he got on the platform. When he saw a Golden Core State Level 5 cultivator challenge him, he took a cultivation increasing pill and the Lin Blue Fruit without hesitation. Guang Wei noticed that EMO wasn't getting off and that he had instead taken some pills. The challenger was at Golden Core State Level 5 and stronger than the Level 4 cultivator they had killed together. She yelled desperately to her big martial sister, Big martial sister, help him. The big martial sister glanced at the 2 Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators from the south side and shook her head. She couldn't. If she did, she would be breaking the rules. She would be attacked by everyone. Guang Wei was desperate. She wanted to go up and help. The big martial sister quickly yelled, Guang Wei, stop. Do you think you can help him? Guang Wei heard this and calmed down. She knew that she wasn't able to do much. She sighed. She hoped EMO would give up when he couldn't beat the challenger, but she realized that the cultivator had a face full of killing intent. The Lin Blue Fruit. A few cultivators had recognized the fruit EMO had taken and exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with greed. The Lin Blue Fruit was very rare. It wasn't a level 7 spirit herb, but it wasn't less valuable than one.
Yet, this foundation establishment state cultivator had the Lin Blue fruit. The Golden Core State Level 5 Master sneered, P&K. Remember my name, South Peace State, Flowing Cloud Sword Sect, Jin Suwajin. On account of your Lin Blue fruit, I'll leave your body in one piece. Everyone regretted not having gone up earlier. If they had, the Lin Blue fruit would have been theirs after killing EMO. Jin Suwajin waved his hand and a grey metal hoop charged at EMO. The hoop was only the size of 2 palms in Jin Suwajin's hands, but when it stopped above EMO's head, it turned into a 1-meter-sized hoop. Tens of dark rays were shot out of the hoop with an eerie killing chi. Shin Mushin saw this and her expression changed. She hadn't expected Jin Suwajin to use such a cruel move immediately. She had lost to that dark hoop. If she hadn't had a spirit artifact armor, she might have even died to that. The dark rays were very powerful, they could even dissolve spirit sense. EMO immediately felt pain on his spirit sense when the hoop came out. He was shook. He hadn't expected to encounter a magic artifact that could corrode spirit sense. Meanwhile, the cultivation increasing pill and the Lin Blue fruit's potency spread. EMO felt like his body was on fire. He was betting on the 3 birth chant. When he used the 3 birth chant, countless spirit chi formed a spirit chi whirlpool around him. Meanwhile, EMO used his first strike, the illusion cloud essence binding strike. He had to defend himself against the attacks. However, these attacks could activate his potential. The sword ray's target wasn't Jin Suwajin, but the dark rays from the hoop. The sword rays mixed with the dark rays, which made a sizzling sound. At the same time, EMO waved his hand. Countless top-grade spirit stones flew up, forming a simple spirit gathering formation. Immediately, more spirit chi appeared and it formed an even bigger spirit chi whirlpool around him. His foundation would have been more stable if he did this 2 years later, but he didn't have the time. Hence, he could only think of taking advantage of that life and death situation to activate his potential. When everyone saw EMO block the hoop attack, they were already quite shocked. However, they were astonished upon seeing EMO's huge spirit chi whirlpool. When people saw EMO throw countless top-grade spirit stones into a simple formation, they all realized that EMO was trying to form his core. Mad. No one could believe EMO was sober at that moment. A foundation establishment state cultivator was blocking the full-powered attack of a golden core state cultivator, yet he dared to form his core at this moment. He was asking to die. And even if he didn't die, his cultivation would go wrong. The big martial sister looked dazedly at this scene and said to Qin Mushin, "I was wrong. He's not an idiot, he's a madman." Guang Wei also looked at EMO in daze, not daring to believe he was this crazy. This wasn't even crazy anymore, it was something else. Jin Suwajin's face was green. It was like slapping him in the face. His lethal move hadn't worked against a foundation establishment state cultivator, yet this insect dared to form his core while fighting him. The irate Jin Suwajin threw a dark red ball at EMO and took out a long sword. Everyone shook their heads at this. Jin Suwajin was a golden core state level 5 fighting a foundation establishment state cultivator. This was embarrassing enough, and yet he used red lightning. Red lightning was an one-time use spirit level magic artifact made by lightning element cultivators. It could explode and shoot powerful lightning. Usually, even golden core state tertiary stage cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from this, much less a foundation establishment state cultivator. The 3 birth chant devoured the spirit chi like crazy and he could feel the pressure of the dark rays. With that, it triggered his body to exert more potential. He was about to break through at any moment. EMO saw the red lightning. If EMO hadn't known he could devour the lightning source, he would have gotten as far away as possible. But now, he stopped his counterattack. Rumble, rumble dash. EMO was completely surrounded by the red lightning. Countless lightning sparks and explosions sounded where EMO stood, pushing the spirit chi whirlpool all over the place. However, EMO closed his eyes and used the illusion cloud exert will strike. His power reached the border of golden core state. Zisu shot out countless sword rays and tens of them directed under EMO's will, blocking the dark ray, while others went out and stopped the pieces of exploding red lightning. The most powerful lightning ray hadn't been blocked at all and it all landed on EMO. Even the parts that missed were drawn to EMO. EMO had forgotten he was in a battle now. He had gotten immersed in devouring the lightning. As he continued to devour the lighting, his power kept increasing and the spirit chi whirlpool above his head grew bigger and bigger. Everyone saw EMO getting hit and they all assumed he was over. Even a golden core state peak stage would be half dead after getting hit like that. Guang Wei closed her eyes in pain. She knew Yimo was over. Qin Muxin sighed.
She approved of Yimo quite highly. Becoming the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame's #1 wasn't so easy, and even her master had thought Yimo was a genius. She hadn't even rejected too firmly the idea marrying him. She had only been angry when Yimo rejected her. But now that GMO was covered in lightning, she felt a little sad. Chapter 922, Long Howl. However, everyone felt something was wrong. Amidst the explosion, the spirit chi whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger.
Jin Suozhen saw occasionally rainbows and spirit chi clouds flash. He immediately realized that the Foundation Establishment State insect wasn't dead, and he was about to form his core instead. A golden core that could attract rainbow spirit clouds was no ordinary golden core. Thinking about this, Jin Suozhen's expression changed drastically. He activated his hoop with full power and charged at GMO with his long sword. GMO closed his eyes. He could tell that Jin Suozhen had come in. He sneered and shook his Zisu. Countless whirlpool sword rays pierced Jin Suozhen. If he hadn't been about to break through, his cultivation essence now could have killed Jin Suozhen in one move. A rainbow spirit cloud, all the golden core state cultivators called out in shock. They were dumbfounded. When a cultivator was about to form his golden core, a spirit cloud would take form, allowing the cultivator's power to have a qualitative ascension. However, they had only heard about the legendary rainbow spirit cloud that formed only once the golden core reached a certain quality. None of them had seen one before, yet they saw one that day, one that was huge. They stared in a daze at the rainbow cloud that a madman had formed while fighting against another golden core state cultivator. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The few other golden core state peak stage cultivators saw this and wanted to kill Yimo now. Some of the northern cultivators considered attacking, but they eventually didn't.
They couldn't know whether the rest would join them. Big Martial Sister, what is a rainbow spirit cloud?
Chi-Chi asked in shock. The Big Martial Sister didn't take her eyes off the clouds and said, if a cultivator wants to reach higher states, they need to build a good foundation. The golden core is the foundation for a cultivator to reach higher states. Golden cores are divided into 9 types or 9 levels. Only those who are level 3 or higher can have hope of reaching higher states. Your Martial Sister machine has a level 2 golden core, but I'm only level 3, then, those below level 3 won't have any chances of ascending into the immortal realm?
Chi-Chi asked.
The Big Martial Sister shook her head. No, even someone with a level 9 golden core has a sliver of hope. The heavenly Tao gives a chance to all beings. But this sliver of hope is next to nothing. Chi-Chi nodded. Then, Big Martial Sister, did GMO form a level 1 golden core? The Big Martial Sister shook her head again. No, level 1 to 9 golden cores don't have rainbow spirit clouds.
There are 3 types of golden cores that can have rainbow spirit clouds.
These 3 types are above the 9 levels of the cultivation realm. I only know there's 3 types, but not what they are exactly. Clearly, Yimo is about to form one of them, while Jin Suozhen was still fighting with Yimo's Zisu.
Yimo suddenly felt his meridians shake.
Countless cultivation essence gathered and spirit chi rushed into his body like crazy. He felt he was lacking in spirit chi. However, just when Yimo was about to take out the spirit marrow, a large patch of rainbow spirit cloud landed above his head and a sense of extreme comfort rose from his heart. His power skyrocketed and the spirit chi whirlpool grew even bigger. In the blink of an eye, Yimo felt his power had reached a maximum limit. The next moment, using his 3 birth chant, the rainbow cloud in his cultivation essence formed a lychee-sized golden core. Yimo rejoiced. He could tell that he had successfully formed his golden core. So he devoured spirit chi like crazy. Jin Suozhen had just broken free from Yimo's whirlpool sword rays, but he felt Yimo's immense power. He was shook. He realized that Yimo had reached golden core state. This golden core state level 1 cultivator emitted a power that even he felt scared of. Jin Suozhen didn't have any battle will anymore.
Realizing this, Jin Suozhen decided to run away.
If he didn't run now, perhaps he wouldn't be able to. Yimo felt the power and abundance of cultivation essence in golden core state level 1. He had felt a little scared that he had dared to fight against a golden core state cultivator with Foundation Establishment state power.
The golden core state power was far from what a Foundation Establishment state cultivator could compare with. The instant Jin Suozhen tried to run away, Yimo felt it. He sneered. Do you want to run away? Too late. Once you're here, you can't change your mind, then, Yemo spun Zisu.
This was the first time he used the illusion cloud essence binding strike as a golden core state cultivator. Jin Suwajin felt something locking him on the spot.
He was shook and spat essence blood, wanting to break free.
He couldn't understand how this cultivator was so strong after just having reached golden core state, but before he could completely break free, the second strike arrived. Countless purple sword rays pierced his body without resistance, creating a blood mist. Yemo's sword ray spun and Jin Suwajin's fat head flew away. Splashing blood all over the ground, Yemo felt satisfaction. His illusion cloud essence binding strike had never been so smooth against a golden core state master. It was the first time he killed a golden core state cultivator without the help of Shadowless. Yemo took his storage ring and the dark hoop. He howled, clenching his Zisu. He felt like he had been living a succumbing life. He had to suck up to people, to run away at the spirit marrow pond while watching the spirit crystals he wanted get taken away. He had been laughed by all of these people for wanting to take a formation. Now, he had easily killed a golden core state level 5 cultivator. He could finally scream at the top of his lungs and let out all of his dissatisfaction. All of the cultivators looked dazedly at the headless Jin Suwajin and Yemo, who howled with a purple kitchen knife. Yemo was like a god. After a long while, no cultivator dared to challenge Yemo. There were 2 golden core state level 7 cultivators, but if Yemo could stop a golden core state level 5 when he had been at foundation establishment state and he had killed Jin Suwajin immediately after reaching golden core state, his limits were unimaginable. He even had a rainbow spirit cloud to help him form his core. Even a golden core state level 7 cultivator wouldn't be so confident against such a person. He actually succeeded. The big martial sister looked at Yemo in shock. She had thought of someone like him to be an idiot. A madman. Shin Mushin also looked at Yemo in disbelief. She suddenly understood what her master had been trying to do. Yemo wasn't just a genius, he was beyond that. He got chosen as the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame's #1 and he created a pill recipe on the spot called the Spirit Weaving Pill. The pill included the Spirit Attraction Grass. It can be used to recover spirit sense, Shin Mushin said slowly to her big martial sister. What? Her big martial sister was shook upon hearing this. She gulped and sighed after a long while. I saw wrong. He's really cool. Chichi watched Yemo howl and said admiringly. The southern cultivators looked at him in a daze. No one dared to challenge him. Even the northern side cultivators looked at Yemo in disbelief. No one would believe such a story if they spread this out. Hai Xan looked at Yemo and murmured to himself, so, I'm the idiot. Chapter 923, taking the formation with dominance. Silence remained for some time, but someone still came out. It was a golden core state level 7 cultivator from the south. Yemo had just killed Jin Suwajin, but that cultivator felt that a golden core state level 5 cultivator and a level 7 one were completely different stories. One was at tertiary stage and the other had been at middle stage. There was a huge gap in between, so he believed he could beat Yemo. Seeing another golden core state tertiary stage cultivator challenge Yemo, everyone set their eyes on the 2 men. They all wanted to know who was stronger, Yemo who had just reached golden core state or this golden core state tertiary stage master. Yemo held Zisu. He watched the golden core state tertiary stage cultivator calmly. He wasn't certain he could win, but if used Shadowless, he was sure he could kill that man. The cultivator walked up to the formation and saluted Yemo with his fists. I'm the South Peace State's 5-star sect Truth Black Sex Han Xianya. I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to negotiate. If you give me one of your Lin Blue fruits and let me get on the formation, I won't attack you and will help you guard this formation instead. Of course, I will compensate you with some spirit stones. Everyone heard this and cursed Han Xianya for being so cunning. Han Xianya had decided that if Yemo didn't give him the Lin Blue fruit, he would show his power and force Yemo to take them out. He believed Yemo wasn't an idiot and he would take his proposal into consideration. PSS off. Yemo said. The spirit stones were just to make Yemo not lose too much face. In the end, he just wanted the Lin Blue fruit for free. Han Xianya heard this and his face got red in anger. He wanted Yemo to feel pressured and give in, but it had ended up like this. He had lost face in front of so many cultivators. Without a word, Han Xianya waved his 2 hands and countless red lights flashed from his hand.
The light dots looked like bugs and they were abominable. These dots gathered together and formed a pan-sized blade. The blade had countless legs, like a centipede, and he charged at Yemo with sharp killing intent. Yemo frowned. It looked very disgusting and it had a putrid stench. Seeing this, Yemo swung his Zisu and used a whirlpool blade immediately. Countless blood lights flashed and the spinning sword Ray Zisu had activated turned the blood blade into pulp. After a huge explosion, Han Shenya's blood blade had still managed to tear a gash on Yemo's clothes, but he hadn't stayed unaffected either. The whirlpool sword ray had not only destroyed his blood blade, but it also left a few gashes on his body. Han Shenya's face was pale and he took a few steps back. He hadn't thought that newly ascended Golden Core State Cultivator would be on par with him in terms of cultivation essence. Yemo sneered and waved his hand. Zisu flew back in his hands. His power had also risen drastically. He needed to show that Han Dude how good he was, otherwise, more people would come up and challenge him. Han Shenya saw Yemo's chi rise and his expression changed drastically. Eventually, he decided not to move forward. He could tell that this Golden Core State Level 1 cultivator had stronger moves. Although he had his own lethal move, it wasn't the place to fight with his life. He chose to retreat. Yemo was dazed. He hadn't expected Han Shenya to retreat. No one else had expected this either. However, no one thought that Han Shenya was just being too cautious. They had realized that this Golden Core State Primary Stage young cultivator was no simple character. The scene fell silent again. Even the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator felt a little concerned about Yemo. This cultivator was only at Golden Core State Level 1. Once he reached Tertiary Stage or even Middle Stage, who would be a match for him? Yemo looked around. He was sure that no one was going to challenge him. He then said to Guangwei, Martial Sister Guangwei, thanks for your goodwill before. Come here. Guangwei woke up from her daze. She breathed at ease and approached him. She had understood that Yemo was no longer that solo cultivator pill master. Even in a place filled with masters like this, no one dared to do anything to him. Thank you, Yemo. You did not only save my life, but you also brought me into the secret land. Guangwei thanked him. She knew that Yemo was thanking her for bringing him and worrying for him before, not because he liked her. The immortal Herb Valley's big martial sister saw Yemo let Guangwei join him and thanked him. Thank you, martial brother Yi, for bringing Guangwei with you. The immortal Herb Valley's Lu Yuetang is very grateful. Yemo glanced at her and said calmly, this has nothing to do with you nor with the immortal Herb Valley. You don't need to thank me. Lu Yuetang felt awkward. She wanted to get closer to him, but she hadn't expected this. Yemo had been there for a while and could tell what sort of person that big martial sister was. She was at Golden Core State Peak Stage, but she was very realistic. She didn't value friendship at all. To her, she would face someone happily if there was something to benefit her. Otherwise, she wouldn't even bother looking at you. The other Golden Core State Level 6 cultivator saw there was one more spot on Yemo's formation and approached him quickly. Seeing this, people got excited again. Was this person also going to charge at Yemo? Yemo had been done with Han Shenyi in one move. People hadn't even gotten to savor the fun. Guangwei began to worry, but Yemo's face was calm. He didn't move at all. His sixth sense was strong. This cultivator didn't have any killing intent nor had he gathered his power. This cultivator walked up to Yemo and gave him a spirit crystal. I'm the Blue Sea Sex Chiu Xuanyu. I'm also from the north, like you. I got this spirit crystal not long ago, and I just want a chance to go into the secret lands. A spirit crystal? Yemo scanned it and said calmly, one isn't enough. Yemo was sure that it was the first time he saw that cultivator. He hadn't seen him at the Spirit Marrow Pond. Without thought, Yemo could tell that this guy had robbed someone else, but he was trying to act like Mr. Nice Guy there. Everyone felt Yemo was being too shameless. Spirit crystals weren't as precious as extreme-grade spirit stones, but they were hard to find. Xiu Xuanyu bit his teeth and took out another one. I only have 2. If 2 isn't enough, then never mind. Yemo knew that there had been a lot in the pond, but there had been too many people there to share it with. The Golden Core State Level 9 cultivators took the most, so Xiu Xuanyu wouldn't have had a lot even if he had robbed someone. Yemo nodded and accepted them. In that case, come up. Chapter 924, Yemo takes no share. The formations were all occupied now. that Southern Golden Core State Tertiary Stage cultivator saw that there were still about 20 people who hadn't gotten on, but he was sure that no one else would dare to challenge GMO. He could only say, since there's enough people now, let's all activate the teleportation formation with our cultivation essence. The 7 formations were activated at the same time. Each formation flashed with a wave of white light and formed the spoon-shaped constellation. Rumble, the formation was activated, and when the white light disappeared, all the people in the formation had disappeared along with it. People outside looked at the formation in admiration. They knew they didn't have any more chance, and so they left. Only a few stayed. Han Xianye looked bleakly at the formation and had a sliver of coldness in his eyes. He then left on his flying spirit artifact. No one from his sect had gotten in, so he wasn't going to let all those people get the good things inside for free. He would give them a huge surprise after they came out. However, if Han Xianye knew that the exit from the secret land wasn't there, perhaps he wouldn't do this. Yi-Mo guessed that this secret land would be a huge plain or spirit herb garden, but when he arrived, he realized that it was a valley. The valley was filled with mist, and nothing could be seen. Their spirit sense couldn't scan anything either. There was only a small room in the valley. There seemed to be 7 restriction formations on the small wooden room. What was inside couldn't be seen. Yi-Mo didn't find any spirit herbs nearby. He immediately guessed that all the good things would be inside the restriction. This place might consist of 7 spirit herb gardens. Those few Golden Core State Tertiary Stage and Peak Stage cultivators rushed towards that small wooden room as there was nothing else around. A Golden Core State Level 5 saw this and said in disappointment, "There's nothing here." "It seems this place isn't some secret land," another cultivator said. "Perhaps the good things are inside the restrictions. Let's try to break through. Everyone, don't move." The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator who had gone inside came back out. Clearly, they didn't find anything in the small wooden room. Almost everyone looked at the 7 restrictions outside the room. They all guessed that there must be good things inside there. Yi-Mo frowned. He was thinking that since there was no portal, how would they get out? There's no teleportation formation out of here. Yi-Mo wasn't the only one who noticed this. Zhiqiushui also realized it. Immediately, everyone started thinking about the problem. How are they going to get out? Suddenly, a Southern Golden Core State Level 3 cultivator pointed at the misty area outside the valley. "Perhaps this place is just a place inside the desert plain herb valley. If we pass that mist, then we might be able to get out. I'll go test it out. Careful, the mist might be poisonous," someone reminded. The Golden Core State cultivator laughed. "I know, of course." He put up a cultivation essence barrier and checked his spirit artifact armor before approaching the mist carefully. He thought he should be safe like that. If he still felt any danger, he would retreat immediately. As the cultivator neared the mist, nothing seemed to happen, and everyone rested easy. It seemed this was just ordinary mist. They might be able to get out if they passed through it, but the next moment, everyone looked at where the man stood in disbelief, because he had suddenly vanished. A few breaths later, there was a terrified howl, and the mist returned to its serenity. Just a few breaths' time and a Golden Core State cultivator was gone. Everyone's face went bleak. This place didn't seem to be some secret land, more like a death valley. "Perhaps we can fly out." Another Golden Core State Tertiary Stage broke the solemn silence and said. Yi-Mo sneered in contempt and didn't say anything. He knew there were flight restrictions there the moment he came in. "Try flying then," another cultivator sneered. Clearly he knew it too. "Let's break these 7 restrictions first. After all, there's this large area not covered by the mist. Even if we can't go out, after the 3 months are up, we will be teleported out anyway," Lu Wutang said. "What if we don't get teleported out after the 3 months?" someone else immediately asked. A Golden Core State Level 8 from the Godsword sect rebuked. "Since this is still inside the desert plain herb valley, then we should just normally be teleported out after 3 months. The Southern Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator slowly shook his head. "However, the cultivators inside the desert plain herb valley will be transported out, but not anyone who is here." "Why?" some people asked immediately. The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator replied coldly. "Because that's what the map I got said. We must get out before the herb valley closes, or else." The man didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. The immortal herb valley had the most people with them, 4 people. The Godsword sect had 2. One was Yuan Ting at the Golden Core State Level 8, and the other was Shiman Ji at the Golden Core State Level 5. Zhiqiushui was brought in by Yuan Ting. There had been another formation taken by the northern side, but GMO didn't know any of the three on that one. One of the people that were on it was at the Golden Core State Peak stage like Lu Yuetang. Seeing EMO look at that person, Guang Wei whispered to EMO, "He's Ji Ziyuan, from the Ghost Immortal sect." With him are Guba and Wanrun Tian, who are also from his sect. Guang Wei's voice was quiet, but Ji Ziyuan seemed to have heard her as he glanced at her. Guang Wei quickly looked down and said to EMO, "I'll be going to my martial sister." EMO nodded and didn't mind. EMO felt that this man was the one who gave him the greatest feeling of threat. No matter what, let's break the restrictions here first. Ji Ziyuan suddenly changed the topic. Everyone reacted. They had come there to find spirit herbs, and perhaps there would be some in the restrictions. The other Golden Core State Peak stage from the south nodded in agreement. "I agree with Brother Ji's proposal. No matter what, we have to break these restrictions first. But there's 20 people here, how will we split the restrictions?" The first Southern Golden Core State Peak stage cultivator walked up to one of the formations, saying, "Us two will take one." They had 3 people before, but now it was just the 2 of them. Then, he waved to the person he brought with him. The immortal Herb Valley senior martial sister brought the other 3 people from her sect and also occupied one. Ji Yuanji and Yuan Ting took one as well. Because of Yemo's limited power, he didn't try to take a restriction, and it was taken by a South Peace State Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator. The South only had 8 people yet took 4 restrictions. The only ones without a restriction were Yemo and the Qiushuanyu who had come in with him. Chapter 925, The Crazy Herb Garden. The reason the 2 Golden Core State Level 8 cultivators from the South hadn't taken a formation each was because it was safer for them to do so. They were from the same sect, however, now it was different. If the 7 restrictions were herb gardens, then they had to take one each. Who wouldn't want more herbs? Qiushuanyu saw this and was dumbfounded. He had finally gotten inside the secret land, but he couldn't even get something. He might even be stuck there forever. He immediately looked at GMO when a Golden Core State Level 8 master took a restriction all for himself. But he realized that GMO didn't seem to plan on doing anything. Without thought, he went up to the Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator and took out a spirit crystal. "Friend, you're by yourself. Take this spirit crystal. I only want 30% of the herbs." He had already given 2 to EMO, which was a waste. If he didn't get anything out of this, it would be an even bigger waste for him. The Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator had taken a restriction all for himself, but he was still a little worried. He didn't fear EMO, but if Qiushuanyu was helping on the side, then things wouldn't be as hard. What he hadn't expected was that this Golden Core State Level 7 cultivator would only ask for 30% of the herbs and give him a spirit crystal. He could be at ease now. Without much thought, this Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator agreed to Qiushuanyu's request. Even those at Golden Core State Peak stage had to admire the Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator's luck. He could take 70% of the spirit herb garden for himself. Yemo was just a mere Golden Core State Level 1. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to take a spirit herb garden from Golden Core State Level 7 and Level 8 cultivators. All of the 7 restrictions were taken by the cultivators, but Yemo didn't get anything in the end. Guang Wei was just about to call Yemo, yet she saw her big martial sister's serious glare. She immediately understood that if she called Yemo over, it would mean that she was giving the immortal Herb Valley's herbs to Yemo. Yemo seemed to have just woken up and was staring at the 7 taken restrictions. He was dazed and smiled, looking at Qiushuanyu. Seeing this, Qiushuanyu and the Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator immediately became alert. Theoretically, Yemo shouldn't go look for trouble with them. Everyone looked at Yemo, thinking that he would start a fight with that Golden Core State Level 8 master. However, no one believed Yemo could win. Yemo might not even be able to beat the Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator, much less with Qiushuanyu helping. However, Yemo just smiled at that Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator and didn't even approach them. Instead, he walked into the small wooden room. The Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator breathed at ease when he saw that Yemo wasn't planning on bothering him. However, he was contemptuous of Yemo in his heart. There was nothing inside. The Golden Core State Peak stage cultivators had confirmed it already, so no one cared when Yemo went inside. Shichi saw Yemo go in and asked strangely, "Big martial sister, didn't you just say that he would take that restriction for sure? How come he went into the wooden room?" Lu Yuetang blushed. She felt very curious too. According to Yemo's personality, he wouldn't have let things go like that. However, he had just smiled at that guy, he didn't attack.
Since when was he like this? Uchin Mushin sighed. She knew that it wasn't that GMO didn't want to fight for one, but that no matter which one he chose, he was on the losing end. She quickly said, everyone else is attacking their restrictions. We should start too. Everyone started attacking their restrictions. The Golden Core State tertiary stage cultivators found that GMO didn't seem to be doing anything after going into the small wooden room, so they stopped caring. The moment the 19 people attacked the 7 restrictions, the valley rumbled instantly. Meanwhile, GMO was making some formation flags and some jade cards. After half a day of attacking them, the restrictions still hadn't really loosened up. If the 19 people had attacked the same restriction, they might have broken it long ago. Many cultivators started to rest after half a day, but no one went inside the small wooden room, as though agreeing that it was GMO's. If one of them went inside the wooden room, it gave GMO a reason to fight over their herb gardens.
They weren't afraid of GMO, but GMO was a madman. So even if they were to mess with GMO, it would be after they got their spirit herbs. 3 days later, many people found that GMO was making formations in the small wooden room and he seemed to be preparing them for cultivation. People were speechless. This cultivator was mad indeed. Had he used all of these means to come in there just so that he could cultivate? They were right. GMO really started cultivating in the wooden room. He knew that with his current power, no matter which restriction he chose, he wouldn't get anything. Spirit chi was very abundant in the valley. GMO took out the spirit marrow and made a cauldron of Neen by pills. He was progressing very quickly. His golden core state had stabilized and it had started to rise to level 2. GMO was aware that even with all of this, he wouldn't be able to reach level 2 in a short time. Yet he knew that the more refined his cultivation essence was, the better it would be for him in this valley. On the 5th day, a huge explosion sounded. Some kind of spirit chi that was incredibly dense spread out. Even GMO couldn't help getting up. He could guess that one restriction had been broken. He sent his spirit sense out and saw that one of the restriction was broken indeed. It was the Golden Core State Peak Stage Cultivator from the South's restriction. Everyone stopped to look at it. The things inside immediately made everyone's eyes get full of tears. There were spirit herbs inside indeed. The lowest leveled ones were level 5 spirit herbs like the yellow 3-leaf, the mist lawn or the life force fruit. The 3 level 5 spirit herb and level the 5 colors lotus were enough to make everyone go crazy. The mist lawn was the main ingredient for the mist spirit pill. It was the best pill for Golden Core State cultivators to break through. However, it was very rare and precious. The life force fruit was a level 6 spirit herb and an ingredient for making the life force pill. It was said to be the best cultivation essence recovery pill for those under hollow spirit state. It could not only recover cultivation essence, but also heal you. The 5 colors lotus was a level 5 spirit herb, but it was enough to make people crazy for it because it was a spirit herb that could ascend in level. Once the lotus reached 6 colors, it would become a level 6 spirit herb. The legendary 9 colors lotus was its highest state in the cultivation realm because once it reached 10 colors, it would become the 10 colors immortal lotus. The 9 colors lotus was precious because it could be used to make the 9-1 pill that could purify spirit roots. It was a legendary pill in the cultivation realm. However, they all knew that it was very hard to keep a 5 colors lotus alive. Even if they could, it would take a few hundred years for it to reach 6 colors, so 9 colors would take too much. Chapter 926, Leave Behind the Toll Price. The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator saw everyone's greedy eyes, so he said coldly, "There are 7 herb gardens here and I've only broken into one of them. I think you should all focus on your own gardens." With this reminder, everyone woke up and attacked their own restrictions like crazy. If there were that many herbs in the first garden, it meant that their own wouldn't have any less. Even EMO wanted them, but he couldn't get them now. No one kept watch of EMO. Shin Mushin had been watching EMO the whole time, however. She saw EMO's fiery eyes and she could tell that GMO desired those spirit herbs too, so she began to worry. If he fought with those Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators, EMO wouldn't be strong enough to beat them. However, she found that EMO didn't go out of the small wooden house. Instead, he took out formation flags and set them around the wooden house. It was as though he didn't plan on letting people go into his wooden house. Rumble restrictions were broken one by one and large amounts of high-level spirit herbs were shown.
Yemo sat at the door of the small wooden house and scanned with his spirit sense: red light fruit, purple back carrot, core building grass, blue one grass, crisp vine, tiger blood flower. There were even some level 7 herbs. Everything was what he wanted. The people soon divided the herbs after breaking the formation, but what disappointed Yemo was that after all of the 7 restrictions were broken, the highest level spirit herbs inside were level 7 and the most precious one was the 5 colors lotus. He hadn't even gotten to see the level 8 spirit herb return soul fruit he wanted to see. Clearly, there was none there. Sorry, Yemo, I have 2 level 6 purple back blue carrot. You can have it. Guang Wei walked up to the wooden house. She felt bad for Yemo, who hadn't gotten anything. Yemo had done all he could to come in. The 2 herbs she had given him were materials for concocting the blue carrot pill. It was used for breaking through bottlenecks for nascent soul state cultivators. It was very precious. Did you make defense formations here? Guang Wei immediately realized that she couldn't go into the small wooden house. Yemo smiled and nodded. Yes, but I don't need your herbs. It doesn't have much use for me, but I have 2 level 6 herbs. Just when Guang Wei was about to say something else, Yemo waved his hand and stopped her. He suddenly spoke out loud, everyone. I believe that you've all gotten large amounts of precious herbs here and you're desperate to go out. Yemo's words immediately caught the attention of all cultivators there. Of course, they wanted to get out. Do you have a way out? The Southern Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator suddenly asked coldly. Yemo didn't answer, seeing that his attitude wasn't nice. He looked at the other cultivators and waited for someone to ask. The Golden Core State Peak Stage Master saw that a mere Golden Core State level cultivator dared to ignore him, so he was about to rage. But the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator next to him stopped him. Let's see what he has to say first. If he doesn't have a good reason, we can attack him then, Ji Ziyuan from the Ghost Immortal sect said slowly. Dao Friendly, if you really have a way for me to leave, I can give you a few herbs. Yemo smiled. He had been waiting for those words. He then glanced at the cultivators before him and said calmly. This wooden house is a teleportation formation, but it's incomplete. A master who excels in formation must complete this formation. And I happen to be that formation master. While you were gathering the herbs, I spent 5 days of arduous work and finally completed this formation. Before Yemo even finished, a few desperate cultivators tried to rush into the wooden house. Yet when they arrived at the door, they were blocked by Yemo's defense formation. Seeing this, Yemo's expression sunk and said coldly, I paid a great deal to finish this formation and you want to just use it for free? I finished this formation, so if you want to use it, you have to take out something I'm happy with. When Yemo started speaking, the Southern Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator's face looked happy. But when Yemo asked them to pay, his face sunk again. You're a mere Golden Core State Level 1 cultivator. Do you want everyone to give you something? How long do you think your defense formation can last if we attack together? Yemo sneered and took out a jade card. If you want to use this teleportation formation, you must use a jade card I made. Without it, no one can pass through it unless you're also a formation master like me. Even if you all attack together, my formation can last at least 30 seconds. During that time, I can leave this formation easily. How long do you think I need to stop you guys for? Yemo acted like this because he knew there were no formation masters there. Otherwise, they would have long seen that the small wooden house was a formation. Hearing this, the cultivator was furious. He was about to attack Yemo's defense formation. Yemo sneered and took out his jade card. He stood on the teleportation formation and said calmly, since you think you can get out on your own, then I'll be leaving first guys. Wait. Ji Ziyuan stopped the furious Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator and also quickly stopped Yemo. If things were really as Yemo said, then if he left, no one would be able to leave. The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator also realized he couldn't attack now. Despite his fury, Yemo wasn't really going to leave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until then. So, he got off the teleportation formation and said to Ji Ziyuan, what do you have to say? How do we know what you say is the truth? Ji Ziyuan already believed Yemo's words. Yemo could tell that Ji Ziyuan believed him, but he was bargaining. He sneered, I spent so much effort and wasted all this time to repair the teleportation formation. I wasted countless materials for that. If you believe me, then we can do business.
If not, don't come over, Shin Mushin wanted to laugh. She had been watching Emo.
He had just placed some formation flags at the start, certainly without spending much time or materials.
The formation must have also been complete from the beginning and it had nothing to do with Emo. She didn't say this, however. Otherwise, Emo would cause rage. In fact, the teleportation formation had been complete, but there was a stealth restriction on it so other people couldn't see it. Yet, Emo could. At the same time, Emo changed the formation so that only those with a card could go through. That meant that without Emo, these people would eventually find it and leave without the jade card. The small wooden room doesn't belong to you. What right do you have to take over it? A Southern Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator roared in contempt. He was the one who had taken the herb garden that belonged to Emo. But Emo hadn't dared say anything. This had made him look down on Emo. The herb garden outside wasn't yours. Why did you take it? Emo jeered at him. He then looked at Guang Wei. Marshall's sister Guang Wei, if you trust me, come in. I'll let you go first, okay? Without thought, Guang Wei walked into the small wooden room. Seeing Guang Wei taking out the spirit herb, Emo smiled and stopped her. No need, I'll let you go for free. Guang Wei blushed and took the jade card. Shen then put it on the teleportation formation. Everyone saw Guang Wei walk onto the teleportation formation and after a white ray of light flashed, she disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was shook. After all, giving some spirit herbs to Emo was better than being locked up in there forever. Knowing that they could leave for certain, some people weren't worried and instead looked around for other exits. Chapter 927, How Nice I Am to You. Emo wasn't worried at all. He played with the jade cards, waiting to get paid. Those Golden Core State peak stages cursed, but unless they found another way out, if the teleportation formation was really as Emo said it was, then no one would be able to open it after he left. Emo wasn't worried, because he knew for sure that there was no other way out. Even if there were, it would be through the mist, but he believed no one would dare to try that out. Indeed, even when a few cultivators searched the entire valley, they didn't find another way out. Shin Mushin walked to Yemo's wooden house and said, Marshal brother Yi, I'm willing to give you spirit herbs. Yemo led her inside and said quietly, seeing that you didn't expose me, I'll give you the special right to pass free. Shin Mushin blushed. She was thinking it might be more because Yemo had rejected the marriage in front of her face, but she couldn't really say that, so she just accepted the card and went into the teleportation formation. Shin Mushin was in fact right. Yemo was indeed feeling a little guilty. But the main thing was that most of the herbs were on Lu Yuetang. He only needed to catch Lu Yuetang. So like this, he would still get what he wanted and seem like a good person at the same time. Seeing this, Lu Yuetang let Chi-Chi go onto the teleportation formation. What everyone didn't understand was why Yemo let her pass for free. Everyone was contemptuous of Yemo. This guy let all the beautiful girls pass for free. Clearly he was a lecherous person. The other two female cultivators from the south also rejoiced. They decided to let Yemo take a little advantage of them when they went in. He wouldn't be able to really do anything to them anyway, and if they didn't have to pay spirit herbs thanks to it, they would be earning big. Lu Yuetang rejoiced too. Yemo had great talent, but he still had a weakness towards beautiful women. It seemed Immortal Herb Valley was going to be lucky this time. Lu Yuetang stepped forward to the teleportation formation. Marshal brother Yi, hello. Thank you for helping my martial sisters. This is my communications bead. If you go out and have some time, come visit us at the Immortal Herb Valley. Lu Yuetang didn't mention anything about her spirit herbs at all. Yemo took it and put it away without even looking at it. Then he said calmly, thank you, Marshal Sister Lu. But then his tone changed. Marshal Sister Lu got 12 core building grasses, 84 smoke mist flowers, 31 purple back blue carrots and 16 condensed green vines. The more Yemo spoke, the worse her face looked. She didn't think Yemo had been watching her constantly from his small wooden house. Why was he saying this? I won't take much. Just give me half of everything. Of course, if it's an odd number, then you can have the extra one. Are you crazy? Lu Yuetang immediately yelled. Yemo shook his head. I'm not crazy. After you go out, Marshal sister, you will know how lucky you are to be in the same sect as Guang Wei. Lu Yuetang's face changed, and her tone suddenly went cold. What if I don't agree? Yemo smiled. Then please step back. I didn't spend that much effort to be free labor. Hearing this, even the people outside the formation couldn't accept it. Lu Yuetang knew Yemo a little at least, yet this he cultivator was going to take half of her herbs. How much would he take from them strangers? Lu Yuetang wanted to attack immediately, but she stopped herself. Even if she killed Emo, the people outside wouldn't let her go. Remembering how Emo had saved Marshall's sister Guangwei, Lu Yuetang sighed and took out half of the herbs, saying coldly, "I'm giving you these herbs not as payment but as thanks for saving Marshall's sister Guangwei." Emo took the storage bag and checked it carefully before taking out a jade card and giving it to Lu Yuetang. Then he said casually, "You should consider yourself lucky that you didn't attack. My temper isn't that good, so even if I wouldn't have killed you on Guangwei's account, I would take your storage ring at least, you." Lu Yuetang was furious as she took the jade card and glanced at Emo contemptuously. "I won't fight over something useless like that with you. Soon you will know how nice I am being to you. You're not bad, but soon you will realize the difference between you and someone at the Golden Core State Peak stage," Lu Yuetang cursed. If she knew this was going to happen, she would have left most of the herbs in Lu Yuetang's or Qin Wuxin's care. Emo activated the teleportation formation immediately, but before she left, he also said, "Soon you will know how nice I was to you as well." Zhiqiushui then walked into the teleportation formation and before Emo asked, he took out half of his herbs and said, "Marshal brother Yi, here are my herbs." Emo took out a jade card and said, "I was going to ask 60%, but since you were showing initiative, I'll just take 50%. Zhiqiushui smiled bitterly. He knew that Emo was saying this not to him, but to the people outside. Emo meant that they had to give the herbs to him without asking, or things wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that 5 people had left already, the Golden Core State Level 8 that took Emo's Spirit Herb Garden asked Emo to go in next. Emo saw the killing intent in his eyes and knew that the fellow didn't harbor good intentions. As soon as he walked in, he said, "I'm Pan Yi, remember it dash." Then he took out a flying sword and attacked Emo. The cultivators outside saw this and knew that Pan Yi wanted to subjugate Emo as quickly as possible. They were all preparing to attack, but before they could, they heard a thud as Pan Yi was flicked out of the room, smashing into a herb garden. Emo looked at Pan Yi coldly. He didn't say anything, but this was more threatening than anything he could say. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Emo's formation capabilities anymore. He just activated the formation and flicked Pan Yi out without even having to attack himself. If Emo wasn't concerned with the cultivators outside, he could probably kill Pan Yi at any time. He really is a formation master. Our South Peace State is full of geniuses, but we've never seen a formation master this young. My God, how does he do it? The Golden Core State Peak stage from the south murmured in shock. This person set up such a formation in a rush. Perhaps he's already a level 4 formation master. That's too scary. Another Southern Golden Core State level 7 commented, in the cultivation realm, formation masters were divided into 9 levels. Those who could lay level 1 to level 3 formations were called formation masters. Between level 4 and level 6, one can be called a formation grandmaster. If one can set up level 7 to level 9 formations, then that would be a formation supreme master. No one could lay formations beyond level 9, because that would be an immortal formation, and those who can lay those are called immortal formation masters. The reason why everyone was so shocked was because even level 3 formation masters were very rare, much less a level 4 formation grandmaster like Emo. Those other formation grandmasters were all hundreds of years old. No one was as young as Emo. Chapter 928, give you 2 words. Pan Yi felt embarrassed that he had been kicked out like a dead dog by a level 1 Golden Core State cultivator, despite Emo having done it with the formation, so as soon as he got up, he tried to attack Emo's defense formation. But he was immediately stopped by GZ Yuan. After Lu Yuetang had left, he was the only Golden Core State Peak stage cultivator from the north. He stopped Pan Yi's flying sword and said coldly, "If you dare to attack the formation again, I will kill you." Pan Yi subconsciously shivered. There was still a huge difference between a Golden Core State Level 8 Master and Golden Core State Peak Stage Master. Moreover, from the bleak chi GZ Yuan was emitting, he might even be at false soul state. On top of that, even his sex-martial brother wasn't speaking up for him. Those people who had wanted to do the same immediately gave up on the thought. Trying to go into the formation of a formation grandmaster to capture him was a joke. The South Peace State cultivator didn't wait for Emo to ask and they just took out half of their herbs. Soon, Emo had an abundance of herbs and they were all precious ones. Emo felt he had played well his move. So what if he offended people? After he returned to River State, he would run away with Yangzhou and the others. Luoyu continent was quite big, who could find him? Moreover, how could a Dao cultivator be timid? after a few cultivators left, the Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator also walked into Yemo's small room. I'm from a 6-star sect in the south, Lightning Forgery sects Huang Yushan. Dao friend Yi is already a formation grandmaster at such a young age. I'm very impressed. Here's my herbs. Yemo took the bag and checked the herbs. Then, he threw them back. You're missing 10 life essence fruits, for ghostface mushrooms and a 5 colors lotus. Huang Yushan was about to rage after hearing this. He hadn't thought Yemo could tell so clearly how many herbs he had gotten. Yemo didn't care what sect this old man came from. How dare this guy cut out on the payment? Yemo said coldly, hurry up. If you are not going to use the formation, I will push you out. There's many people in line. Huang Yushan felt very sullen, but he knew he couldn't do anything about it. Huang Yushan put his hand in the storage bag again. He had made up his mind that after he got out, he would wait for this insect. Yemo said at that moment, because you played dirty the first time, you need to give me 60% of your herbs to get out. You need to add 13 life essence fruits, 2 5 colors lotus, etc. Huang Yushan had just realized what Yemo meant when he said he was being nice to Lu Yuetang. He looked at Yemo with fury and said word by word, I only have 3 5 colors lotus. You dare take 2? Yemo, you're a formation grandmaster indeed, but if I attack without consideration, do you think you can stop me? Don't be so cocky, young man, unless you want to stay in here forever. Yemo replied coldly, you have 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, you can PSS off. Yemo was losing his patience. If that dude, Huang, didn't agree, he would flick him out first, and after everyone else had left, he would teach this guy a lesson. He had already completely offended these cultivators by asking for their herbs. He didn't need to suck up to them anymore. 1, 2, Yemo counted. Seeing this, everyone looked at Yemo in a daze. If this guy dared to do this to Huang Yushan, of course he would to Pan Yi, who was only at Golden Core State level 8, I'll pay. Huang Yushan clenched his teeth and gave him his herbs. He had decided that after he left, even if he couldn't go collect herbs for the remaining 2 months, he would wait for Yemo. Yemo then checked the storage bag and said coldly, you're smart, otherwise, you wouldn't be giving me 60%. Huang Yushan's face was very bleak. However, he just took the jade card and went into the teleportation formation. After this, everyone else took out half of their herbs without having to be reminded. Even the 2 female cultivators who had wanted to seduce Yemo didn't bother trying. Soon, the remaining Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator from the south also paid half of his herbs and left. There were just 3 people outside now. One was Pan Yi, another was Qiu Xuanyu, and the last was the Ghost Immortal Sect's Golden Core State Peak Stage Gziyuan. Gziyuan went inside and gave Yemo a strange look, but he still gave him half of his herbs. After Yemo gave him the jade card, Gziyuan suddenly grabbed Yemo. Yemo sneered and didn't even bother stopping the attack. He threw a formation flag, and with the flash of a ray, Gziyuan was kicked outside of the room. Gziyuan didn't seem worried at all. He said coldly to Yemo, I have a jade card now. Even if you kick me out, if I break through the defense formation, do you think you can leave before I break it? I won't trouble you. Give me back the herbs you took from me and half of what you got. Before Yemo could reply, Gziyuan took out 2 black beads and played with them. Perhaps, I only need to throw 1 bead to break your formation in a second. Hearing this, Pan Yi and Qiu Xuanyu were dazed. If they really fought in peace, said Yemo off, Gziyuan would be able to leave for certain, but they wouldn't. Moreover, they saw the black bead in Gziyuan's hands. It was the bursting bead made by nascent soul state cultivators. These beads were very powerful. It was powerful, but only nascent soul state cultivators could make it. Usually, nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't make it because it was made when they formed their nascent soul, using the impurities and dirt of their body. Most of them didn't make it, as it split their attention and affect the quality of their nascent soul. Hence, bursting beads were very rare. Gziyuan watched Yemo closely. As soon as Yemo dared to get on the teleportation formation, he would immediately throw the busting bead. However, Yemo didn't go on the teleportation formation. He took out a formation flag instead and sneered at Gziyuan. You won't get my storage ring nor my herbs, but I have 2 words for you. Gziyuan raised the bursting bead and sneered. You're very bold, but you can try. My bursting bead can break your formation in a second. Young man, spirit herbs are good, but you need to have the life to enjoy them. No matter what words you say, I'll only give you 1 chance, dumb C&T. Yemo then shook his head.
If he hadn't thought of this possible scenario, he wouldn't have even needed to stand there to gather wealth.
You're asking to die?
Ji Ziyuan yelled. He was about to throw out his bursting bead, but the next moment he was dazed. The jade card in his hand turned into pieces. Without thought, Ji Ziyuan threw out one of the bursting beads.
If Yemo really tried to leave, he wouldn't be able to. He was sure Yemo needed 5 seconds to teleport away.
During this time, his bursting bead would have already broken the formation. Chapter 929, already a public enemy. Yemo knew the power of the bursting bead and didn't expect Ji Ziyuan to have it. It wouldn't be able to break his formation in a second, but his formation wouldn't last more than 3 seconds.
In that case, he wouldn't have time to teleport away.
If Ji Ziyuan had taken out the bursting bead immediately, Yemo wouldn't have been able to collect everyone's herbs, but Ji Ziyuan had been greedy and wanted Yemo to collect the spirit herbs for him, so he had stayed until the end, but Yemo wasn't afraid. He wasn't going to just stand there and watch the bursting bead break his formation. Yemo threw out all of his formation flags and sneered, "Had you used your bursting bead right at the start, then I wouldn't have been able to do anything but run. But now, you deserve the 2 words I gave you." The flags floated in an orderly fashion and surrounded the bursting bead. As soon as Yemo threw them out, rumble, a huge explosion sounded. The formation flags Yemo threw out quickly formed a simple defensive formation, but it was pulverized instantly by the power of the bursting bead. But Yemo didn't want the explosion to reach his innermost defensive arrangement and threw out more formation flags to surround it. This kept happening, as though Yemo had an endless amount of formation flags on him. Eventually, the power of the bursting bead was shaved away by Yemo's countless formation flags.
The defensive formation in the small wooden room was only a little broken.
Yemo threw a few more formation flags out, and the damaged parts were instantly repaired. Ji Ziyuan looked at all of this in a daze. His bursting bead's power had been wasted away by Yemo's formation flags in such a shameless way. He was at a loss for words. He said he would break Yemo's formation in a second, yet more than half a minute had passed, and Yemo's formation was still there. Ji Ziyuan didn't expect this mere golden core state level 1 to be so calculating. He seemed to have long since prepared countless formation flags. From how he could make an impromptu formation in mid-air, it showed that he had long since built the formation foundations for them. Ji Ziyuan thought of himself as a calculative person, but this guy was even more calculating than him. Meanwhile, Yemo was sweating cold. Being careful wasn't a mistake indeed. He thought of the possibility of someone using a single-use magic artifact thanks to the red lightning from before. And so he made a few more defensive formation bases in the air that could be activated by formation flags as a countermeasure for such things. Who would have thought that this extra move would actually save his life? Otherwise, he really wouldn't know if he would have been able to get away. Pan Yi and Xiao Xuanyu also looked at the confrontation speechlessly. Pan Yi's mouth was bitter.
He knew his ending wouldn't be good.
This golden core state level 1 was playing around with even a golden core state peak stage, so wasn't he not even worth mentioning? Yemo then took out another handful of formation flags and said, "Gee, you have another bursting bead, right? Why don't you take it out?" If it wasn't that Yemo didn't dare to leave now as he still had some business here, he would have long since gone out. He didn't care if these 3 lived or not, but Yemo believed there was something strange about how there could still be such dense spirit chi after the restrictions were broken. He had to search everything again after everyone left. Yemo didn't know that other people had also realized that, but even if they stayed behind, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Ji Ziyuan looked bitterly at Yemo. "Dao friend Yi, it was my bad. I'm willing to give you more spirit herbs. Please let me go on account that we're all northern cultivators," Yemo said. "I'm easy to talk to and very generous. You only need to give me half of your herbs, but you will need to add 100k top-grade spirit stones. Also, since you scared me with your bursting bead, you will have to leave the remaining one behind as compensation." Hearing this, Ji Ziyuan's heart ached. He didn't get anything in the end and only lost 100k top-grade spirit stones as well as a bursting bead. As for staying behind, who knew if he would still be alive after being trapped in there for a few decades? From a certain perspective, he actually did feel that Yemo was rather easy to negotiate with. The 100k spirit stones wasn't really much. The only precious thing was the bursting bead. Yemo had considered taking Ji Ziyuan's storage ring, but that would mean them becoming mortal enemies. He was sure that even if it meant Ji Ziyuan not being able to go out, he wouldn't leave behind his storage ring. Yemo wasn't confident in taking down Ji Ziyuan anyway, so he had left some space for him. Furthermore, Ji Ziyuan was from the Ghost Immortal sect. He could kill him, but he couldn't allow his sect to know about it. Those who had entered the hidden space were all elites of their sections. It wasn't too bad to rob their spirit herbs, but killing those elite members would be another story. Ji Ziyuan entered the small wooden house for the second time and gave Emo a bag filled with 100k spirit stones, but then Emo threw the bag back and said coldly, "How come I don't see the half of the spirit herbs?" Ji Ziyuan was stunned. He realized that Emo didn't mean the half of his spirit herbs that he had already given him just now, but that Emo meant he wanted another half of the remaining herbs he had. This meant that he would have given Emo 75% of all his herbs. At this moment, Ji Ziyuan no longer thought Emo was easy to talk to. But he had no negotiation rights anymore. Ji Ziyuan didn't bother arguing with Emo and just took out another half of his herbs and gave that to Emo. He had decided that after he went out, no matter where in the world Emo was, he was going to catch him and devour him. Seeing Ji Ziyuan leave, Xiao Xuanyu took out half of his herbs without making trouble and left. He swore that he would rather face nascent soul state masters than Emo. Seeing that only Pan Yi remained, Emo had nothing to worry about anymore. He might not be a match for Pan Yi, but with his formations he really didn't fear this Pan fellow. Pan Yi looked at him and asked, "How many herbs do you want?" He knew that Emo would definitely ask for more, and he was prepared to give all he had. He would just wait for Emo after going out. "Give me 80% and that spirit crystal. Then you can leave," Emo said coldly. Pan Yi was shook, as he didn't expect Emo to only ask for 80%. Emo had his own plans, though. If he took all of Pan Yi's herbs, it would break his hope, and he might as well kill him then. A person who loses hope will become crazy, but Emo didn't plan on killing him yet. Pan Yi didn't object and took out what was asked of him without hesitation. Seeing Pan Yi teleport away, Emo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had become a public enemy now. The people would probably be waiting for him outside, but Emo didn't plan on leaving anytime soon. Chapter 930. Waiting for Emo. At an ordinary place on the outskirts of the desert, a hidden teleportation formation revealed itself. More than 20 cultivators had gathered here. There were the 18 cultivators who had been teleported out and 2 friends who they had called over. Xiao Xuanyu was the only one who had left immediately. Everyone stared at the formation, waiting for one person, that Emo who had robbed their herbs with shameless means. They were waiting there to take back what belonged to them. Many saw Xiao Xuanyu run away and they immediately looked down on him, but no one said anything. Xiao Xuanyu was completely scared of Emo. He would rather get away and not take back his herbs than face Emo again. The formation brightened up again. It was Pan Yi, the Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator who had come with him, went up to him and asked, "Martial Brother Pan, how much did he take?" Pan Yi's face was green. He said coldly, 80% and that spirit crystal. Huang Yushan realized that everyone except Emo had come out, so he immediately got up and saluted with his fists. "That cocky little insect took most of our herbs. Our only goal in staying here is to rip him to pieces. But before this, I hope everyone can report their lost herbs in case we start a fight when we divide the herbs." Huang Yushan's words immediately got the approval of many cultivators. Huang Yushan nodded and said, "In that case, I'll speak first. I lost 60% of my herbs, 5 colors lotus, etc." Lu Yuetang was shook. She hadn't expected that Emo would take more from Huang Yushan than from her. Ji Ziyuan then stood up and said coldly, "I lost 75% of my herbs, and 1 bursting vide. The herbs are etc." Ji Ziyuan soon realized what Emo meant when he said that soon she would understand how nice he was being to her. Hearing all these cultivators report the herbs they had lost, she suddenly didn't have hatred towards Emo anymore. She suddenly smiled to her martial sisters and said, "Let's go." Seeing them leave, many of the cultivators didn't understand, but no one asked them to stay. After all, when Emo came out, if they didn't take their portion, it meant that everyone would get a little more. After they had walked away, Chi-Chi couldn't help asking, "Big martial sister, why didn't you wait for your 50% of herbs?" Lu Yuetang smiled bitterly. "Do you think we could have gotten it back? If Emo can't even think of this situation, he would have long been subjugated by those who stayed behind. If I'm not wrong, they are just wasting their time there. In 3 days, almost all of them will leave, but that's the teleport exit. If he's to come out, he has to pass there. Can he come out from other places?"
Chi-Chi asked in bewilderment. Lu Yuetang shook her head. I don't really understand this either, but I believe that since he dares to do this, he might have another way out. He's very cunning and meticulous. I don't think I'm wrong about him. In the future, try not to be enemies with someone like him. Qin Muxin didn't say anything. Her master had also told her this, however, Emo didn't have another way out. The teleportation formation had a set destination and the person who had set it up was much more powerful than him. With his current power, he couldn't change it into a random location teleportation formation. If he made any mistakes, he might get stuck in spacetime and lose his life. Random location teleportation formations required high-level materials and a very powerful cultivation level, but Emo didn't care, he had gotten the spirit herbs he wanted. It was enough for him to reach nascent soul state. Even if the others were waiting outside, by using the most obvious method, he could leave just when he was about to be teleported out of the herb valley. The southern cultivators wouldn't be teleported to the North Far State, so the only one he needed to worry about was Ji Yuan. Emo then went into the ravaged herb gardens. Emo felt the dense spirit chi immediately. There was definitely something up, as all the spirit herbs there were gone. Emo reached his spirit sense down the garden. He was only at Golden Core State Level 1, but his spirit sense was similar to Golden Core State middle stage cultivators. Even so, after spreading it tens of kms down, he wasn't able to reach any further. Emo decided to use Earth mobility. The more he went down, the denser he felt the spirit chi to be. An hour later, Emo stopped. He had understood the source of the dense spirit chi, it was an underground spirit range. It was low grade, but Emo felt that perhaps in a few decades, it would become a middle grade spirit range, so that was it. How could he take it out though? Emo realized that he wasn't the only one who had found out about it. Those who had come in knew about this, but they didn't have a way to take it away, so they pretended they didn't know. The reason they had pretended they didn't know was so that they could report this and come back next time to take it away. The value of a spirit range couldn't be measured with spirit stones. Even a 5-star sect might not have a good spirit range. Emo had heard that 6-star sects had their own middle grade spirit ranges. He must take the spirit range away. With it, he could cultivate anywhere he wanted. He still had some spirit marrow yet, but with his cultivation consumption speed, it was at most enough for him to reach Golden Core State Level 3. The spirit range was far from as good as the spirit marrow pond, but it had more spirit chi. No storage ring could take a spirit range away. Even if one could, Emo wouldn't be able to put it inside. Emo immediately went inside the Golden Page World. He knew that he could only use the Golden Page World to take it away. But when Emo went inside, he was shocked to find that the Golden Page World had expanded multiple times. He knew that the Golden Page World would expand after he reached Golden Core State, but even when he had reached Foundation Establishment State, the increase hadn't been this significant. If the Golden Page World hadn't been his, he suspected that his spirit sense wouldn't have been able to scan until the end. It was still dull and gray inside. Emo scanned and saw Silver sitting in the spirit marrow pond. Her feathers looked whiter. Are you a spirit beast now? Emo looked dazedly at the big bird. He hadn't thought that a bird he had brought from Earth could become a level 1 spirit beast, or had she always been a spirit beast? When Ning Qingxue first got Silver, Emo had thought it was a blue phoenix, whose feathers get more and more blue. Silver's plumage had gotten whiter. However, hearing this, Silver glanced at Emo contemptuously and continued to squirm in the spirit marrow pond. Emo ignored her. After seeing that the Golden Page World was this big, he realized that he could fit 1,000 spirit ranges, much less one. What he needed to figure out now was how to bring it inside. Chapter 931, No Exit. Emo exited the Golden Page World and tried to move the spirit range inside it, but reality proved it to be nothing but an exercise in pointlessness. The spirit range didn't even shake a bit. Emo sighed. If he wanted to put the range into his Golden Page World like that, he would need to at least reach the hollow spirit state. Just when he was out of ideas, he suddenly felt the spirit range move a little. When he checked it carefully, he confirmed that the spirit range had moved a little indeed. The spirit range wanted to escape? Emo was shook. Emo immediately perused the spirit range with his spirit sense and found that it was moving indeed, even though the movement was minimal. So the spirit range had its own will. It had been there for countless years and never moved. Why would it move as soon as they came? Emo thought about and understood what was going on.
This spirit range must have been controlled by some ancient powerful being to provide spirit chi for the 7 herb gardens. The herb gardens contained a formation that bound the spirit range.
When the group with EMO entered, none of them knew formations well and destroyed the formation. Even he didn't realize that the 7 herb gardens formed a formation. Without the formation binding it, the spirit range could run away and find a better place to reach the middle grade formation. EMO suddenly realized that perhaps he could use a formation to move it away into his golden page world. Thinking about this, EMO didn't hesitate to go into action.
He started building formations around the spirit range immediately. Yemo's power wasn't too high, but his formation skills were good. A week later, Yemo's formation had covered the entire spirit range. As Yemo kept throwing out formation flags, the spirit range started to shake.
The entire ground started to shake too. Yemo worried that if he took the spirit range, the entire valley might collapse. No matter how worried he was though, Yemo did what he needed to do, and finally, indeed a huge thud sounded as the spirit range was shifted into his golden page world. The thunderous sound seemed capable of crushing one's soul. Without taking so much as a moment to hesitate, Yemo dashed into the golden page world. Even though he had earth mobility, the huge force of the earth crashing down would be enough to pulverize him. As soon as Yemo came in, he saw the spirit range emit a faint white mist that circulated at one side of the golden page world.
Meanwhile, Silver was watching the spirit range worriedly. Feeling the dense spirit chi inside, Yemo breathed comfortably.
No one would believe that someone had been able to seize a spirit range with golden core state power. Yemo knew that the collapse outside wouldn't finish for a while, so he sat inside the spirit marrow pond and started cultivating. The spirit chi was devoured by Yemo like crazy, and his power kept increasing. When Yemo opened his eyes again, he was shook. Another 20% of the spirit marrow pond was gone, yet he had only barely reached the middle stage of level 1. Yemo looked at the pond and murmured, "How many spirit stones will need to reach golden core state level 9? How many spirit herbs will I need?" He didn't dare to imagine. His consumption rate was crazy. Although he had a spirit range now, its potency was a far cry from the spirit marrow pond. Yemo didn't continue cultivating in the pond. He would be wasting too much. It would be much better for Yangzhu and Yiling to cultivate in it. Yemo started to organize his herbs. These were the herbs which had been planted around the spirit range, so they were important. Especially the 2 5 colors lotuses, so Yemo used a formation to protect them. Yemo looked at the vast patch of level 5 herbs and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had gone through a bit of danger, but the harvest was worth it. Yemo came out of the golden page world and returned to the herb garden. The scene in front of him was astonishing. The valley was a mess. There were no longer any remnants of the 7 herb gardens, and all that was left were 7 big ravines instead. Even the small wooden house had disappeared, much less the teleportation formation. Yemo sighed. Even if there weren't people waiting for him on the other side, he wouldn't be able to get away. So now Yemo's greatest problem was how to go out. Yemo went around again but didn't find another way out. The formation he had used to threaten others with was destroyed by his own hands. The mist was still dense outside, and Yemo didn't dare to try going through it, but Yemo knew that the mist might really be his only way out, so Yemo called out Shadowless and told it to approach the mist. After Shadowless flew up to a few meters from the mist, it quickly came back to Yemo's shoulder, and no matter how much Yemo urged it, it didn't dare to go up again. Even Shadowless couldn't go near the mist. Yemo really didn't have any ideas left. He had wanted to use the method he used to escape Changfun Valley again. If Shadowless weren't afraid of the mist, he would let Shadowless take the golden page world across the mist, but now Yemo began to worry. He didn't want to stay there. No one would come there even 50 years later. Suddenly, Yemo felt a sense of danger. The mist started to slowly pour in, and the closest part was only a few meters away from him. In his shock, Yemo immediately went back into the golden page world without thought. Yemo then immediately made a surveillance formation disk and threw it out. Through it, Yemo saw the valley become slowly covered, and in no time, the entire valley would be covered in that deadly mist. Yemo sighed. He knew that he had completely lost the way to go out. Yemo guessed that the mist had probably been locked out by the garden's formation. Yemo then just made a temporary home on the spirit range and started to concoct pills. There, he wanted to see if the mist would slowly dissipate into the environment without the confinement to keep it in place. If not, then he could only hope that he would be teleported out after the 3 months were up.
Despite the possibilities of that not being great, atop the spirit range, EMO used his mist lotus heart fire and started concocting pills.
EMO felt a smooth sense of satisfaction.
With all the high-level spirit herbs EMO had, cauldrons of pills were quickly concocted. EMO concocted pills for an entire week before checking the outside again. Seeing that the mist was still dense, EMO began to turn disappointed. Wait! EMO saw two ants crawl slowly on the messy ground. Even Shadowless was scared of the mist. How come those two ants were fine? EMO then noticed that the mist felt the same as before, yet also seemed to have lost something.
And that seemed to be a level of intelligence. Was this change also due to him pulling away the spirit range?
Thinking about this, EMO called out Shadowless again and threw him out without regard. He kept watch of Shadowless, though, and was ready to summon it back if there were any danger. Shadowless was dazed after being randomly thrown out of the Golden Page world. But when it saw the endless mist, its first reaction was to run. But soon, it stopped.
It walked around the mist and realized in wonder that it didn't seem to affect him anymore. EMO thought, is there really no danger here anymore?
Thinking like this, he also went out into the mist. Chapter 932, The Spirit That Devours Space. EMO stood in the mist. He didn't go back to the Golden Page world because he knew that it was different from before. It was just some ordinary mist now and it didn't harm him at all. Even when he walked back to the place where the mist had been sealed, nothing happened. EMO carefully sent his spirit sense out. He soon found that his spirit sense could go through places he couldn't before.
Without much effort, EMO found the cultivator that had disappeared.
He was just a pile of bones now. Even the clothes on him were gone. EMO believed that the mist had lost its poisonous and spirit sense barrier properties after he had pulled away the spirit range. Theoretically, he should be safe now, but he had a sense of danger. The dead cultivator's ring was right next to his body, but EMO didn't have any intentions of picking it up at all. He had to leave the valley quickly. That was his only thought. Was there something with intelligence there before he had put away the spirit range? Was it an evil spirit or something else? Thinking about this, EMO's body got colder. That scary feeling was getting more and more intense. He didn't even turn away, he just dashed away on his flying pike. There were no longer any air restrictions, a spirit range, an evil spirit, a corrosive mist. EMO just wanted to fly away as fast as possible. A strong suction force came. EMO subconsciously scanned where he was before, and what he saw made his skin crawl. His spirit sense couldn't find anything, but the place where he had stood had disappeared into thin air. It was just like a huge football field that had a block dug out of it. The football field was still there, but it had lost a piece of it. That part seemed to have completely disappeared into nothing. EMO could guess that if he had stood there, then he would have disappeared along with it. EMO was a golden core state cultivator, but there was nothing he could do against such unexplainable phenomena. Regardless if that was real or fake, EMO knew he had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, even if he went into the Golden Page world, it might disappear too. The suction seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. EMO felt that if he slowed down even a little bit, he would be sucked away and disappear from this world. EMO didn't dare to look back at all, nor pick up the countless rings on the bones below. He took out one of his extreme-grade spirit stones and placed it on the flying pike without hesitation. With this powering it, the flying pike instantly speed up. EMO felt that suction force didn't seem as strong as before and he finally breathed at ease. 2 days later, EMO heard his flying pike crack. EMO realized that he had made it go too fast and it had broken. EMO threw it away, picked up the unfinished spirit stones and dashed away on Zisu. EMO had slowed down, so half a day later, he felt that suction force again. However, he realized that he was about to get out of the mist. EMO didn't even dare to look at what kind of place it was. He used his cultivation essence and accelerated to the maximum before dashing away. When he left behind the last sliver of mist, EMO could breathe a little better, but he still kept running at full speed. He was scared of that unseen force. He had never heard of something capable of devouring space. EMO felt that everything that had been in the herb garden's secret land seemed to be part of a cycle, as though it had been designed by someone. EMO believed that he had broken someone's set-up land by taking out the spirit range. Thinking about this, he felt extremely uneasy. Wait. Since there was a teleportation formation in the herb garden, why were there still so many bones in the mist? They must have come from outside too. How come they didn't leave through the teleportation formation in the wooden house? EMO connected the dots and his heart skipped a beat. The wooden house had a complete teleportation formation,
but it wasn't for them. That teleportation formation was hidden. He had changed the formation flags to his. This way, the formation could be activated. In other words, if he hadn't changed the formation flags, even if someone found the teleportation formation, they wouldn't have been able to use it unless that person was a formation great master. However, those who had come in there were elite sect members. Moreover, formation grand masters couldn't just be at golden core state level. It was very hard to become a formation grand master in the lifespan of a golden core state. He was a formation master. If he hadn't found that formation, then everyone would be trapped inside and forced to find a way out through the mist. From this point of view, he had saved everyone. The person who had designed this secret land had only one purpose, and that was to attract people to come in and make them go into the mist to be devoured by it and that unseen force. The Herb Valley had been around for countless years. This meant that countless people had died there. That's why there were hidden restrictions placed on the herb gardens. It was only after all these years that the restrictions had started to get weaker. EMO suspected that there was also a hidden restriction around the wooden house. But only they had gotten to see it. EMO guessed that the spirit herb garden was meant to feed that unknown thing. The primary source of strength was the essence blood of cultivators. EMO suddenly realized that if he wanted to know if he had guessed right, he just had to look at how old the spirit herbs were. Thinking about this, EMO started to check the herbs in his golden page world. Chapter 933, South Piece 10 Beauties. When EMO checked the age of the herbs, he was sure that he had just messed up someone's plan. The herbs he got were all at least 500 years old, and they looked very good. Because they were growing on a spirit range, EMO was shocked. He finally understood why the spirit range had been trying to leave. Probably according to plan, when the person didn't need any more essence blood, he would let the last group of cultivators break the restriction. The spirit range would then slowly move into the mist and be devoured by the being inside the mist. By taking someone else's spirit range, EMO ruined this person's setup. The being inside the mist won't be able to evolve like it was supposed to be due to this. This person had spent so much effort to set all this up, having even calculated what would happen all these years later so accurately. This being was definitely not someone EMO could mess with. At the same time, EMO knew that he had ended up offending this powerful being. EMO didn't dare to so much as look back, as he just wanted to run as far away as possible. No matter if he'd guessed right or not, this valley's herb garden wasn't simple. The mist wasn't simple for sure. EMO just kept flying on Zisu while eating a life essence pill every once in a while. He didn't even know how long he had been flying, when he finally breathed easy and suddenly saw 3 cultivators fighting. No matter where this place was, it was clear he had gotten away. The people fighting were 2 golden core state level 3 cultivators and 1 golden core state level 2. It seemed the level 2 and 1 level 3 were fighting the other level 3 cultivator. EMO scanned them without caring too much about them. These people couldn't pose a threat to him. He found a place to sit. He had been running for a few days and nights and had long since been exhausted. The 3 cultivators saw EMO appear and were dazed. But when they saw that EMO was only at golden core state level 1 and was eating pills while going to rest immediately, they understood that he must have escaped there. They ignored EMO and kept fighting. After EMO ate a stalagmite benefit pill to mediate the pill poison, he started to watch the fight. The lone cultivator was very handsome and had defined features, but he was clearly not going to last long. One of the other 2 had a pale face and hawk nose, whereas the other had a long face that didn't match his head. Huangjua, Kai Shizhang, I've already given it to you. What else do you want? That handsome golden core state level 3 man kept panting and asking. Sure Hongju, it's not that we have enmity with you, but we made a promise to someone. It's your fault for not having a good look at yourself. You always try to get close to Du Xiaoying. Of course, if you are willing to destroy your face and swear to the heavenly Tao that you will never get close to Du Xiaoying again, we can let you go, the pale-faced cultivator said. EMO shook his head. That sure Hongju would be an idiot if he agreed. The pale-faced cultivator clearly had killing intent in his eyes. Sure Hongju yelled, Huangjua. Are you crazy? Du Xiaoying is one of the top 10 beauties in South Peace State. How can she like me? Did you get something wrong? Get it wrong? How come I heard that she met up with you alone more than once? Last time on the Tang Pill Towers auction, you guys talked for an entire day. Are you just ordinary friends then? Huangjua replied coldly. The long-faced cultivator suddenly laughed creepily and said, Hee hee, sure Hongju, your face is indeed pretty. If you had the chance, you might even get number 1 Wensai in Luo Susu, much less number 9 to Shoying. Sure, Hongju was suddenly thrown into a daze for a moment as he reminisced Wensai's goddess-like beauty. That day, he'd glanced at her from afar, and ever since then, he could never forget her beauty and temperament. He wasn't that much into Shoying, but he indeed had fallen in love with Wensai. But he was aware that with his identity and status it would be hard to so much as talk to her, much less get close to her. The reason why he could talk to Du Shoying was because she approved of him. Using this lapse of focus of Shi Hongju, the horse-faced cultivator pierced his shoulder with his flying sword. Shi Hongju quickly retreated and ate a pill, not daring to divide his attention again, but Shi Hongju was already injured, so how could the two let go of such an opportunity? They attacked with even more force. Trying to kill Shi Hongju in one go, however, their two spirit artifacts didn't land on Shi Hongju, as they were instead struck back by a purple ray. Yemo smashed the two spirit artifacts away with just one sword, and he sent the men back many meters. The two looked at Yemo, who was holding Zisu in a daze and couldn't react for a long time. Even though they had already almost exhausted their cultivation essence, their combined attack wasn't something a golden core state level 1 could casually break. What happened? Huang Zhuo looked at Kai Shizhang and asked. Kai Shizhang shook his head and said in a quiet voice, "This young man is a tough one. He just attacked casually. But I felt like his attack was unstoppable. I don't think we're a match for him even if we attack together. He must be hiding his power." Shi Hongju was still in a daze, as he didn't understand why Emo saved him and how this mere golden core state level 1's attack could be so powerful. He wouldn't even dare to believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. This golden core state level 1's power was more absurd than some core disciples of 9-star sects. He had seen the 9-star sect Lightning Cloud sect's core disciple Tian Alfing attack once. That was in the South Peace City's Trial Stone Square, when Tian Alfing was just at golden core state level 4, yet with his attack, he entered the ranks of the Golden Core State Hall of Fame. To enter the Golden Core State Hall of Fame, a cultivation of at least the Golden Core State Tertiary stage was required, yet he had been only at Golden Core State level 4. Other than that Tian Alfing, Shi Hongju now once again saw a cultivator that shocked him. "Friend, this is just a conflict between us, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you interfering in this?" Kai Shizhang immediately asked. He had made up his mind that even if Emo was going to forcefully save Shi Hongju, he would rather let Shi Hongju go than fight this person. He had noticed that Emo also didn't really seem to have the intention to fight them. There was only some unexplainable excitement in his eyes. Emo wasn't planning on fighting the two indeed. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "Did you just say Luo Susu? Where is she?" Yemo's tone was still trembling, as he simply couldn't control it. Yemo's emotions had exploded upon hearing this name. He didn't want anyone to die in the fight, resulting in him getting incomplete information. Luo Susu? Kai Shizhang realized that this cultivator was also an admirer of Luo Susu, and he must have been looking for information about her. Although they didn't say anything, Kai Shizhang and Huang Zhuo immediately looked down on Emo on the inside. Although Yemo's attack was quite shocking, he was daydreaming if he thought he could see Luo Susu. However, Kai Shizhang didn't dare to say any of that. He replied respectfully, "Luo Susu is the core disciple of the 9-star sect called the Dark Ice sect. She's ranked first in the top 10 beauties of South Peace State along with Wensai." Chapter 934, Susu's whereabouts. Emo didn't care about the South Peace State's top 10 beauties. He just wanted to know if that Luo Susu was his wife. Before Kai Shizhang had finished, he asked desperately again, "When did Luo Susu join the Dark Ice sect? What is her current power level?" Kai Shizhang seemed to see from Emo's desperate expression that it wasn't just simple admiration. However, Kai Shizhang didn't know how to reply. The top 10 beauties status was so much higher than his. Shi Hongju had recovered, so he bowed to Emo and said, "Thank you, martial brother, for saving my life. I know some basic information about Luo Susu." Then he blushed as though fearing Emo would blame him for researching Luo Susu. He continued, "My friend gave me some news about Wensai. They both ranked as the most beautiful in the South Peace State, so I have some information." Emo waved his hand and rushed him. "Hurry up." "Yes," Shi Hongju quickly said. "She joined the Dark Ice sect less than a year ago. It was a Qianbei from the sect who found her. That cauldron filing state Qianbei was out with a few friends and found Luo Susu. They were shocked by her spirit root talent and immediately brought Luo Susu back to the Dark Ice Mountain. It was proven that Qianbei was right. Luo Susu reached Foundation Establishment State Peak Stage in less than a year, and she might even be at Golden Core State now. Which one of you can draw her? Yemo scanned the three men again. He was sure that Luo Susu was his wife Luo Ying. The chronological order was coherent. The three men glanced at each other. Luo Susu rarely showed her face. They had only heard about this person. None of them had seen her. Yemo remembered that Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei were also with Susu, so he asked, did that Qianbei find a few people with Luo Susu when they took her? The three men shook their heads. None of them knew. Yemo was very disappointed. He waved his hand. You guys can leave. Kai Shizhang and Huangzhu saw that Shi Hongzhu didn't move, but they didn't dare point fingers in front of Yemo, so they could only leave. Of course, Shi Hongzhu wasn't going to leave now. He had to wait until the two cultivators were far enough before he could leave. He saluted with his fists and thanked Yemo again. However, Yemo's mind seemed to have wandered off, so he could only change directions and run. Yemo suddenly thought of something, but when he got up, he found all the three cultivators had left. He had forgotten to ask whether Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei could have been taken to other sects. After all, the Cauldron Filing State cultivator had been with a few friends. Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei were both very talented. With their beauty, they really could have made it into the South Peace State's 10 beauties. He should have asked about the rank. He might have been able to gather more information. Thinking about this, Yemo got very annoyed. However, he immediately took out Zisu and dashed towards the direction Kai Shizhang had taken. He only needed to find one southern cultivator to get their names. On the way, Yemo wasn't even in the mood to search for spirit herbs. He just kept searching for a southern cultivator. But after 2 days, he still hadn't met a single one. Yemo began to worry. He knew that with his current power, it would be impossible to get to the South Peace State. Yet no matter how impossible it was, he had to find a South Peace State cultivator to ask. 3 days later, Yemo saw two cultivators pass by with his spirit sense and immediately chased after them. His current speed wasn't any slower from when he had escaped the mist. His speed was causing a sharp howl in the air, but Yemo didn't care. He just went faster and faster. Yemo chased the cultivators, and half a day later, he could see two figures. They seemed to be two female cultivators. The two women had also seen Yemo, and they also noticed that he didn't care about all the noise his Zisu was making. The two women didn't seem happy. They stopped, took out their magic artifacts and waited for Yemo to come over. What do you want? Before Yemo could talk, the tall woman asked coldly. Yemo breathed at ease now that he had finally caught up. He studied the two cultivators. One was tall and very beautiful. Her skin was very smooth. She carried a flying sword that emitted a faint yellow light which flew around her. However, her cold tone didn't seem very welcoming. Her power was a lot higher than Yemo's. She was at Golden Core State Level 7. The girl next to her seemed cute and small. Her round face seemed innocent and her two big eyes looked very lively. They studied Yemo. But her eyes seemed to say that she could tell why Yemo had stopped them. However, her power was only at Golden Core State Level 3. Yemo wanted to ask for a favor, so he saluted with his fist. Hello, I'm Yemo. I want to ask Dash. You don't need to ask anything. This is my martial sister Qiushui. You've already found her. Hurry up and say what you have to say. Give her whatever gifts you have to give. We're in a hurry, the cute girl interrupted him. The tall woman also thought she knew what Yemo wanted to do. There was a sliver of disgust in her eyes. Yemo was dazed. Seeing this, the big-eyed girl got impatient. Are you going to talk or give gifts? If not, we're leaving. We can see someone like you every day. I'm speechless. Yemo immediately realized that the two women had misunderstood him. However, Yemo didn't dare to offend them. He had been after them for 3 days. If they refused to reply, then it would be hard for him to ask questions. Yemo immediately saluted with his fists and said, I want to ask you too if you come from the South Peace State. The cute-looking girl looked at Yemo speechlessly and said impatiently, Of course we're from the South Peace State. Please use a better conversation starter. Sister Shui, let's go. Yemo quickly stopped them and took out 2 jade bottles. A small gift. Please don't reject it. Seeing this, the big-eyed girl lowered her tone and took the 2 jade bottles before saying, Sister Shui is here. Hurry up and say what you've got to say. Shui watched the girl take the jade bottles and seemed a little helpless. She then looked calmly at Yemo. There was contempt in her eyes. Yemo quickly asked, "Can you please tell me who are the 10 beauties of the South Peace State? Can you please tell me their names from the number 1 to number 10? Hearing this, Xiao Shua's expression immediately changed. She sneered and said, "Martial's sister, let's go." Before Yemo could return to his senses, the two women had once again went on their flying sword. Yemo was confused about why the two cultivators had left. He was a little annoyed too. He had given them a gift. Did they need to be like that? Thinking about this, Yemo got on his Zisu and he was about to chase after them again. However, Xiao Shui took out a round disc spirit artifact and pointed at Yemo with her flying sword. "If you dare approach us and say rude things again, I will kill you." Then, they disappeared immediately. Yemo was really confused. He had just asked a question. How was that rude? However, Yemo still followed them with Zisu. Even if he wasn't planning on asking them, he was going on the same direction. He didn't believe he couldn't find someone else. Chapter 935, 10 Beauties Ranking. Yemo didn't fly very long this time before meeting 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. They seemed to be heading towards the direction the 2 girls had been going in. Yemo didn't care who it was, as long as he could just talk to someone. Yemo immediately gave up on the 2 girls, and he chased up to the 3 cultivators. Seeing this, the 3 cultivators stopped in vigilance as they took out their magic artifacts, looking at Yemo. Other than the girl who was Foundation Establishment State Peak Stage, the 2 men were Golden Core State Level 5 and Level 2. Yemo quickly saluted with his fists and said, "I'm Yemo. I have been in solitary cultivation, so I don't really know about the situation in South Peace State. I heard someone talk about the South Peace State 10 beauties. And I'm very curious. I happen to meet you guys, so may I ask who these 10 beauties are?" Yemo didn't dare to say he was from the North Far State, as this part of the Herb Valley belonged to the South Peace State. Huang Yushan and company said they were from South Peace State straight away because they were strong. Hearing this, the 3 rested easy. So it was a horny cultivator. Yemo was only Golden Core State Level 1 and couldn't threaten them. The tall dark-faced cultivator put away the magic artifact and laughed. "Then friend, we are similar people, ha. However, don't take it too seriously, otherwise you'll only end up getting hurt." The other male cultivator put away his magic artifact and laughed. Clearly, he could tell Yemo was truly there to ask questions and not to look for trouble. Yemo saw that the 2 were straightforward people and had a good impression of them. "I'm Guo Qifan, and these are my martial brother Yen Qi and martial sister Ding Ling. Brother Yi, you've probably just got news and must be heading towards Purple Lake. Let's go together then. We'll talk as we go." Guo Qifan had a good impression of Yemo too. Yemo just wanted to say no, as he didn't know what Purple Lake was, but Yen Qi intervened. "Martial brother, is there a need to ask? Who isn't going to Purple Lake at this time? Although there is just 1 purple flower fire and we won't be able to get it. But we might get a few purple flower seeds. Perhaps after countless years, one will turn into another purple flower fire." Purple flower fire? Yemo thought. It was ranked 12th among the rare flames in the cultivation realm. This was rather high, seeing how the top 10 were all heaven flames. When the purple flower fire was born, it would sprout 36 seeds. These seeds were also very precious. Each seed is a level 5 spirit item and is not only helpful for cultivation but can also be added to pills. If the seeds are of a high grade, countless years later, they might really become another purple flower fire. After Yemo heard this, he didn't say no. He nodded and continued to ask. "Yes, I'm also going there, but I do want to ask." Yemo didn't forget about the South Peace State 10 beauties. "Ha, I know, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although I don't know it very well, my martial sister does. Martial sister Ling, you can explain to Brother Yi so that he can stop being so desperate." Guo Qifan laughed. Ding Ling wasn't as pretty as the 2 girls before, but she was rather fresh-looking and seemed easy to talk to. Hearing this, Ding Ling laughed and answered meticulously, "People say South Peace State 10 beauties, but it's actually 11 people. Ranked 1 are 9-star sect Dark Ice Sex Luo Susu and 9-star sect Infinity Sex Wen Sai. Second is 9-star sect Clear Dream Mosques Ling Xiaoshuang. Third is 8-star sect Distant Immortal Pawns Ning Xingxue Dash." Yemo heard this, and his heart shook as he looked excited once again. Xingxue was indeed one of the top 10 beauties too. He didn't care about what rank she was at. He cared about finding news of her. Ding Ling continued. Fourth is 9-star sect Deep Sound Towers Jing Yin Ming. Fifth is 8-star sect Golden Sword sect Xiao Shirin. Sixth is 9-star sect Dark Ice Sect's Tang Beiwei Dash. Yimo's excitement rose a beat again. He consecutively heard news of Luoying, Ning Qingxue, and Tang Beiwei. His excitement was through the roof. He didn't know why Luoying and Tang Beiwei were in the same sect, but he could finally rest easy a bit. Ding Ling noticed Yimo's excitement and looked strangely at him but didn't ask anything.
She continued, rank 7 is 8-star sect Heaven Star sect Pandai, while in 8th place is 8-star sect Nangong Villas Nangong Shaodai.
9th is 7-star sect Fusion Joy sect Du Xiaoying.
Finally 10th is 7-star sect Red Pill sect Xiaoshui. Dark Ice sect is really strong, having 2 of the top 10 in their sect. Yan Qi exclaimed. Ding Ling rolled her eyes. What's this got to do with the sect being strong? But the Dark Ice sect is a 9-star sect, so of course they are strong. Yimo felt relieved knowing that they were all doing fine and couldn't help but sigh at the power of South Peace State. Even the worst of the top 10 came from a 7-star sect. The rest were all in 8 or 9-star sections. Meanwhile, in the North Far State, a 5 or 6-star sect stood at the pinnacle. The difference was huge. At the same time, Yimo also realized why Xiaoshui left in a rage. She was ranked last out of the 10 beauties and assumed he knew her, so when he asked her to rank the beauties from 1 to 10, she thought he was insulting her, but Yimo didn't care about such trivial matters.
This information was enough. There were many who were prettier than Xiaoshui. Even that goddess Zihua, Junzi, had been on par with Xiaoshui, while that Jimei had been even better than Xiaoshui. After this, the first thing Yimo planned on doing when he got back would be to try to bring Yangzhu and company to South Peace State. Yimo asked Ding Ling about their current status too, but she didn't know anything about that. After all, the difference in social status was too high. She only knew some widely known bits of news. As the 4 continued flying, more and more cultivators appeared. Many who knew Guo Qifan came to speak with them. When Yimo followed everyone to a big lake, he finally understood why he didn't see anyone before.
Most of them were here. There were at least a few hundred cultivators present. There were much more people from South Peace State coming into the Herb Valley than the North Far State.
As Yimo arrived, he immediately saw Xiaoshui and that big-eyed girl. They were waiting on the side of the lake for the purple flower fire to come out. Yimo scanned them and moved his eyes away.
They took his gift but didn't answer his question, so he really didn't like the two. The two clearly didn't notice Yimo and just stared at the lake anxiously.
Around them were tens of young cultivators.
When they looked at Xiaoshui, it was obvious they were all admirers of her. Xiaoshui's face was calm, and no one dared to go up and talk to her. The lake was placid, and the big-eyed girl was bored. She said to Xiaoshui, Sister Shui, why did that guy say that?
Is he retarded? He chased up to us.
But why did he use such a ridiculous way to catch your attention? Then she took out the 2 jade bottles. I really want to see what pills he gave. Throw it away, Xiaoshui said calmly. The big-eyed girl laughed. I will throw it away, of course, but I really want to see what pills the fellow gave first. The 2 jade bottles are quite exquisite. Then she casually opened one bottle. When she poured 2 pale blue pills out of it, however, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock. Chapter 936, The Purple Flower Fire. Xiaoshui noticed that her martial sister had suddenly stopped talking. She immediately turned around to see what had happened and saw 2 pale azure pills on her martial sister's hands. She recognized the pills and exclaimed in shock, the azure one pill? And its special grade. Qin Shui immediately stopped talking. Everyone knew how precious the azure one pills were to Golden Core State cultivators. Hence, they were even more precious when it came to special grade ones. This was something that couldn't be bought. Only pill kings could concoct special grade azure one pills. The best cultivation pill for Golden Core State cultivators was the condensed red pill. The second best one was the azure one pill. It was very hard to reach Golden Core State peak stage with the condensed red pill, but it was different with the azure one pill. The reason for it being one of the most precious pill was because it could easily make a cultivator reach Golden Core State peak stage. The pill was for helping Golden Core State tertiary stage cultivators break through to Golden Core State peak stage. If you were at Golden Core State tertiary stage, you would be able to reach Golden Core State peak stage in a short time, as long as you had enough azure one pills and suffer no side effects. However, the main ingredient of the azure one pill, the azure one grass, was very rare. The pill was also very hard to concoct. It required at least a level 9 spirit pill master. Xiaoshui was the core disciple of a 7-star sect, but even she couldn't easily get a special grade azure one pill.
Even when she reached Golden Core State Level 9, she would at most get a top-grade Azure Wind pill, yet now, she had found 2 special grade Azure Wind pills surrounded with spirit chi in her martial sister's hands. The little girl immediately understood and placed the 2 Azure Wind pills into the jade bottle. She was also very excited. She hadn't thought that a Golden Core State Level 1 cultivator would give them 4 special grade Azure Wind pills. Seeing her martial sister's searing eyes, she immediately realized what her martial sister wanted. She took out the 2 bottles and gave them to Qiu Shui. She said, "Martial sister, I don't need these pills for now. It's a waste for me to use them." Qiu Shui really desired these special grade Azure Wind pills, but she also knew how valuable they were. She took 1 bottle and said, "That person gave us 2. We can have 1 each." "I really didn't expect it." The big-eyed girl blinked and said, "Martial sister, good thing I didn't listen to you. I almost threw them out without even looking at them." Hearing this, the eternally cold-faced Qiu Shui blushed and said with embarrassment, "I think we misunderstood him. He might have really approached us to ask questions." The younger martial sister continued, "I refuse to believe that he doesn't know the South Peace State's 10 beauties. If he can give away such pills so easily, he's a core disciple of either an 8-star sect or a 9-star sect. He's just using a new way to get your attention." But it didn't go according to the plan. Qiu Shui shook her head. "Not necessarily. Think about the flying artifact he was using. It was an ugly kitchen knife. If he was from an 8-star sect dash, Qiu Shui believed that Yimo had gotten the 2 bottles through his luck. As for why he had given it to her, it had obviously been to suck up to her. She had seen such cultivators before. People who were willing to give her everything in their storage ring to attain her favor. Hearing this, the big-eyed martial sister nodded. Then she added, "I wonder if that guy is here too." She started searching amongst the crowd and immediately saw some cultivators talking to Yimo. She grabbed Qiu Shui's sleeve and said, "Martial sister, he's really here. Look, he's in front of us. He didn't even greet us. What sort of pursuer is this?" "Humph," she then continued, "Martial sister, it seems you're right. He's just talking with those low-grade sect members. Clearly, he's not from a big sect. I really don't know how he found the 4 pills. Usually, big sect members looked at lower-grade sect members with content and they usually didn't talk to them." Qiu Shui looked up and saw Yimo. However, he didn't look over at all, and much less did he go talk to them. "Qiu Shui goddess, Yang Ro martial sister, long time no see," an amicable male voice sounded. Qiu Shui frowned, but when she saw Hu Hua coming, she could only nod. "So it's the martial brother Wang Pu from the Tian Xian sect. What teachings do you have for us?" She didn't want to talk much to him. The Tian Xian sect was a 7-star sect and Wang Pu was the core disciple. He was already at Golden Core State Level 8 and he was stronger than her. Wang Pu didn't feel awkward about her words at all. He said nicely, "I thought I saw 2 pills in martial sister Yang Ro's hands that seemed to be special grade Azure Wind pills." Qiu Shui had began to frown already. Wang Pu was at Golden Core State Level 8. Of course he wanted the Azure Wind pill. "I saw that martial sister Yang Ro had another bottle. If she's willing to sell it," Qiu Shui interrupted him without hesitation. "Sorry, martial brother Wang, Azure Wind pill are very important to us too. We don't have more to sell." Wang Pu seemed to have known Qiu Shui would say this. He didn't get angry and simply continued, "Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to sell. I just want to know where you bought your Azure Wind pill, so I can try my luck too." Qiu Shui felt a little better after hearing this, but it was hard for her. If Yimo didn't have some big background, he would be dead for sure in the hands of Wang Pu. Thinking about this, Qiu Shui said casually, "We helped someone and that person gave us the pills in gratitude. We don't know that person either." "Sorry," Qiu Shui blushed when saying this. They had taken Yimo's things, but they hadn't helped him at all. Wang Pu had a sneer on his face. He said plainly, "That person is really generous. Giving a special grade Azure Wind pill to a stranger for helping them." Qiu Shui didn't explain. She wouldn't have believed it either if she had been Wang Pu. She subconsciously glanced at Yimo, however, this glance was immediately caught by Wang Pu. He immediately kept a mental note of Yimo. He didn't believe that Yimo, who hung out with a group of small sect members, would have such pills. Yet since Qiu Shui had glanced at Yimo that second, it meant something. Meanwhile, the purple flower fire was about to be born. He didn't have time to talk to a cultivator like EMO. At this moment, a golden core state peak stage cultivator stood in the air and saluted everyone with his fist. "Dao friends, we're all gathered here for one purpose, the purple flower fire. But there's only one. Luckily, there are many seeds coming with it. So even if you just get the seed, it's quite a fortune." The golden core state cultivator clearly had some status. The crowd immediately quieted down when he got out, and soon the scene was silent. This cultivator nodded with satisfaction and continued, "There are 36 seeds, but there are hundreds of cultivators here. Not everyone can get one. I'm here to remind everyone that we're all elite cultivators from the South Peace State. Even if you want to fight over the seeds, try not to kill each other." EMO sneered upon hearing this. He knew this guy was talking bullshit. It would be lucky if the lake hadn't been dyed red by the end, so killing just a few people was even more unlikely. Chapter 937, Three-Eyed Purple Frog. Seeing Emo's sneer, what Chifan quickly said, "Brother Yi, that person isn't simple. He's the core disciple of the 9-star sect called the Infinity Sect, Dong Tianya. He's ranked 4th on the Golden Core State Hall of Fame, same sect as Wen Sai?" EMO asked in shock. What Chifan looked at EMO speechlessly. "Brother Yi, please excuse me for being straightforward, but the only thing you need to know about the South Peace State 10 beauties is that if you keep them in your heart, you will eventually get hurt." This was the second time he said this to EMO. Clearly he had a good impression of EMO. What Chifan continued, "This Dong Tianya, for example, he's a Golden Core State peak stage cultivator at such a young age and the core disciple of a 9-star sect. And he is a pursuer of Wen Sai. Even though his status is a little higher than her. She still rejected him by saying that her cultivation level was still too low." Then he reminded GMO to look at Qiu Shui on the opposite side. "Look, that's the Qiu Shui who was just ranked South Peace State number 10. Seeing EMO look over, what Chifan continued, "She's only ranked 10th, yet how many cultivators want to get close to her? Those cultivators around her are all trying to get her attention, but they don't know how ridiculous they are. They all think they're looking really eye-catching and all that, but I'm certain that Qiu Shui doesn't like even a single one of them." EMO had noticed the scene as soon as he arrived and found it funny too. Qiu Shui saw EMO look at her and suddenly seemed to understand something. She couldn't help but think in contempt, "So in the end he was still trying to get my attention. By the way, Brother Gua, how many cultivators enter the desert plain herb valley from the South Peace State each time?" EMO asked. What Chifan looked strangely at EMO. "You don't even know this? The spots are based on one sect's rank. Take my sect, the True Cauldron sect, for example. It's a 5-star sect, so we got 5 spots. 9-star sects have 9 spots. Other than this, there's also a solo cultivator alliance. If a solo cultivator wants to go in, he needs to sign up at the alliance and pass their test. If you're qualified, you can go in. All in all, there's about 10 to 20,000 people each time." EMO was shook. He didn't expect the difference between the north and south to be this huge. Suddenly, ripples started forming on the purple flower lake. Seeing this, everyone became quiet in an instant. No one spoke, while some people even took out their magic artifacts. Everyone walked a few steps forward subconsciously, as though the closer they were to the lake, the greater their chances would be. The ripples grew larger and larger until it was eventually like the lake was boiling. Everyone knew that the purple flower fire was about to be born. 7 minutes later, the water split from the heart of the lake, and a huge meter-long purple sunflower rose up from the water. Soon, it grew up to half a meter above the lake. EMO, like all other cultivators, watched nervously as the purple sunflower kept rising. This was his first time seeing such a phenomenon too. He knew from things that the purple sunflower was a water element fire. Although it came from the water, all the cultivators by the lakeside felt a scorching heat. The purple flower fire was precious, but EMO already had the mist lotus heart fire, so he didn't really feel astonished. He was going to say something to Gui Chifan when he turned around and saw Gui Chifan staring deadly at the purple flower as he gulped down his saliva. EMO then looked around, and he found that everyone was similarly greedily looking at the purple flower. EMO sighed. If he didn't have the mist lotus heart fire, would he be like these people too? Asking people in this state to not kill when fighting over it, wasn't that a joke? Suddenly, EMO felt great respect towards Kong Yi. He knew EMO had the mist lotus heart fire but wasn't at all greedy for it and even planned on giving him an earth fire. Perhaps only such a person could be called a true morally righteous Qianbei. The flower stopped growing at 2 meters,
and the huge sunflower then started opening up. The heat it emitted was getting more and more intense, forcing some weaker cultivators to step back. One golden core state level 4 cultivator got too excited, and before the purple flower fire was fully mature, he charged up. A few more cultivators saw this and did the same, fearing someone else would take it. Stop, you can't touch the purple flower fire now. Dong Tianya was very annoyed, but before he finished talking, there was a sudden rumble underneath the lake. A 10-meter-high water stream shot up as a huge, bloody mouth appeared. With one spin of the tongue inside the mouth, the golden core state level 4 and 2 golden core state level 3 cultivators were swept away. Then, the tongue immediately sunk back into the lake. Everyone took a breath in. If they had charged up as well, their end would have been the same. What a terrifying spirit beast. Everyone by the lakeside calmed down their excitement completely and looked at the flower with some concern. Level 6 primary stage spirit beast, the three-eyed purple frog. Yi Mo had recognized it immediately. A level 6 three-eyed purple frog was similar to nascent soul state cultivators in power. But spirit beasts had much better defensive powers than cultivators. It's a level 6 three-eyed purple frog, someone screamed. The three-eyed purple frog is the spirit beast that is born along with the purple sunflower fire. How could I forget about that? Someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Yi Mo was very excited, because the three-eyed purple frog had something on its body that was much more precious than the purple flower fire. The situation had changed, however. A level 6 three-eyed purple frog was much stronger than these cultivators. There was a core difference between the golden core state and the nascent soul state. Golden core state cultivators only congealed their cultivation essence into a solid state. Nascent soul state cultivators, on the other hand, could forge their essence spirit as well. Soon the purple flower completely opened up, and a faint purple flame rose up in the center of the petals. Yi Mo knew that when the flame was first born, it would have a faint purple color, but after it stabilized, it would return to a faint yellow color. It would then need countless years of consolidating its foundation to reach purple again. The flame was almost mature, but no one dared to go up. It was a precious thing. But it was protected by a level 6 beast. They couldn't even defend against such a beast. Dong Tianya was becoming more and more desperate. He suddenly flew up and said, "Everyone, the flame is guarded by the three-eyed purple frog. If we don't annihilate this beast, we won't be able to get the flame or the seed. It will just all be devoured by the frog at this rate. I will go lure the frog and then everyone can attack together." "Okay, I agree. Go martial brother Dong, I will be the first to help." "Me too." Most people agreed with Dong Tianya's suggestion. Dong Tianya took out a palm-sized stamp and charged at the fire. Before he got there, another water stream shot up. As it seemed, the three-eyed purple frog had been ready for him, and the huge tongue swept over again. Before the tongue reached him, though, Dong Tianya threw out the stamp in his hand, which started increasing in size. By the time it got above the three-eyed purple frog, it was already 3 meters long. Chapter 938, Loot Fest. Rumble. Dong Tianya's stamp was flicked away by the three-eyed purple frog. Dong Tianya himself spat blood in mid-air due to the concussive force of cultivation essence, but then, the three-eyed purple frog swooped its tongue at Dong Tianya again. This time, a few more cultivators threw their magic artifacts at the three-eyed purple frog. The three-eyed purple frog's blood can purify impurities in cultivators' bodies and remove pill poison. Those who attack the three-eyed purple frog can each get a bottle. Dong Tianya recovered and encouraged others to attack the frog too. He had only fought with the three-eyed purple frog once, and that one time had made him clearly realize that if there were just a few people, they would be no match for the frog. However, there were already cultivators charging at it. They weren't idiots, they all knew how precious the three-eyed purple frog's blood was. Moreover, fighting with the frog meant that they could near the purple flower flame. Tens of cultivators rushed, and each time the three-eyed purple frog swooped with its tongue, it would take away a few cultivators with IR. Yet, this still couldn't stop the frenzy of attacks. The three-eyed purple frog was a level 6 spirit beast indeed, but there were too many people. When he swooped away 2 more golden core state cultivators and killed 4 with water jets, its tongue also had a portion that had been sliced off by a golden core state peak stage cultivator's magic artifact. The magic artifact seemed very powerful. After he sliced a portion of the tongue off, he seemed to have exerted too much cultivation essence. Even so, he had still gotten a small bottle of blood from the three-eyed purple frog. Seeing this, more and more cultivators attacked the three-eyed purple frog like crazy. There was still some time before the flame fully matured. Yi Mo didn't move. He knew that the blood of the frog was very precious. but its most precious part was the third eye on the top of its head. The eye had a unique ability, a spirit sense attack, which was an attack to the soul. Emo also knew that the three-eyed purple frog's most powerful means of attack weren't the tongue, but its spirit sense attack. The reason the frog hadn't used it yet was because it was still weak and using that attack would hurt its own soul too. However, it had lost a part of its tongue, so it probably wasn't going to keep using water jets and tongue lashes. The third eye was also called the eye of the soul. If one got the eye of the soul, then the cultivator could spirit control it to attain the spirit sense attacks cultivation method. Some cultivators even turned the eye into their own third eye. But Emo didn't want to do that. He just wanted to spirit control it to get the cultivation method for the spirit sense attack. With his powerful spirit sense, he could throw extra lethal punches. Emo had only known about this after reading thing. As Emo had anticipated, he heard two cultivators scream and they started to pull their hair like crazy. The next moment, the two men fell into the lake. The three-eyed purple frog ignored the two men and kept using its spirit sense attack. More and more people fell into the lake. Seeing many cultivators drown, the others started to retreat in panic. It is a spirit sense attack. One of the cultivator reacted and screamed. He tried to retreat, but he only took half a step back, screamed and fell into the lake. The three-eyed purple frog also seemed to know it couldn't last much longer. It splashed in the lake and ran to the bottom of the lake, leaving behind the flame. However, Emo could tell this was the best moment to attack the three-eyed purple frog. It was at its weakest right now. Emo was just about to turn around and call Guachifan when he saw the flame had fully come out of the blooming flower. It was floating above it. Then, after a buzz, it shot out tens of purple rays into the sky that fell down very slowly. Everyone knew that the flame had matured and the things falling from the sky were the purple fire seeds. Guachifan and Yan Chi charged at them without notice. Eventually, even Ding Ling charged at them too, trying to find a seed. At this moment, almost all of the crowd which stood by the lake, conformed by hundreds of people, ran for them except for a rare few. In this instance, countless spirit artifact flew around in the sky and blood was splashed everywhere, just as Emo expected. Soon, the lake started to get tainted red. Emo shook his head. He knew that trying to get the purple flame with his power would be a joke, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He ran after the crowd, but he fell down into the lake halfway. To other people, it looked like he had been smashed down. However, Emo had gone down on purpose. He was going for the three-eyed purple frog's third eye. When Emo dove into the bottom of the lake, he found the three-eyed purple frog squirmed by a big rock, seeming very depleted. Yet even so, it immediately noticed him when Emo approached it and its tongue swooped down on him. Emo could tell that the three-eyed purple frog had used up almost all of its power, but it was still much stronger than his golden core state level 1 power. He could die if he wasn't careful. Hence, at the same time Emo released Zissou, he also released Shadowless. Immediately, Zissou shot countless purple sword rays that formed whirlpools, blocking the huge tongue. The massive amount of beams smashed on the tongue, creating gashes. The three-eyed purple frog shrieked in anger. It shot 2 water jets at Emo while its tongue swooped down again. This time, Emo didn't use sword rays. He simply gathered all of his cultivation essence and hacked the huge tongue. A jet of blood sprayed across the lake. He had created a wound on the already injured tongue. The three-eyed purple frog roared and Emo felt his body turn cold. He realized it was the soul attack. Emo knew that his spirit sense was at golden core state tertiary stage level, but he hadn't thought he could take on the three-eyed purple frog's spirit sense attack. The spirit sense attack could easily turn someone into a mentally disabled person and it was very hard to recover from. This was why spirit sense recovery pills in the cultivation realm was so rare. The spirit sense attack now, after having been used so many times, would be much weaker, but Emo didn't dare to take the risk. He didn't even try blocking it and just went into the golden page world. The three-eyed purple frog's spirit sense missed. A level 6 spirit beast had some intelligence already. Emo's sudden disappearance made it feel danger. When it reacted, the person appeared in front of it again. This time, the three-eyed purple frog was truly scared. His spirit sense had injured itself. Emo hacked with Zissou again. He didn't intend to kill it, it would be too hard. The three-eyed purple frog wanted to run away. So he turned to escape. Emo had come for the eye. How could he let the three-eyed purple frog escape? The fight reignited and the lake rumbled. However, the cultivators only cared about the purple flame and the seeds. No one bothered looking the lake water's abnormality. EMO ordered Shadowless to sneak inside the three-eyed purple frog while he attacked the head of the three-eyed purple frog. Chapter 939, Unintentional. The three-eyed purple frog lost focus the moment Shadowless ambushed it, but this was just for a moment, as it quickly forced Shadowless out. But that brief window of time was enough for EMO. Zisu had already slashed the eye at the top of the three-eyed purple frog's head. Splurge blood splattered everywhere, and the three-eyed purple frog instantly reacted by slamming its head up, headbutting EMO away. EMO spat some blood, but he rejoiced nonetheless. His slash didn't completely cut out the third eye, but it had cut off a third of it. This was enough for EMO. He didn't need a complete cultivation method, he just needed a hint, and he would be able to use the 3-birth chant to create the best cultivation method for him. EMO immediately took out a jade box, flew to that third of an eye, and put it away. The three-eyed purple frog was furious about losing a third of its third eye, but it didn't dare to look for trouble with EMO any longer. It used its fastest speed to quickly disappear under the lake. To the three-eyed purple frog, a third of its third eye was a big loss, but it wasn't lethal. It could still complete the eye through cultivation. Right now, running for its life was the most important thing, as EMO rejoiced and tried to hurry to the lakeside to climb out. At the same moment, a purple flame shot into the bottom of the lake. Simultaneously, a few golden core state cultivators appeared in EMO's spirit sense range. They were coming down without hesitation. Purple flower fire. EMO immediately figured that the purple flower fire must have been forced into the bottom of the lake by those cultivators. EMO didn't intend to fight for it originally, but now that it came to him, there was no reason not to try. So when EMO saw the purple flower flame appear, he didn't even try to spirit control it, as he instead just swept the purple flame with purple rays and brought it into his golden page world. This all happened in an instant. As soon as EMO did this, those few golden core state cultivators appeared on the spot EMO had been before. What happened? There were cultivation essence waves here. Where is the purple flower flame? A golden core state level 9 asked coldly. Those there with him were either at the golden core state peak stage or level 8 and level 9 cultivators. Dong Tianya was there too, but his face was very bleak. Could it be that injured three-eyed purple frog? Another cultivator asked. Dong Tianya sneered. No way, no matter how fast the three-eyed purple frog is, it can't be fast to this extent. It's been less than a second, and there's still cultivation essence waves around. Could there be a golden core state cultivator that can teleport instantaneously? That's not possible, right? One cultivator conjectured. I think I scanned a figure before, but there are so many dead bodies here, I'm not too sure. After saying that, the man immediately started looting the storage rings in the area, and as more and more people joined, they were all gone in no time, and when some golden core state tertiary stages saw that the purple flame was gone, they charged out of the lake, wanting to take a purple sunflower seed. Most cultivators did that actually, but only Dong Tianya and 2 golden core state cultivators kept carefully searching around. However, they too were unable to find anything. EMO immediately felt the rustling of the purple flower flame when he brought it into his golden page world. Despite isolating his hands with cultivation essence, his hands were still almost burnt. Before the purple flower flame could resist, however, EMO immediately took out the mist lotus heartfire and enveloped the flame with it. Immediately, the volatile purple flower flame became very quiet and tame. It didn't want to be bound by EMO, but it didn't dare to charge through the mist lotus heartfire. Seeing this, EMO immediately spat some essence blood on the purple flower flame and started to spirit control it. The flame seemed to know what was going on and was very restless at the beginning, but after a while it completely calmed down. Soon, EMO managed to spirit control the purple flower flame. The purple color also turned a faint yellow. EMO happily stored the purple flower flame in his dantian. EMO knew he had to go out early. Otherwise, if he only exited after all the things had been looted, he would seem the most suspicious indeed. EMO dashed out of the golden page world and found that the fighting was still going on. More and more cultivators were smashed into the lake, before then immediately charging out to rejoin the massive battle royale. Some cultivators knew that they couldn't get a seed, so they just retreated to the lakeside. EMO charged out of the lake amidst the cultivators who landed in the lake. There were still more than 10 purple rays flashing through the air. EMO had no intention of fighting over them, however. He had already reaped the biggest reward there. He wanted to greet Guo Qifan and company and leave. Guo Qifan was with Yan Qi, but they didn't seem to have gotten a purple sunflower seed. Even so, they were still caught up in a battle with 2 other cultivators.
Yemo was just about to go help when he saw that Ding Ling was about to be killed. Yemo couldn't care about other things and immediately released Zisu with the flying sword, striking at Ding Ling. At the start, when Ding Ling saw all the purple sunflower seeds, she had just charged up in a mesmerized state. They had been her subconscious desire. But when she charged into the crowd of cultivators and saw all the magic artifacts flying in the sky, she knew she had been too careless. She realized that this wasn't something she could get involved in, but just when she wanted to retreat, she saw Yan Qi had offended someone and was being stopped by 2 cultivators. In her desperation, she threw 2 runes at the 2 golden core state cultivators and saved Yan Qi temporarily. However, because her rune injured one of the golden core state level 1 and that cultivator saw that it was a foundation establishment state peak stage woman who injured him, he was furious, and he sent out his flying sword to kill Ding Ling. Ding Ling in her despair could only shut her eyes. She knew she was dead for sure. Yet at this moment Yemo, who just rose from the bottom of the lake, noticed Ding Ling's situation. Yemo used a full-powered attack. Zisu chopped at the flying sword the very moment it pierced Ding Ling. Crack, his sword split the flying sword in half. Yemo immediately chased up and pulled Ding Ling behind him. You dare to injure my flying sword? You're asking to die. That golden core state level 1 was furious. At this moment, Ding Ling reacted and opened her eyes. She saw Yemo standing in front of her and understood everything. Thank you, Brother Yi, he almost killed me, Ding Ling uttered with fear. Wait for me by the lakeside, I will deal with him first. Suddenly, the golden core state opponents sent out a huge pair of scissors. Before they even got near Yemo, they brought along with them a ghastly killing intent. Such fearsome scissors. Yemo noticed they were a middle-grade spirit artifact. A mere golden core state level 1 could use a middle-grade spirit artifact? Then he had no simple origin. These scissors having such a bleak killing intent, who knew how many people they had killed? Chapter 940, Powerful Black Net. The scissors were strong, but the user was too weak. Yemo had already shot the illusion cloud essence binding strike. Yemo didn't attack the golden core state cultivator, he simply charged at the huge pair of scissors. The golden core state level 1 cultivator was on the same state as Yemo, but his cultivation essence and spirit sense were far inferior. Just with this move, the huge bleak pair of scissors was thrown in the air by Yemo. At the same time, Yemo grabbed the scissors, removed the spirit sense mark on them and threw them in his ring. The golden core state cultivator's spirit sense mark had been removed. So his spirit sense sustained injuries. He spat a mouthful of essence blood immediately. His face was full of disbelief. The opponent was just a golden core state level 1 cultivator too. How could he have taken away so easily his crocodile soul scissors? Yemo didn't care. He hacked with Zisu again, easily slicing this golden core state level 1 in half. You dare to kill me? The golden core state cultivator finally reacted. Yemo took the cultivator's ring and let him drop dead into the lake. He was sneering. The guy really had a sense of superiority. He had been about to kill him when he asked, "You dare to kill me, even if the heavenly monarch tried to kill him?" Yemo wouldn't just stand there and do nothing, much less against a golden core state level 1 man. The golden core state level 6 cultivator who had fought with Guo Qifan saw Yemo kill the golden core state level 1 cultivator and immediately roared in rage. He left Guo Qifan and charged at Yemo. Before he had gotten to Yemo, he had already withdrawn his rod magic artifact. A blow of swirling cultivation essence charged at Yemo's chest. As he came near Yemo, the spiraling cultivation essence chi grew stronger and stronger. Yemo didn't feel much, but Ding Ling had already been pushed back by this force. Eventually, she realized she had no option but to wait by the riverside and watch nervously. She began to worry for Yemo. Yemo didn't even move. When the rod magic artifact got to him, he hacked with Zisu again and instantly shattered the pressure the spiraling force had wrought. This golden core state level 6 cultivator was very surprised to see that his magic artifact hadn't caused Yemo any trouble. However, he soon understood Yemo was no ordinary cultivator. His face was cold as he weaved a few hand signs. The rod magic artifact split up in midair and countless dark rays came out from inside towards Yemo. Yemo's expression looked serious. He could tell that these dark rays would follow him wherever he went. This cultivator hadn't even used this move with Guo Qifan. But he had used it on him immediately. The golden core state level 1 cultivator he had just killed must have not been ordinary. Yemo had never seen such dark rays before, but he didn't take long to react. He swept Zisu again. As he threw the illusion cloud exert will strike,
The sword rays that Zisu had shot hit the countless amount of dark rays accurately.
But before Yemo could breathe easy, he found that those dark rays hadn't dissipated.
Instead, they had split and they were charging at him again. However, Yemo immediately realized that although there were more dark rays, they posed a much lesser threat. Before Yemo could think too much, he immediately built a cultivation essence barrier. The dark rays clashed on the barrier and dissolved in it.
Yet soon, the cultivation essence barrier got ripped apart. Yemo was shook. He wanted to run away.
He didn't know what these dark rays were, but they were surrounding him and gradually forming a black net. Yemo was in pain.
The net was getting tighter and tighter.
Soon, he would get smashed into pieces by the net, such a powerful thing.
Yemo pierced the black net with Zisu.
Yemo soon realized that although Zisu could cut open the black net, it welded together again rapidly. After a few moments, Yemo noticed his clothes were being ripped apart. As the black net gradually shrunk, he would get squeezed into pulp. The Golden Core State Level 6 cultivator saw this. He had a hateful sneer on his face.
He took out a flying sword, but he didn't release it. Instead, he charged at Yemo's arms with it.
At that moment, Yemo couldn't hide the heaven fire anymore. He released the Mist Lotus Heart Fire, which covered the surface of his body. The black net was immediately burned to nothing and only some pungent smell remained in the air. He had never seen such a kind of black net before. If he hadn't had a heaven flame, he wouldn't have even known what to do. Also, Yemo knew that his illusion cloud strikes were still very immature. If they had been stronger, they could have completely dissipated the dark rays. Yemo knew he couldn't show the Mist Lotus Heart Fire, so the instant he burned away the black net,
he hid the heaven flame.
Even so, it had still attracted some attention. A few Golden Core State cultivators looked at Yemo, but when they saw it was just two Golden Core State masters fighting, they immediately lost interest. The moment the black net got burned away, the Golden Core State Level 6 cultivator reacted. He pointed at Yemo in shock.
"You have a heaven dash." How could Yemo let him finish the sentence?
Yemo had already sent the illusion cloud whirlpool strike, which hacked him into many pieces and threw him into the lake. Yemo noticed that the rod had turned into an ordinary rod again. His spirit sense scanned inside the rod and found it to be empty.
That dark rays were probably one-use move.
Yemo put on a coat, and found Guo Qifan and Yan Qi looking at him in shock. Meanwhile, the cultivator fighting with Yan Qi had left. At this moment, the last seed had been taken and soon, people stopped fighting. The slaughterfest had ended. Yemo landed by the lakeside, so Guo Qifan and Yan Qi followed him. Guo Qifan came up to Yemo and saluted him with his fists.
"Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving Marshall's sister Ding. If you have any demands, I dash." Yemo waved his hand and smiled. "It's no big deal."
"Don't worry about it." However, Guo Qifan said worriedly, "Brother Yi, the two Golden Core State cultivators you killed have no simple origin.
They are from the 6-star Earth Demon sect."
The Golden Core State Level 6 man was called Guicheng, and the Golden Core State Level 1 master, Chai Kong, was the disciple of the sect's Hollow Spirit State Elder.
You need to be careful from now on. Yemo didn't care at all. He wasn't from the South Peace State.
Moreover, even if he went to the South Peace State later on, he didn't think he would happen to meet people from the Earth Demon sect. Guo Qifan saw that Yemo didn't care and continued, "I didn't think Brother Yi could deal with the demonic soul binding ray.
However, you need to be careful. Guicheng had just learned, so it wasn't very powerful. It can only be used once.
But if you meet high-level cultivators from the Earth Demon sect,
you need to be careful. Their demonic soul binding ray is deadly." Hearing this, Yemo frowned.
If that was the case, then he really needed to be careful. Chapter 941, Departure. Ding Ling approached Yemo again to thank him for saving her life. Yemo knew that the Herb Valley was about to close in about half a month, so he wanted to give them some pills. He had a good impression of the three. Yemo took out 4 jade bottles and gave 1 bottle to each of them, but to Ding Ling he gave 2. 1 bottle contained a cultivation increasing pill. Ding Ling was about to reach the Golden Core State, and she had come to the valley precisely to look for a stroke of fortune for that. Yemo had quite a lot of such pills, so it didn't matter if he gave her 1. Even in a 5-star sect, it wouldn't be that easy to get a cultivation increasing pill. Though, Yan Qi was about to open it, but Yemo stopped him. "Look at it when you get back."
"I'll be going now." This is goodbye, huh, Brother Yi, you're going? Ding Ling had a good impression of Yi Mo. Now that GMO was about to leave, she was a little sad and asked, how about you come look for herbs with us? The herb valley will be closing in half a month. Yi Mo shook his head and wanted to say something when a voice sounded by him. Friend, I'm Wang Pu, 7-star sect Tian Xian sect's disciple. Yi Mo was confused. He didn't know this Wang Pu at all. How come a sect member from a big sect was coming to talk to him? Even Guo Qifan and company were bewildered, seeing how Yi Mo didn't speak. Wang Pu saluted with his fists politely and continued, I saw that Brother Yi could even break through the demonic soul-binding ray, and I wish to be friends with you. I hope you can excuse my sudden approach. Yi Mo immediately became wary. He sensed that something more than that was up. A golden core state level 8 cultivator came to call him brother? What Yi Mo was worried about the most was that someone might have been watching his fight with Gui Cheng. Did this person see him use his heaven fire? Yi Mo wasn't some 1,000-year-old scheming master, but he had experienced a lot. His sixth sense told him that Wang Pu didn't have pure intentions in approaching him. Yi Mo smiled plainly and saluted with his fists. Just some small tricks. Wang Pu shook his head. Brother Yi, I think you're too humble. Although Brother Yi used a hidden means, I can still feel the scorching dash. Yi Mo's heart sunk, but this Wang Pu then suddenly changed the topic after saying the word scorching. I just know Brother Yi's surname is Yi. What is your full name? What's the meaning of this, Wang Pu? Before Yi Mo could answer, a cold voice sounded. Yi Mo looked coldly at Xiao Shui and Wang Pu, and there was a sliver of disgust in his eyes. How could he not realize now that Wang Pu was there due to this woman? Yi Mo ignored the two and saluted with his fists to Guo Qifan and company, Brother Guo, Yan Qi, Martial Sister Ding. We'll meet again, then. Yi Mo stood on his kitchen knife and left. Wang Pu looked at the direction Yi Mo left, and his face was green. He didn't think a mere golden core state level 1 would dare to be so rude to him, but he didn't chase up. He had marked Yi Mo with his spirit sense already. He didn't need to chase Yi Mo in front of everyone right away. When Xiao Shui saw Yi Mo look at her with a sliver of disgust, she felt very uncomfortable despite believing that Yi Mo was using this as a method to get close to her. She thought for a moment and then started chasing after him on her flying sword without even telling Yang Ro. Yi Mo believed that if he flew at full speed, even Xiao Shui wouldn't be able to catch up. But with so many people there watching, he really didn't know why Xiao Shui was doing this, hence, Yi Mo stopped and just stared coldly at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui seemed to know Yi Mo would stop and looked calmly at Yi Mo. You gave me such a precious pill. Perhaps you knew I wouldn't be able to reject it, and after pausing for a moment, Xiao Shui saw that Yi Mo didn't have any intentions of speaking, so she could only continue, and indeed, that pill is very important to me, so I'll agree to one request of yours as long as it's not too over the line. Tell me, agree to my request. Yi Mo immediately realized that this woman was still thinking so highly of herself, thinking that he was trying to catch her attention. He gave her such a precious pill? Yi Mo only gave them some condensed red pills and azure one pills. Those were the lowest quality golden core state pills he had. The condensed red pill could be bought, so since he was desperate for Ning Qingshui and the others' whereabouts, he gave 4 azure one pills in his desperation as well. But even then, he had nearly 100 of them. However, this woman thought it was some high-level pill. Wasn't she from a 7-star sect? How come an azure one pill was so precious to her? But then Yi Mo immediately realized why. Level 5 spirit herbs weren't abundant even for 7-star sects, and sect members would need sect contribution points to get something. Moreover, the pills he gave were special grade. That was something only pill kings could achieve. Having gotten so many high-level spirit herbs in the valley and being a pill king, Yi Mo hadn't thought that much about it. Yi Mo wasn't going to be low now and ask for her to give the pills back, but he still felt unhappy after realizing it. I already asked what I wanted to ask, and I don't need your help with anything else. I'm going now. I just hope you don't keep following me. Then, Yi Mo got on Zisu and disappeared in front of her. Yang Ro had also followed over by now and saw Xiao Shui in a daze, so she asked immediately, Sister Shui, what happened? Why did that guy leave? Did you make it clear that what he's doing is ridiculous? Xiao Shui shook her head. She didn't know what was going through Yi Mo's head anymore, but it didn't seem like he was playing hard to get. After Yi Mo left, Guo Qifan and the others also left. Martial brother, do you think that Xiao Shui would give Brother Yi a hard time? Yan Qi asked. Guo Qifan shook his head. I've heard about that Xiao Shui. She doesn't like killing. She must have some other business with Brother Yi. Besides, even if she wanted to do anything, with Brother Yi being capable of killing Gui Cheng, I don't think he would be afraid of her. Dingling then took out 2 jade bottles and opened them. Let me see what pills Brother Yi gave me. Huh, what's wrong? Guo Qifan and Yan Qi immediately came over. It's a top-grade cultivation increasing pill and a bottle of special-grade condensed red pills. This. To a 5-star sect member, these 2 pills were absurd. Guo Qifan and Yan Qi also immediately opened the bottles Yimo gave them and said, I also got 12 condensed red pills, we owe him big time. Yan Qi murmured to himself. Guo Qifan put the bottle away and said, put these things away. Don't speak about them. Brother Yi has no simple origin. We actually owe him more for saving Marshall's sister, so let's just keep it in our hearts. Yes, Yan Qi and Dingling agreed. The 3 sped away even faster. Yimo stopped not far away, changed all his clothes, and washed himself. He had experienced a lot, and this wasn't the first time someone planted a spirit sense mark on him. If he wasn't concerned that Wang Pu might look for trouble with Guo Qifan and company, he would set up a trap formation here and kill Wang Pu. But he knew that Guo Qifan and company had been there when Wang Pu talked to him, so if he died, they would be suspected. Indeed, not long after Yimo left, Wang Pu appeared and said with a green face, cunning brat. Chapter 942, Insolent. The herb valley was so big that Yimo couldn't even tell where he was. He just kept going north and collecting herbs along the way. This desert herb valley was really a natural garden. Even though Yimo didn't pass by anywhere special, he still found large quantities of level 3 and level 4 herbs, as well as a few level 5 ones. Although he was flying north, Yimo subconsciously still avoided the way he came from. He really feared that black mist. That thing was too scary. If he were more powerful, perhaps he would go study it, but now he just wanted to stay as far away from it as possible. On the 7th day of Yimo's travel, Yimo picked up on some cultivation essence waves with his spirit sense. Yimo didn't want to care too much about it, but he also wanted to see who was fighting. Thinking about this, he scanned his spirit sense over immediately, but when Yimo saw that it was a golden core state peak stage cultivator fighting a woman who had her face covered, he immediately turned in their direction and charged over. His heart was beating rapidly. He knew that golden core state peak stage, it was the strongest cultivator from back at the spirit marrow pond. Yimo saw with his own eyes how the man got at least 100 spirit crystals. How could he let this opportunity go? Not to mention, he had almost died to that man before. Yimo made his cultivation levels seem to be at foundation establishment state level 7 again. He knew that the golden core state peak stage knew he was at level 7, so he wouldn't suspect anything. The two both saw Yimo come over, and both of them seemed to be interested in this foundation establishment state level 7. It was understandable that the golden core state peak stage man would look at him with fascination. Yimo even suspected that if he left immediately, the man would leave behind that woman to go capture him instead. However, he had never seen the masked woman before, so why would she look at him with shock too? Seeing that Yimo had no intentions of leaving, the two started fighting again. Cultivation essence rattled, explosions kept sounding in the air, and the fighting grew more intense with Yimo's arrival. As though both sides wanted to end the other party quickly, Yimo checked the woman's power level. She was a golden core state level 7 cultivator, but being able to fight such an intense battle with a golden core state peak stage cultivator, it clearly meant that she had a lot of various methods. But Yimo's battle sense was acute enough to tell that if he didn't intervene, it wouldn't be long before that golden core state peak stage man won. Yimo didn't intervene, though. The most important thing were the 100 or so spirit crystals that golden core state peak stage cultivator had. That was a huge fortune. With enough spirit crystals, Yimo would be able to reach golden core state middle stage in a short time. That would make him really happy. At the same time, Yimo was also very clear that he was no match for this golden core state peak stage fighter yet. Seeing the two fight an intense battle, Yimo started laying out formations around them. Seeing a foundation establishment state level 7 set up formation flags around them and throwing down top grade spirit stones, the two golden core state cultivators thought it funny. What use could it have even if this small cultivator laid some formations? The formations that a foundation establishment state level 7 kid set down wouldn't even be able to block one strike from a golden core state cultivator. In their eyes, Yimo was being insolent. Rumble right when the formation was set up, the masked woman was smashed away. However, she didn't fly far before smashing into the defensive formation Yimo had just set up. Shaking it a little, the formation Yimo had set up activated with a shining yellow light. But that was it. The defensive formation didn't break as it sealed the woman and peak stage cultivator inside of it with a faint yellow light. The masked woman was dazed. She even forgot to wipe the blood from her mouth as she looked dazedly at Guillermo. "You set up a level 3 formation?" "You're a level 3 formation master," Guillermo sneered. A level 3 formation was nothing. If he had the time and materials, he could even set up a level 4 formation. He had also set up a stealth attack formation. That golden core state peak stage also put on a serious look. He didn't care about Guillermo's foundation establishment state power, but the level 3 formation made him become more careful. He believed that Guillermo wouldn't be able to stop him regardless, but he didn't reach the golden core state peak stage by simply trusting in assumptions. "What do you want?" the masked woman asked Guillermo coldly. Guillermo smiled plainly. "I have no conflict with you. I'll open the formation and you can go, but I have some problems with him. I need to take something from him." Guillermo's words were very funny, but the masked woman didn't laugh. Someone who can easily set up level 3 formations wasn't simple. Her master told her that she shouldn't easily offend a formation master. Clearly Guillermo was such a master. She also thought of when Guillermo killed someone beyond his level and didn't look down on Guillermo at all. She nodded to Guillermo and walked out of the defensive formation. This time, the formation didn't do anything, meaning that it was completely under the control of this foundation establishment state cultivator. Seeing her leave, Guillermo didn't care. Even if he didn't use formations, he wasn't scared of a golden core state level 7. Even if he couldn't win, he could run away. "You've got balls, I haven't gone looking for you yet, but you dare to come for me," the golden core state peak stage sneered. Guillermo smiled. "You haven't looked for me? I think it's just that you couldn't find me." Without question, this golden core state peak stage cultivator must have been looking everywhere for him. "Give me the magic artifact that contains the spirit marrow. I promise you can leave after that. Other than this, I won't touch anything of yours." Unexpectedly, this golden core state peak stage didn't attack Guillermo. "Okay, give me your storage ring, and I promise too that if it satisfies me, I'll let you go," Guillermo replied calmly. As he said that, Guillermo threw out another formation flag. This immediately clouded the environment inside the formation. The golden core state peak stage man couldn't even see Guillermo's face clearly anymore, and his spirit sense also became weak. The cultivator was shook. He waved his hand, and a colored flag appeared in his hand, which he then threw out immediately. The small flag turned 10 meters big in an instant, and the sky became ghastly under its influence. Guillermo subconsciously shivered at the change. Guillermo clearly saw the cultivator use only a hammer-like magic artifact when fighting the masked woman before. Guillermo couldn't help but wonder why both Guicheng and this man used ordinary moves and magic artifacts to fight other people but immediately took out their most powerful assets to fight him. He appeared as only a foundation establishment state level 7 right now. Guillermo immediately threw out tens of formation flags as well as Zissou. He knew that it would be suicide to compete in cultivation essence against a golden core state peak stage opponent. It would be stupid to not utilize the formation right now. If he wanted to win, he would need the formation to suppress the man and use Shadowless to slowly torture him. Shadowless had killed a golden core state peak stage before, so Guillermo wasn't too worried. And this situation was actually much better than when he killed Li Changsheng. He was only at the foundation establishment state before, but now he was at the golden core state and had formations to help him. After throwing out the flag, the sky rumbled as tens of yellow rays shot out of the formation, charging into the flag. The cloudiness in the formation was getting worse and worse. The golden core state peak stage was shook when his flag was stopped. His flag was made out of living souls, and although it had only just been completed, it was capable of stealing souls. He didn't expect a foundation establishment state would be able to suppress it with a formation. Then suddenly, countless purple sword rays slashed at his face. The masked woman looked dazedly at the formation and the countless explosions inside of it, but she couldn't see anything. Since when was this foundation establishment state cultivator this strong? Chapter 943, Martial's sister. As the purple sword ray swooped down, the golden core state cultivator immediately realized that GMO wasn't at foundation establishment state level 7. No matter how much of a prodigy a foundation establishment state level 7 he could be, he wouldn't be able to use a sword ray of that caliber. However, it wasn't the time to think about that. He spat some essence blood and summoned the flag back with it. It got stopped by the formation at first, but due to the burning essence blood, it only took an instant to bring it back. Then, the flag stopped GMO's purple sword rays. The purple sword rays and the flag clashed together,
creating a screeching sound that was absolutely unbearable. Emo felt his cultivation essence rustle and he almost spat out some blood, but the flag's effects were far from done. Soon, the screeching sound started to summon something, as though it came from hell. Yemo's head was dizzy. Yemo's soul was strong, so he immediately could tell what was going on. It was the main effect of the flag. The flag was trying to summon his soul into the formation. This golden core state cultivator was underestimating his formation too much. Emo threw out a few more formation flags and Zisu shone even brighter. Countless yellow light ray got activated from within the formation and they swept the flag again. This time, Emo had used the illusion cloud essence binding strike. With Yemo's current power, it could only bind the cultivation essence of a golden core state peak stage cultivator for a brief moment, but that was enough. Shadowless had already made a move. Shadowless had cooperated with Emo countless times and it was very proficient at such things. Emo was sure that if he hadn't had the formation, it wouldn't have even been easy to stop the flag and much less bind the cultivation essence of this golden core state peak stage cultivator. The golden core state peak stage master suddenly noticed his cultivation essence had paused for a moment. He immediately realized things weren't good. He had been in countless battles and for the first time, he feared Emo. It seemed like this cultivator had all sorts of undetectable means. The golden core state cultivator wanted to run away and take back his flag, but then he felt his meridians ache. It was as though large amounts of essence blood were being instantly devoured. He was shook. He realized this was Yemo's lethal blow. If he stayed now, he would die for sure. The cultivator abandoned the flag, wrapped Shadowless with all of his cultivation essence and tried to dash away. This was the first time that Shadowless got covered with cultivation essence. If the cultivator had wanted to kick him out, he had other means to deal with it, but he also wasn't able to break free from the binding at that moment. The golden core state cultivator wanted to run away as far as possible, but he forgot about Yemo's defense formation in his worry. Rumble. The golden core state cultivator ran into the formation and the formation shook. The golden core state cultivator forced himself to calm down. He had finally understood why Emo had such confidence. His cultivation essence wasn't that far from his and he had all sorts of means. The golden core state man knew that the most important step was to escape from this formation. He had never thought that a formation that he hadn't taken seriously would be a matter of life and death for him. This cultivator just took out his flying sword. He realized he wasn't able to attack the formation yet when he saw endless purple sword rays coming at him. This forced him to defend himself against the attacks, instead of hacking open the formation. However, his cultivation essence had been letting Shadowless slip away as he had used it on running. However, now that he had to use even more to defend himself against Yemo's attacks, Shadowless instantly broke free and started to devour his Dantian. The cultivator's flying sword was thrown in the air and it got devoured by Yemo's purple sword rays. In his eyes, there was endless regret. It was too late for him. The purple sword rays brought shower of blood and the next moment, the cultivator started to sag and dry out. Emo took away the flag and the storage ring. He could now breathe at ease. He didn't look into the ring yet. There also was a masked woman outside watching. The masked woman had seen countless explosions and then, the shaking of the formation. She was just about to go and check when the formation suddenly disappeared. That Foundation Establishment State Level 8 cultivator appeared before her, but the Golden Core State Peak Stage Master was gone. The masked woman saw Emo come out alone, putting away the formation flags. After a while, she asked hesitantly, "Did you kill him?" "You actually killed him." "Yes, I killed him." Emo then looked at the woman. He had never seen her, but she seemed to have seen him. Emo asked casually, "Do you know me?" "Have you seen me before?" The woman nodded. "Yes, I've seen you once and I know you're from the Zhan Yuan Sword sect." "You killed Li Bison outside the sect." Emo was shook. He didn't know that there had been a masked woman watching on the side when killed Li Bison. If she had wanted to kill him at the time, it would have been rather easy. The woman realized what Emo was thinking and said calmly, "If I had wanted to kill you at the time, I would have. But I didn't." "Who are you? How do you know Li Bison?" Emo asked coldly. The woman's tone grew even calmer. "I know Li Bison because I'm also from the Zhan Yuan Sword sect. As a member of that sect, what do you think I would do when facing the killer of a core disciple?" Emo suddenly laughed. "That's old news. Other than Li Bison, I've also killed Ji Chansheng." Emo waved his hand and Zisu appeared again. He said calmly, "If you want to fight, then hurry up." The masked woman was dazed.
But she didn't have any intentions of fighting EMO. After a long while, she murmured, "You could actually kill Li Changshen?" "That's right. You just killed a golden core state peak stage cultivator. Did you know his surname is Li?" EMO asked strangely. Theoretically, other than Li Yuyan and him, no one else knew that Ji Changsheng was actually Li Changsheng. The woman didn't reply, but she bowed to EMO and said, "Thank you for killing Li Changsheng. I'm Fu Yishuang. You've probably heard of me, Fu Yishuang?" EMO had actually heard of this name. He studied her and asked hesitantly, "I've heard of this name, aren't you the Qi Gathering State Hall of Fame's #1? How did you become a golden core state cultivator?" Fu Yishuang smiled. "When I left the sect 2 years ago, I was already at Foundation Establishment State Level 7. I haven't been back for 2 years. When I reached Golden Core State Level 1, I wanted to follow Li Bison and kill him, but I saw your battle with him." Yimo realized that this Fu Yishuang had also had an enmity with Li Bison, so she didn't dare to go back to the sect. Strictly speaking, that woman was his martial sister. Chapter 944, Exchange. But GMO didn't have any good impression of the sword sect at all, much less of this martial sister. When he was fighting with Li Bison, he was on the lower hand, yet this woman didn't come out, which meant that his life was worth nothing to her. This woman clearly only cared about herself. Yimo immediately lost interest in continuing his talk with her. Seeing that Yimo wanted to leave, Fu Yishuang suddenly said, "Since you killed Li Changsheng, you probably obtained the illusion cloud 6 strikes, right?" "I know he had it. What are you trying to say?" Yimo's tone went cold. He didn't really care about the illusion cloud 6 strikes, but since this woman was asking about it, she might have some plans for it. Fu Yishuang saw Yimo go alert and immediately said, "You don't need to worry. The reason why I care about it so much is because it belongs to my Fu family." Hearing this, Yimo understood why she had wanted to kill Li Bison. When he obtained those last 3 strikes of the illusion cloud 6 strikes, he knew that the illusion cloud didn't belong to the Li family. But it seemed the Fu family's illusion cloud wasn't complete either, so it probably didn't belong to them either. A few centuries ago, the Fu family got the illusion cloud, but we were slaughtered by the Li family. The only purpose the descendants of the Fu family have in mind is to get the illusion cloud back and to get revenge. Fu Yishuang's tone was calm as she explained. Yimo didn't care, so he said, "You haven't been back to your sect for 2 years, there's a lot of things you probably don't know. It's said that they were going to unite with Hidden Sword. And I also heard that the Pingyao Li family was annihilated by the sect. Perhaps finding the illusion cloud 6 strikes is all there's left for you to worry about. As for the revenge, the sect already took care of it for you, huh?" Fu Yishuang was stunned and reacted only after a long while. "So there are some things that don't need to be done, huh?" Yimo didn't speak as he just watched her. She soon reacted and looked fervently at Yimo. "This means that if you give the illusion cloud to me, I don't need to keep living for the Fu family blood oath." Yimo said plainly, "You're right, and I do have it indeed, but I'm not related to you, nor are we friends. Why should I give the illusion cloud to you?" Fu Yishuang was at a loss for words. She said hesitantly after a while, "But when you killed Li Bison before, I didn't attack you during that time. The reason why you didn't attack was because you knew he didn't have the illusion cloud 6 strikes. Secondly, you felt threatened by me. If I can kill a false core state Li Bison, I can heavily injure you too. You had just reached the golden core state, and you couldn't afford to sustain any injuries. Therefore, I don't owe you anything. Not to mention, when Li Bison was about to kill me and I had no strength to retaliate, you probably wouldn't have come to help me if I hadn't taken care of it myself. You would have only used the chance to kill Li Bison. You wouldn't care about my life or death, am I wrong?" Fu Yishuang was speechless, and she didn't argue. That was the reality. Even if Yimo was about to get killed, she wouldn't come out and help. Seeing this, Yimo sneered, "So if we're talking about owing anyone anything, it is you who owe me. Even if I didn't help you kill Li Bison on purpose, would you have been able to beat a golden core state peak stage like him in the end? If I hadn't appeared, you would have gotten heavily injured even if you hadn't died. And actually, I must say that if I hadn't come, you would have died for sure. I won't explain why in detail, but in this perspective, you owe me your life." Fu Yishuang looked down. She didn't believe what GMO said, but GMO had helped her indeed. GMO could tell she didn't believe him, but he didn't care. "You owe me, yet you want me to give you the illusion cloud for free. Don't you think that's ridiculous? If you think you can rob the illusion cloud from me, then give it a try. Yemo could even kill someone at the Golden Core State Peak stage. There was no way Fu Yishuang would fight him with her life right now. In that case, I'll be leaving. Yemo was about to release Zisu. Wait. Fu Yishuang stopped Yemo. If Yemo left, where would she go find the illusion cloud 6 strikes? Seeing Yemo stop, Fu Yishuang pulled down her face veil and said, I still have some looks. If you give the illusion cloud to me. Yemo was dazed at her words. He really didn't care about the illusion cloud 6 strikes as he had the 9 strikes which he had improved based on it. The reason why he was being so tough was because Fu Yishuang, having been in the herb valley for so long, she must have gotten some herbs. He wanted her to bring it up herself. The basic rule to business was that the other side would only give you the best offer if you didn't want to do the deal, but what Fu Yishuang was thinking was that the herbs she had might be precious, but they weren't nearly as precious as the illusion cloud 6 strikes. Besides, Yemo must have obtained a lot of herbs too. If she couldn't get back the illusion cloud 6 strikes, the blood oath would block her from ever reaching immortal ascension. If it wasn't that Yemo was too strong, she would really want to kill Yemo and take it. She couldn't beat Yemo, however, nor did she have any valuable items. She even owed him too. The only thing she had was her virgin body. Fu Yishuang's face was a little pale, perhaps due to always wearing a veil. But even so, Yemo had to admit she was beautiful. Her eyes were very big, making Yemo think of Yang Ro. However, she was prettier than her. Yemo believed even Xiao Shui might not be as pretty as Fu Yishuang, but even then, Yemo had no intentions for her. He sighed. He felt that it wasn't worth it for Fu Yishuang to go so far for the illusion cloud 6 strikes. Yemo suddenly lost interest in taking her fortunes. This woman was living for the hatred of the Fu family and this illusion cloud. That was too tiring of a way to live in Yemo's eyes. Yemo took out the illusion cloud 6 strikes jade slip and gave it to her. The illusion cloud is in here, but it's incomplete. It's missing 3 strikes. Even if you cultivate it, it can only be a sword technique for before the hollow spirit state. After that, it will be lacking. Then, he took out Zisu and dashed away. Although he pitied her, he didn't give the 9 strikes to her. If she had helped with killing Li Bison, he would, but instead she had just watched. It was already very generous of him to be giving her the illusion cloud 6 strikes. Fu Yishuang was dazed. She didn't think that when she took off her veil, Yemo would give it to her for free. Why? Did he think she was ugly, or Fu Yishuang was rather confident about her looks? She didn't understand why Yemo did what he did. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She checked the illusion cloud 6 strikes jade slip, and it was the real deal indeed. Fu Yishuang rejoiced. She had worked so hard and finally gotten the illusion cloud 6 strikes back for the Fu family. Chapter 945, Really Dare to Leave. Yemo found a quiet place and set up a formation to check his loot. The ring was mostly filled with herbs, so he organized them and put into a separate ring. The slightly valuable herbs were sent to the Golden Page world. Large amounts of spirit stones, pills, and other magic spirit artifacts were stored together in piles. Other than the crocodile scissors and the flag, Yemo was ready to sell the rest. As for ores, the most precious one was the vibrant sun true metal and a top-grade pilo of star sand. The Golden Core State Peak stage cultivator had 400,000 top-grade spirit stones, but what shocked Yemo the most was that he had all sorts of spirit herbs that all together counted more than his. However, he simply had less valuable ones. Yemo wouldn't have had so many precious spirit herbs if he hadn't gone to that mist valley. When he saw more than 170 spirit crystals, Yemo immediately understood why this guy was so rich. He must have robbed a lot of the cultivators in the spirit marrow pond. When he opened more storage rings inside the Golden Core State Peak stage cultivators ring, he found 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones, 2.6 million middle-grade spirit stones and only less than 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Yemo was sure that this guy had been the wealthiest man amongst the Golden Core State cultivators. He put these things away and went out looking for more herbs casually. He knew that the place was about to close. There were still a few days left, so Yemo made a few level 2 formation discs, including a defense formation and 4 attack formation. Yemo wanted to make higher level ones, but his resources were limited. Moreover, it was much harder to make formation discs than building the formation. He knew he wasn't really in danger in there, but he would be when he got out. All of those cultivators who had paid him a toll and that bitter-faced cultivator wanted to kill him. He wasn't concerned about that guy on his own,
but feared what could happen if he had backup. A few thousand kilometers away from EMO, a bitter-faced cultivator had a bleak expression. Other than collecting herbs, he had a very important mission, and that was to kill EMO and take all of his belongings to Elder Fong of the Immortal Treasure Tower. Elder Fong believed that EMO had to have some secret to have been able to become #1 in the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame with such power. He had thought it was going to be a simple task, as he had planted large amounts of spirit sense marks on EMO. However, after going in, he hadn't been able to EMO, and he had even lost his minion He Chong. This easy task remained unfinished, and it made him very annoyed. He knew that if he didn't complete his mission, his value would greatly decrease in the eyes of Elder Fong. His time was almost up. Indeed, time was up. White lights flashed over the cultivators as they were teleported out. As soon as EMO came out, he saw a large crowd of people squeezing outside the valley. There were even more stalls now, and each with a sign for collecting spirit herbs and materials. EMO didn't dare to use 9 transformations. He was more scared of the black and the white masters he had avoided. They were hollow spirit state cultivators. EMO was certainly not staying there after seeing how many people there were. But as soon as he tried to run, he was surrounded by a group of very fervent merchants. "I'm the worker at the All Spirit Hall. I'm from the Herb Cauldron sect. We will pay a high price for your herbs." After EMO finally squeezed out, a beautiful woman appeared before him. "EMO, I knew those people couldn't do anything to you. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me." EMO looked at Lu Yuetang and the 3 martial sisters behind her, and he secretly stayed alert. He said calmly, "I'm just making a profit from my hard work. If it hadn't been for me, you guys would have already died in that mist. But I'm sure you don't believe me." EMO had really helped these people. However, all of these guys wanted to kill him and rob his belongings. If EMO has known it was going to be like that from the start, he would have rather not make them pay the toll price. Lu Yuetang smiled, but she didn't answer EMO. Clearly, she thought that even if EMO hadn't repaired the formation, they could have still come out. EMO said expressionlessly, "I have no spirit herbs. If you want to attack me, then hurry up or I'm going to leave." That Chi-Chi girl suddenly said, "Martial brother Yi, I believe you, Chi-Chi." Yu-Chin Mushin suddenly looked shockingly at Chi-Chi. They knew that she had the ability to tell if someone was lying or not. She could feel that EMO was actually telling the truth. Chi-Chi continued, "Martial brother Yi, you've mistaken my martial sister. No one is allowed to fight after the Herb Valley opens. They have to wait until going outside. My martial sister just wants to invite you to our sect. Although we won't do anything to you, other people might." EMO's spirit sense had already seen Ji Ziyuan, who was staring coldly at him, although he hadn't come for him yet. If EMO left, Ji Ziyuan would chase him for sure. EMO scanned his spirit sense out again and found that bitter-faced cultivator. He wasn't looking at him at that moment, but EMO was sure that this guy was going to attack him. He had sensed the guy scan him with spirit sense more than once. Other than him, another cultivator was watching him. It was that Golden Core State Level 8 cultivator from the Godsword sect. Unexpectedly, while other people were just watching EMO, the Dual Heart Sect Shichioshui came up to EMO and saluted him with his fists. "Brother Yi, hello, I knew I would be able to see you soon. If you have time, you must visit the Dual Heart Valley. I highly respect Brother Yi, and I'm also grateful to you for saving my life. You don't harbor enmity towards me?" EMO looked strangely at Shichioshui. He had taken half of his herbs. Shichioshui laughed. "I greatly admire Brother Yi's talent. Those mere herbs are nothing. Moreover, you've saved my life." EMO was sure that this guy was being genuine, so he nodded. "Okay, if I have time, I will go to the Dual Heart Valley for sure." Seeing this, Lu Yuetang approached him again and smiled. "Brother Yi, you're indeed quite significant. Shichioshui is a prideful person. You took his herbs, but he still thinks so highly of you." Seeing that GMO was getting impatient, Lu Yuetang smiled. "Martial brother Yi, our sect is genuinely inviting you over. If you leave now, that GZ Yuan won't let you go. But he doesn't dare to come to our sect. Even if you offend the Ghost Immortal sect, we won't fear them." Yi-Mo was considering whether he should go with them. After all, GZ Yuan was from a 5-star sect. He wasn't going to be the only one hunting him down. However, Lu Yuetang's words clearly implied that they were doing him a favor. They were willing to go against the Ghost Immortal sect for him. If he went, he had to admit this as this favor.
Shin Mushin heard this inside. She knew Yemo rather well. Her big martial sister hadn't even done anything for Yemo, yet she was already planning to make him pay back. Yemo could even reject her master, there was no way he would succumb to her. Indeed, Yemo sneered. "Thank you, big martial sister, for your goodwill, but I don't need to be protected by your bunch." "Goodbye, then." Yemo darted into the sky with Zisu. Yemo didn't mean to look down on the women from her sect, but Lu Yuatan's intentions were too obvious. Lu Yuatang saw this and murmured, "He really dares to leave?" Chapter 946, Hunting Emo, huh? Guangwei suddenly screamed before pulling Lu Yuatan's hand and saying desperately, "Big martial sister, go help him." Ji Ziyuan also left, and it's not just him. Those people will be hunting him for sure. Qin Mushin also looked expectantly at Lu Yuatang. Lu Yuatang sighed, "Master and company are already here, let's go see them." Guangwei and the girls turned around and saw that their master and the elders from the sect had come, and they immediately knew it wouldn't be plausible to go help Yemo. As soon as Yemo flew away, he could feel Ji Ziyuan follow him. Other than him, there were two more fellows with him that Ji Ziyuan had probably called to help. Ji Ziyuan was at the Golden Core State Peak stage, and the other two were both Golden Core State Tertiary stage cultivators. Even though Yemo had formation discs, he couldn't kill 3 Golden Core State Tertiary attackers. His formation discs were only ordinary level 2 discs in the first place. If he had a level 4 formation disc, Yemo could easily kill all 3. Even if he had just a level 3 disc, he would be able to kill Ji Ziyuan, but the most important thing was the reality that Yemo didn't have time to set up a level 3 formation and that there were 3 of them. Feeling that Ji Ziyuan was getting closer and closer, Yemo knew he had to make up his mind. Yemo suddenly had a burst in speed. As Ji Ziyuan saw this, he sneered. No matter how fast Yemo was, there was no way a mere Golden Core State level 1 could get away from him. Yemo sped up, wanting to find a place to hide first. When Ji Ziyuan caught up, he would ambush them. As long as he could take out the 2 other guys, he was confident he could deal with Ji Ziyuan with his formation discs. But Yemo didn't expect that just when he accelerated, a powerful cultivation essence would appear and quickly fly close to him. Yemo's heart sunk. He knew there was no point in continuing to run, so he stopped. A man in his 50s appeared before Yemo. This man was at the Golden Core State Peak stage and about to form his soul. He was no weaker than Ji Ziyuan and perhaps even a little stronger. "You're that pill concoction Hall of Fame number 1, Yemo?" The man didn't seem to have the intention to attack Yemo. Yemo nodded, while Ji Ziyuan and his 2 companions arrived as well. But when they saw there was another person, they didn't speak and just suddenly surrounded Yemo and the man. In a brief moment, Ji Ziyuan seemed to have remembered who this man was. His face changed immediately, and he saluted with his fists. "So it's Elder Yen of the Immortal Treasure Tower. Why might be worth your time to come here, Elder Yen?" Yemo heard this and thought, could this be Yen Zhang's support in the Immortal Treasure Tower? Thinking about this, he saluted with his fists. "Shanbei, do you perhaps know Yen Zhang?" He had to know the relationship involved. The man smiled. "Yes, I am Yen Jun. I've heard Zhanger talk about you, but I didn't expect you to be at the Golden Core State primary stage already. Zhanger has good eyes. We're both Golden Core State cultivators, so there's no need to call me Shanbei. Just call me Elder Yen." Yemo rejoiced. Since this guy was related to Yen Zhang, he owed him. Yemo had received 1 chance for Kong Yi to concoct pills for him, and he gave it to Yen Zhang. Yen Zhang would definitely have given it to Yen Jun if that was the case. Then Yen Jun owed him a favor. "Yes. Thank you, Elder Yen." Yemo saluted with his fists. With Yen Jun's help, he was confident about killing the 2 Golden Core State level 7 fellows first and then come help Yen Jun kill Ji Ziyuan. Ji Ziyuan's face, meanwhile, looked bad. Clearly, Yen Jun was there to help Yemo. Yen Jun then saluted with his fists to Ji Ziyuan. "Dao Franji, although I don't know what conflict you have with Yemo, please let it go on my account dash, ha." Ji Ziyuan laughed as his face went cold. "Elder Yen, this is the Ghost Immortal Sect's matter. I represent the Ghost Immortal Sect right now. Can you represent the Immortal Treasure Tower to fight with me?" Hearing this, Yen Jun's face looked bad. He could barely keep his status in the Immortal Treasure Tower. How could he represent them? Yen Jun knew it would be suicide to fight the Ghost Immortal Sect with his Golden Core State Peak stage power. But Yemo had given him something so valuable, he couldn't not protect him at all. He thought about it for a while, and he realized that he couldn't intervene today. From Ji Ziyuan's killing intent he could tell that even if Yemo apologized, Ji Ziyuan wouldn't let him go. Moreover, he knew from Yan Zhang that Yemo wasn't the type to apologize to Ji Ziyuan in the first place. In that instant, Yan Jun regretted coming. Seeing that Yan Jun's expression had turned sour, Yemo knew what he was thinking and spoke up. "Elder Yan, this has nothing to do with you. I don't think this Ji Ziyuan can do anything to me," Yan Jun said. "I only represent myself, but I stopped Yemo just now and let you guys catch up to him. Even if I don't help him, I can't stop him for you guys either, now can I?" Unexpectedly, Ji Ziyuan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Elder Yan. I won't let Elder Yan be such a person. I'll give him 30 seconds to run." "I think you only stalled him for about 10 seconds, right?" "Indeed," Yan Jun sighed in relief. He had been afraid that Ji Ziyuan wouldn't give him any face at all. He knew that 30 seconds was nothing, but it still gave him some face. "Yemo, I'm very embarrassed, this is all I can do to help you." "I'm sorry." Yan Jun turned around. Ji Ziyuan had a sneer on his face but didn't talk. Yemo knew why Ji Ziyuan was sneering. It was because he had marked him with a spirit sense mark as soon as he got there. Yemo didn't feel bad about Yan Jun, because he really didn't have the power to take on the Ghost Immortal sect. It was already quite nice that he had come out to help. He said to Yan Jun, "Thank you, Elder Yan, goodbye." Then he sped off on his sword. After Yemo left, Yan Jun only waited for 20 seconds before he left without saying anything to Ji Ziyuan. Then, Ji Ziyuan left immediately too. Yemo simply used 10 seconds to run and another 10 to set up a formation base. He wanted to make it better, but he already felt Ji Ziyuan chasing over. Yemo was furious. This guy was full of lies. It hadn't even been 25 seconds yet, but Yemo had no choice but face the situation at hand. He didn't stay in the unfinished formation base. He went a few hundred meters back and cut off the spirit sense mark before hiding himself. As soon as Yemo hid himself, Ji Ziyuan arrived. He didn't even look at where Yemo was and just shot his flying sword over. At the same time, Yemo moved too. Not towards Ji Ziyuan, but for the 2 golden core state level 7 cultivators behind him. Chapter 947, Eerie Sword Shadow. The reason why Yemo didn't make a sneak attack on Ji Ziyuan was because he knew that with Ji Ziyuan's golden core state peak stage power, he would at most be able to only injure him. And even that was only a possibility, but it was different if he attacked the other 2. Ji Ziyuan was attacking towards the spirit sense mark location, so he wouldn't be able to save the 2 golden core state level 7 cultivators in that instant. Secondly, those 2 were at most on par with Yemo in terms of cultivation essence. So Yemo should be able to successfully ambush them with a 90% certainty, hence Yemo immediately acted. As his sword produced purple sword rays, Ji Ziyuan was stunned. He didn't think that Yemo would be able to find his spirit sense mark and use it to counterattack them, and he didn't have time to help. He didn't expect that Yemo would be so powerful either, nor did he expect him to be capable of hiding there without him noticing at all. How powerful was his stealth technique? He didn't think a mere golden core state level 1 would be able to hide from his spirit sense. Splurge countless purple sword rays enveloped the 2 golden core state level 7 men from behind. Zissou sliced one golden core state cultivator in half through the waist, while the other one had purple sword rays pierced through his entire body. Just one strike and one person had died, while the other was heavily injured. As Ji Ziyuan saw the bloody scene, his eyes were about to bulge in fury. He roared, and his flying sword instantaneously flew towards Yemo. Yemo wasn't going to fight Ji Ziyuan head-on right now. He immediately retreated inside his formation and laid down a few formation discs. Ji Ziyuan saw Yemo retreat and followed. He glanced at the level 2 formation discs Yemo threw out, and his fury disappeared. He regained his composure and spoke coldly, "You sure have got balls. You think you can stop me with a few level 2 formation discs? Pity I have to tell you, I was just going to kill you originally, but now you've truly angered me. I will kill every man in your Yi family, and as for the women, I will bring them to Broken Leaf City and comfort them nicely." Then, he looked at Yemo and gnarled, "As for you, I don't want to kill you anymore. I happen to know a way of burning living souls. I will burn you for 100 years before killing you." Yemo's eyes went cold, and his killing intent rose drastically. He made up his mind that even if he had to die, he would kill Ji Ziyuan today. The more Yemo's killing intent burned, the calmer he grew. He threw out a few more formation flags and spoke coldly, "Pity I have to tell you that you won't have that chance. I swear that if the Ghost Immortal sect dares to send more people after me, I will annihilate the sect. GZ Yuan actually got goosebumps from Yemo's cold threat. He knew that Yemo would be out to kill him already, but Yemo's words still made him want to kill Yemo faster. He knew that Yemo's cultivation was only at Golden Core State Level 1, but he wasn't any weaker than a Golden Core State Level 7 fighter. GZ Yuan waved his hand, and the flying sword that had been circulating above his head returned to his hands. Immediately, his body turned cold. Yemo stared at the flying sword and felt there was something wrong with it. He couldn't tell what grade it was. It seemed only 30 centimeters long at first, but sometimes it was more. When he stopped looking at it for a moment, he could even sense that it was as if GZ Yuan wasn't holding a flying sword but an invisible killing intent. This flying sword was also just too thin. It was so thin that it was almost invisible. But with Yemo's spirit sense, he could confirm that the flying sword really existed. Yet when he tried to investigate it more carefully with his spirit sense, he couldn't see it clearly anymore. There was a bone-chilling eeriness about it. The chi that GZ Yuan and his flying sword emitted made Yemo become very careful. He knew that GZ Yuan couldn't be cultivating an ordinary cultivation method. GZ Yuan didn't move, but Yemo felt that the air around him seemed to have gotten darker and heavier. It began to have a rotten feeling, as though it came straight from hell. What cultivation method was this? The Ghost Immortal sect cultivation methods indeed had some ghost elements to them. Yemo thought for a moment before slashing out with Zisu, not wanting to wait anymore. Illusion Cloud Division Strike. Countless sword rays were instantaneously activated, and in that instant, in a 10-meter radius, Yemo's purple sword rays swept over every inch. GZ Yuan was enveloped inside the sword rays, and that bleak chi seemed to get melted away by the purple sword rays. After sending out the attack, Yemo didn't even bother checking GZ Yuan's situation, as he knew that it would be impossible to kill GZ Yuan with only this, so he took out tens of other formation flags and dumped them all around him. He had set up the formation base of a level 3 formation by then. He just needed to finish it, and he had to buy as much time as he could for that. Pack dash. Yemo's purple sword rays were already getting shattered and dissipated in the air. What sword technique is this? Right after he had such a thought, Yemo suddenly felt a bleak killing intent that almost made him suffocate. Yemo was shook. It seemed it was suicidal of him to try to lay a formation after just sending out one attack. Yemo immediately activated 4 defensive formation discs and 2 attacking formation discs of his. Thud dash. Yemo was still forced to take a few steps back, and those X formation discs were instantly broken. Their only use had been saving Yemo's life. If not for them, that strike would have killed him already. Yemo didn't keep throwing out formation flags. He knew that if he couldn't build the level 3 formation today, he would lose for sure, yet he just didn't have the time to finish it. GZ Yuan's sword technique was too strong. It was especially powerful because of how Yemo couldn't grasp the trajectory of the strike. GZ Yuan was much stronger than the Golden Core State Peak stage Yemo had killed in the Herb Valley, but suddenly, something even more shocking happened. He couldn't sense where GZ Yuan was anymore. Yemo felt cold sweat stream down his back as he spread his spirit sense out. However, GZ Yuan wasn't visible in his spirit sense either. This fellow was too strong. When he fought with him in the wooden house, he wasn't using his real power at all. Suddenly, Yemo felt a light breath and woke up, because he could sense a cold killing intent pierce his soul. Yemo shivered. He had gotten confused in the middle of a battle. This GZ Yuan was too powerful. He had somehow sent Yemo into a daze in the middle of their battle. The killing intent was imminent, so without any time to think, Yemo flew tens of meters backwards and almost ended up outside of his formation base. Yemo felt some pain below his ribs as a deep gash had appeared. So powerful. Yemo ate a few pills and closed his eyes. If his sixth sense hadn't sensed the killing intent, he would have been cut in half through the waist already. The only thing he could use right now was the powerful sixth sense he had from cultivating the 3 birth chant. Another soundless sword shadow passed by Yemo's chest. Even though Yemo was taking pills, his wounds weren't healing and instead started seeping some dark energy. Yemo grew calmer and calmer. It felt as if his formation was seeped with countless sword shadows, but when he closed his eyes, everything became clear. Yemo ignored his wounds and passed through the countless sword shadows. At the start, he was still getting cut, but after a while, he sustained less and less injuries. He could even sense GZ Yuan's position. Yemo was very calm. He had found a way to avoid the sword shadows, but now he still needed another method to kill GZ Yuan. Yemo stopped just trying to dodge the sword shadows, and he started to use the time in between strikes to set up his formation flags. Ji Yuan was surprised that GMO could dodge for so long while only sustaining a few injuries. Chapter 948, Manipulating Swords with Will. GMO threw out the last 3 flags and some extreme-grade spirit stones before yelling, "Seal!" Instantly, the defense formation was set up and countless white rays flashed in front of their eyes. The place GMO and Ji Yuan battled was no longer in open air, he had set the formation there. So now the place belonged to him. GMO scanned with his spirit sense and saw Ji Yuan was hiding amongst his sword shadows. He looked dazedly at Yimo's formation and murmured after a long while, "A level 3 peak formation." Yimo's spirit sense moved and the countless sword shadows got swept away by the white light from Yimo's formation. Yimo let out a long breath. He had been passively getting hit before until he finished setting up his formation. This formation was his and each formation flag had his spirit sense mark. Keep dreaming about using shadowless swords in this land. What Yimo didn't expect was that the formation he had set up was at almost peak stage since he had used extreme-grade spirit stones even though it was supposed to be level 3 primary stage. He took 2 more pills. Yimo still wasn't able to heal the wounds from before. This guy was too strong. He had seen quite a few golden core state peak stage cultivators, but in all honesty, he had never seen someone stronger than Ji Yuan. The guy definitely had a place in the Golden Core State Hall of Fame. You're a formation master indeed. Ji Yuan appeared again. His thin sword still hovered above him. Yimo released Zisu that brought about countless purple sword rays, yet they were different from before. These purple sword rays gathered around Yimo. Eventually, more and more appeared, forming a sea of purple. Yimo also started sweating. He knew that his purple sword rays wouldn't be able to damage Ji Yuan now. However, since he had his formation set up, he would keep gathering it and attack Ji Yuan all at once. Then, with the help of the formation and shadowless, he didn't think this Ji Yuan could still survive. Wait. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan suddenly told Yimo to stop. "Your formation is good, but I'm sure you won't be able to do anything to me in the end. If you open the formation, I will leave and we can end the conflict here. I'll even ignore the fact that you killed 2 of our sect's Golden Core State members. Even if I don't run away in the end, the Ghost Immortal sect will know you have done it and you will never be able to escape from us. Go die." Yimo sneered and shot thousands of purple sword rays at Ji Yuan. At the same time, he activated the formation and sent out shadowless. Even if a 6, 7, 8, or even 9-star sect dared to threaten him, he would show no mercy, much less for a mere 5-star sect. Ji Yuan's expression changed. He hadn't thought Yimo didn't fear the Ghost Immortal sect at all, but he couldn't think that much for now. The thin sword above him also spewed out countless silver light rays. However, it was Yimo's formation and he was in control of every corner. Ji Yuan's sword shadows could no longer injure Yimo. The instant he activated them, Yimo's formation shot white barriers that stopped the sword shadows. Yimo breathed easy. He had really felt threatened by Ji Yuan's sword technique. It was invisible, but still everywhere and dangerously powerful. Ji Yuan's sword shadows suddenly changed. They went from barely visible to pressuring and fast like lightning. It shook the formation so much that it seemed like it was about to explode at any time. Yimo was shook. He could tell that this sword technique was far from what Ji Yuan had showed him before. If he hadn't used extreme-grade spirit stones, the formation might have been broken already. Thinking about it, Yimo quickly swept down more purple sword rays, grabbed Zisu and hacked down. He couldn't allow Ji Yuan to keep using cultivation essence to attack his formation. Thud, thud dash. Yimo's purple sword rays clashed onto a pot lid-like shield that Ji Yuan had set up. Ji Yuan was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, but the sword ray eventually stopped. The purple sword rays were strong, but they didn't seem to have much effect against the pot lid shield. Yimo didn't dare to hesitate. He had already activated the Illusion Cloud Exert Will sword. In the past, he had activated countless sword rays with this move and controlled them with his will. However, this time, Yimo didn't control any of the sword rays. He just closed his eyes and hacked. He hacked the place he felt was the best. If someone else had seen this, they wouldn't have been able to understand, as Yimo was hitting the center of the shield, which was also the strongest part of the shield. However, the only difference was that Yimo's sword was slanted. Ji Yuan didn't understand either why Yimo was attacking like this, so he sneered. Yimo was either competing on cultivation essence with him or he had great faith in his kitchen knife. A mere Golden Core State Level 1 cultivator dared to compete on cultivation essence with him when he was using a middle-grade spirit artifact. This was underestimating him too much. The next moment, Zissou hacked the shield, crack dash, the sound pierced Ji Ziyuan's eardrums. How could hear such noise? Yimo's Zissou had cut his shield like tofu and then pierced his chest. It had instantly found the weakest point in his spirit artifact and it had managed to break it by destroying its internal structure? Ji Ziyuan looked at his broken spirit artifact in disbelief. How was this possible? Any magic artifact had a weakest part. The better the magic artifact, the smaller the Achilles tendon. But for cultivators, that didn't matter because only they could tell the weakest part through spirit control. Other people wouldn't be able to know. Even if they did know, if the amount of cultivation essence they attacked the magic artifact with couldn't resonate with the magic artifact's internal structure, it wouldn't be able to hurt the magic artifact either. However, Yimo had found its weak spot, had managed to grasp the spirit artifact's structure and broke it in half. Yimo used this opportunity to shoot the illusion cloud whirlpool strike and release Shadowless. The instant Ji Ziyuan's essence blood was being devoured by Shadowless, he saw Yimo's purple sword again. He was scared to the bone. Splurge dash, a blood mist erupted and Ji Ziyuan got surrounded by Yimo's illusion cloud whirlpool strike. After Shadowless devoured Ji Ziyuan's golden core, Yimo didn't let Shadowless keep devouring Ji Ziyuan's meridians. He summoned Shadowless back and put away his formation flags. He also placed the thin sword into his golden page world. Yimo rejoiced, partly because he had defeated Ji Ziyuan, but mostly because he had found the feeling of controlling sword with will. Ji Ziyuan looked at Yimo with soulless eyes, murmuring something. Yimo then sneered to Ji Ziyuan, "How does your flying sword's damage heal? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Or else, just like you said, I will burn your soul." Ji Ziyuan shivered. His eyes suddenly turned bleak again. "Yi, you're finished. Even if you run through the entire Northfar state, you won't escape the rage of the Ghost Immortal sect." Yimo slapped him in the face. "Are you going to tell me or not? Keep dreaming." Ji Ziyuan sneered. He believed that even if Yimo killed him, he couldn't stop him from using his secret technique to escape in a soul state. He could still become a ghost cultivator. Time was very important for Yimo. He took out a 5-color flag and said, "Since you won't tell me, you don't need to anymore." A 5-color soul-devouring flag? Ji Ziyuan's face changed drastically. Chapter 949, River State has changed. Ji Ziyuan knew that no matter how strong his secret technique was, there was no way he could escape from the 5-colored soul-devouring flag. However, just when he was about to beg for mercy, the 5-colored flag had already swept down. After the 5 colors faded away, Ji Ziyuan no longer showed any signs of life. His soul had been taken away by the flag. Yimo admired how powerful the flag was, yet Yimo really didn't like that bleak ghastly flag. But it was the best means for people like Ji Ziyuan. The reason Yimo didn't dare to waste time talking to Ji Ziyuan was because he knew he was already at a very dangerous position. He needed to go back immediately, return to River State and take everyone away. After taking Ji Ziyuan's ring, he found that one of the 2 golden core state cultivators was gone. It was the one he had heavily injured. In his desperation, Yimo couldn't care about anything anymore. He burned the 2 bodies and left the place as fast as he could on Zissou. On the way, Yimo forcefully suppressed his wounds with cultivation essence and didn't dare to linger at all. He didn't have time for recovery. He had to get back to River State as quickly as possible. If he had been by himself, he could have found a safe place to go into the Golden Page world and slowly recover, but it was too easy for the Ghost Immortal sect to find out where his base was. Hence, he had to get to River State before the Ghost Immortal sect put up a wanted order. About half an hour after Yimo left, 2 cultivators appeared where he had fought with Ji Ziyuan. Their faces were very bleak. One had a short figure, but the other one was very tall. If Yimo knew, he would have rejoiced to have left early because both of these cultivators were at nascent soul state. One was even at nascent soul state tertiary stage. "It's here. Ziyuan was killed here and his soul was taken away," the tall nascent soul state cultivator said with a calm tone, but the fury was spurring out of his eyes. The short nascent soul state cultivator laughed like a crow. "Such an evil guy. He has a magic artifact for taking alive souls. How dare he take souls from the Ghost Immortal sect? This person shouldn't be very far. Let me find his chi then." The short nascent soul state cultivator took out a disc-like magic artifact. A while later, his frown had grown deeper and deeper. "What's wrong?" the tall cultivator asked. The short cultivator shook his head and said, "There's marks of a formation here." This person used a formation to kill GZ Yuan and the others. Clearly, he's not at nascent soul state. But how can a mere golden core state cultivator's stealth cultivation method be this powerful? I can't find any useful information. After EMO removed all of the evidence, he focused on running. He didn't even look at GZ Yuan's storage ring and just threw it into the golden page world. EMO was going to fly to Broken Leaf City first and take the teleportation formation, yet EMO didn't dare to go there first. He flew for a few days and arrived to Luoshan City. Then, EMO took the teleportation formation from there to Sharp City. Although EMO was many times faster than when he had first gone there, he still arrived at River State City 7 days later. If he hadn't wasted time getting out of the Herb Valley, he would have arrived at River State in less than 2 days. However, EMO knew that if he went back to the Broken Leaf City, he might never be able to leave. EMO changed his face and walked into the city, mixing with the crowd. The city was much less populated than before. EMO scanned his spirit sense to China Pharmaceuticals immediately. When he saw that China Pharmaceuticals was in ruins, his limbs went cold. He could feel his body trembling. The bleak chi from his wounds broke free of his cultivation essence and made him shiver. The thing he worried for the most had happened. China Pharmaceuticals had been annihilated. What happened to Yi Ling, Sun Yangzhu, and the others who had done this? The Ghost Immortal sect? The All-Pill Tower? But the high powers at River State for them were at nascent soul state. How could have they fought China Pharmaceuticals with Li Yuqian there? EMO scanned the scene. He could tell there had been a big battle there. The place was surrounded with a formation. If someone went in there, it would activate the formation. Friend, are you okay? EMO was wiping his sweat and someone asked. EMO hadn't expected there to be such kind-hearted people in the cultivation realm. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. It's just some old wounds. EMO was aware that his face was probably looking very pale at the moment. It would show it, despite him wearing 9 transformations. It was a chi-gathering state cultivator who was asking, and he was about to leave, but EMO stopped him and asked, Dao friend, I heard China Pharmaceuticals' pills are very good, so I came here just for them. How come I don't see China Pharmaceuticals? The cultivator looked around worriedly and then pulled EMO to the side. Friend, you must not be from here. You must not mention China Pharmaceuticals. Why? EMO was shaking. His hands were bleeding from his clench, but he still asked, I heard China Pharmaceuticals offended the All-Pill sect. They were relying on the Immortal Treasure Tower for support, but for some reason. 2 months ago, they suddenly came to look for trouble with China Pharmaceuticals as well. At this time, the branch owner of the All-Pill Tower, Lu Jiucheng, reached nascent soul state. So he joined forces with the Immortal Treasure Tower to annihilate China Pharmaceuticals. Then what happened? EMO's voice was shaky. The cultivator said quietly, however, China Pharmaceuticals had a nascent soul state cultivator and a golden core state cultivator that had somehow forcefully reached golden core state peak stage. There was a large battle and quite some people from the Immortal Treasure Tower and the All-Pill Tower died. EMO asked desperately, did the people from China Pharmaceuticals get away? The cultivator shook his head. That I don't know, but China Pharmaceuticals lost a few people too. Suddenly, the cultivator realized that the person he was talking to was gone. He must have met some master. That guy was so worried about China Pharmaceuticals. Perhaps he belonged there too. Thinking about this, the cultivator quickly left. The first thing EMO did after leaving was getting to the teleportation formation he had set up. When he went into the valley, he saw that his stealth formation was perfectly running and so was the teleportation formation. Had they not closed it, EMO charged into the teleportation formation. When he saw the activated teleportation formation, he finally breathed a little easier. It seemed they eventually had used it. EMO wasn't too worried now. The teleportation distance was more than 100,000 kilometers. Even a hollow spirit state cultivator wouldn't be able to scan that far with spirit sense. There was a jade card on the teleportation formation. EMO recognized it to be Song Yangzhu's handwriting. Husband, I'm fine. Yi Ling and Sister Zhen were injured. So was Master, but don't worry. Su Yu and Sheng Yizhong are fine. However, Sun Jitsai and a few of China Pharmaceuticals people weren't able to come together. If it hadn't been for your teleportation formation, none of us would have been able to get away. We took all of your pills. Don't worry. Master said we can't stay here for long. We went to Peihai City. Hurry up and come meet up with us.
Yangzhu, Yimo breathed easy. They had been injured, but it was fine as long as they were alive. It had been such a wise decision for him to leave behind this teleportation formation. Peihai City was a big city next to the Heartless Sea. Due to this, there were lots of cultivation resources. Many solo cultivators and sect members would go there for training and resources. However, there were a lot of dangers there too. Chapter 950, A Step of Progress. Although Yemo wanted to meet up with Song Yangzhu and company immediately, he didn't follow his impulses. His wounds weren't healed yet. He had to heal up first. Peihai City was out of North Far State. It was tens of millions of kilometers away from River State City. If he just went there without a plan, he wouldn't be able to get there fast, and he might even get hunted by the Ghost Immortal sect. He knew he had to calm down. Although China Pharmaceuticals' destruction had nothing to do with the Ghost Immortal sect, that was because they weren't there yet. If they had been the ones to come, Li Yuqian and the others wouldn't have been able to get away even if they had the teleportation formation. As for the Immortal Treasure Tower, he hadn't offended them. Instead, he had helped them out greatly. He really didn't understand why they were creating enmity with him. Still, he was sure that although the All-Pill Tower and Immortal Treasure Tower had attacked him, it mustn't have been the higher-ups' decision. People in the lower ranks were probably responsible. The most they could send were nascent soul-state cultivators. That explained why it had been so long already and they still hadn't found the location of the Flying Sword, but the Ghost Immortal sect was different. They were a 5-star sect and would be able to find the location through the rubbles of the teleportation formation. They didn't know Chinese, but who knew if they wouldn't find someone who knew Chinese? There were so many people from the small world coming in here, it really wasn't hard to find someone who knew Chinese. Thinking about this, Yi Mo was scared. He had to remind Song Yangzhu about this later. Luckily he had arrived first. If the Ghost Immortal sect had come first, their whereabouts would have been exposed. Yi Mo took out a map of North Far State and found Peihai City on it. This was the most southern place of North Far State. Yi Mo then looked up the westernmost city of North Far State, Xiashan City too. It was also near the Heartless Sea, and it was also a big city. Yi Mo took out a jade card, copied Song Yangzhu's words, and wrote her message anew, but he changed the destination to Xiashan City. Then he placed the card in the same spot he'd found Yamzu's jade card and set up a hidden surveillance formation. But after doing all that, Yi Mo realized his plan wasn't good. If they found the teleportation formation, it would mean that they had a formation master with them. Setting this up would still give a master like that some clues. Thinking about this, Yi Mo took out a camera. He had received it from Huang Mei when he was hunting the Northern Sand King. Yi Mo put the camera in a corner, placed a surveillance formation next to the camera, and finally left the place. Yi Mo was sure that no matter how good his opponents were, they wouldn't know about cameras. Nor would they search the camera with spirit sense. Yi Mo left and didn't go very far. He found a valley and went into the earth before then entering the Golden Page world. He needed to recover. That was the most important thing. Then, he would have to go find secret lands in the All-Herb mountain ranges, and then he would go to Peihai City. Yi Mo had been so focused on running before that only now that he actually looked at his wounds carefully did he realize how scary they were. Yi Mo had been suppressing the wounds with his cultivation essence at first, but the bleak chi had already started invading his meridians. He didn't even know about it. If he had kept going to Peihai City without stopping to recover, that bleak chi might have completely changed his body and turned him into an emotionless puppet. Realizing this, Yi Mo just jumped into the spirit marrow pond as he held 2 spirit crystals to start his recovery. Inside the Golden Page world, Yi Mo formed a hugged spirit chi whirlpool. As he kept devouring the spirit marrow, the bleak chi was gradually refined. Yi Mo slowly got completely covered by mist, and then suddenly winter's arrival created a huge suction force, absorbing the white mist. Yi Mo felt that winter's arrival became even colder after doing that, and he rejoiced immediately. Ever since acquiring the Mist Lotus Heartfire, winter's arrival had been of little use. Yi Mo didn't expect that winter's arrival would be able to devour other bleak chi. Yi Mo estimated that it had taken him a few days, but he had finally completely eradicated the bleak chi. His power had also risen to the peak of Golden Core State level 1 due to all the spirit chi he'd absorbed. Yi Mo was about to break through, so he took out 2 more spirit crystals. Now that all the wounds were gone, all the spirit chi turned into his own cultivation essence.
crack. EMO felt his cultivation essence burst again and start flowing all over his meridians and back to his Dantian, golden core state level 2. EMO was happy. He didn't expect to only use 2 months to break through and have such powerful cultivation essence at golden core state level 2, seeing that a small half of the spirit marrow pond was gone, though. EMO sighed. He broke through fast, but he also used huge amounts of resources. Even a 9-star sect wouldn't be able to supply his cultivation resources. EMO suspected that even after he used up all his spirit marrow and spirit crystals, he wouldn't be able to break through from golden core state level 3 to level 4 even in 100 years if he tried doing it by just absorbing ordinary spirit chi, but as EMO looked at the huge spirit range in the golden page world, he felt a little comfortable. He had an entire spirit range to himself. Power meant everything to him right now, so what he feared was slow progress. He needed power to go to the 9-star sects and find Luoying, Ning Qingxue, and the others. He needed power to protect Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling. He had also offended 2 hollow spirit state masters, the Ghost Immortal sect. As well as the person from whom he took the spirit range, EMO didn't keep cultivating in the spirit marrow pond anymore. He instead moved to the spirit range and enforced the spirit gathering formation. According to EMO's plans, after he went to Peihai City, he wouldn't be coming back anymore. He would take Song Yangzhu and the others to the South Peace State. Hence he wanted to go take a look at the all-herb mountain ranges before he left. Ever since getting that rusty sword, he had never gone there to see what was in that ancient ruin. Suddenly, 2 cultivators appeared in his surveillance formation. One tall, one short. Their matchup was quite funny, but EMO didn't find it funny at all, as both of them were nascent soul state cultivators. EMO wasn't sure if they were nascent soul state tertiary stage, but from the looks of it, they weren't weak for sure. EMO could tell they were from the Ghost Immortal sect from their outfits, so close. EMO murmured. The tall cultivator looked around and found the jade card. It seems that EMO hasn't been here yet. Should we keep waiting or go to Xiaoshan City? The short cultivator looked at the jade card and said, no need to wait, he's just a golden core state level 1 shrimp. He will need at least half a month to come here without a teleportation formation. Shi Hong said he's a meticulous guy. He's very cunning and careful. He might not come here even if we wait here in the first place. Let's just directly go to Xiaoshan City. Leave the jade card as it is, the tall cultivator clapped. Good idea, we can just wait for him there. If he doesn't come, we'll capture that Yangzhu, and then he'll come for sure.